Good afternoon. I now call the Rocklin Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting and study session for Wednesday, March 17th, 2021 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp.
Here.
Rick Miller.
Here.
Rochelle Price.
Here.
Tiffany Sathoff.
Here.
Derek Counter.
Here. All right, this afternoon our study session presentation and board discussion will be held will be on the local control accountability plan. We welcome Superintendent Stock to start the presentation.
President Counter, trustees, thank you again for coming in early on a typically long night to engage in a study session, as President Counter said, on our local control accountability plan. This is a very complex process, the LCAP is, with a tremendous amount of stakeholder input. And our goal is to engage the board throughout the process. And so, per the board request, we sent you extensive information, probably more than you can imagine, to look at ahead of time. And because our goal tonight is really not to present a lot of information to you, but is to present some pieces to help facilitate and allow the board to engage in some key areas. One is hearing and understanding some of the stakeholder input from our parents and our staff regarding the goals for our LCAP. Being able to see and discuss some of the data and information that they reviewed that led to them helping prepare draft goals that you'll be seeing tonight. And then also, again, just that opportunity to ask questions, discuss, and give us feedback on the draft goals. And again, our goal is to engage the board throughout this and not just show up in June with a final product, and because that's really critical. So what will occur from here is once these goals are established, and we'll be then working with the same stakeholder input groups, parents, staff, and obviously the board, to then look at actions and look at the budget that goes with the goals. So at this point, we really won't be going deep into the actions and the budget, but really looking at that goal piece. And so we really appreciate the time you're taking. I do want to highlight a particular piece that we're very proud of. And that is, a lot of school districts in the state talk about continuous improvement, and it's kind of become a buzzword. But we've been working hard over the last several years to really make this part of how we do our work, kind of build it into the Rocklin DNA, if you will. And so what you'll notice is in the stakeholder parts that we began using continuous improvement tools with our parents and with our staff. And so it's really beginning to take hold when you start using it beyond just, say, folks in the district office, and you really begin to engage parents and our staff with that. So you'll see that in the presentation, and we just wanted to mark that out. And I can't thank the team that's going to be presenting and discussing with us tonight, Bill, Marty, and Hannah, for the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. They've done amazing things, and there are not a lot of districts that are really looking to improve their process and do the extensive work that they're doing and manage to run schools during a pandemic. But our small but dynamic team is really deeply engaged in that work because they know the meaningfulness of it, and they know the impact on our students. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hannah to begin the conversation.
Thank you, Superintendent Stock. Good evening, President Counter, members of the board. Tonight we are here to talk about our local control and accountability plan and hear your input and share with you about our community and their input so far, as well as share the needs that they have identified, some draft proposed goals, dive deeply into Goal 2 area that we'll discuss in a few minutes, and then also share with you our next steps and timeline for the development of our 3-year LCAP. So we've broken the evening into 3 segments, and the first segment is on stakeholder input. As you know, we have extensive stakeholder input in this district, and you've seen this list presented previously. However, I want to call out again that we have been taking time to deeply think about how do we want to engage our Parent Guardian Advisory Committee and our staff advisory committees, as well as our district leadership team in a different way. So we engage these groups at various times throughout the year, but this year we have been trying to identify, and I'll speak more to this later on this evening, trying to identify what is the type of feedback that is reasonable for each of these groups to give. what type of feedback are parents and guardians interested in coming to an evening session for 2.5 hours, 3 times over the course of the spring? What type of input are they wanting to provide the school district? What's going to be the most engaging to them that will also provide us the most actionable input? Having them analyze and disaggregate data may not necessarily be the skill set of many of our parents and guardians, but being able to provide what they want and need for their children in Rocklin Unified, that's the type of input that we want to receive. So we have been deeply thinking about this and actually using improvement science in our process, not just with the parents and guardians, but also tracking input from them for over a year now to identify how can we improve and grow from each session so that we can make sure that we, again, gather the best input from each group. We have also included our Homeless and Foster Youth Advisory Committee in our stakeholder development for the LCAP because it was important to our parents and our staff that they hear from the members of these unduplicated student groups, hear from those that represent these targeted groups, and make sure that we're representing them in the LCAP process. Okay, so as we go through the LCAP, we're thinking first about our students and what their greatest needs are. We are identifying performance gaps and hearing again from our stakeholders throughout this process. All of this leads us to our goals and actions, ultimately with that outcome of increasing and improving services for our targeted students. So who are those targeted students? Again, goals can be written to address all students in a district. However, we know that we need to be increasing and improving services for a certain targeted group of students, our unduplicated students as they're called out in the law. So these are our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, including our homeless students, our English learners, and our foster youth. And this slide represents that this group of students historically has greater headwinds getting in the way of their learning and fewer tailwinds propelling them to success. And so the intention behind the LCAP is truly to think about how can we put goals, actions, and services written into the plan to increase the tailwinds for these students and decrease barriers that are in front of them for learning. So this slide is presented and deeply talked about at each one of our groups as just a visual representation and way to have our parents and guardians and staff and district leaders think about this is for all, but it is specifically for few. Throughout this process, we're taking this team all the way through 3 meetings. We're taking these teams through from the LCAP 101, so just the basics of the LCAP, what does it need to include, and all the way through to that draft where they are looking at those goals, actions, and services, and what are the resources, specifically financials, that we're aligning to each of those actions.
I want to interrupt. So I gave Roger a heads up, hopefully give you one that I hope to make this more of a dialogue than a
Please.
presentation. So I'm going to jump in often. If
Please
that's okay.
do.
So I am kind of curious. So do we ever make a distinction between LCFF funds and supplemental funds in these conversations? Do we actually explain that there are different, and do we talk about how to think differently about how to invest those funds?
Yes. So in the first meeting, that LCAP 101, we do go into the different types of LCFF funds we receive, base funding, supplemental funding, and then what concentration grant funding is, but that we don't receive it in Rocklin Unified.
Right.
And we talk about the different levels of requirements that are needed for base funds versus supplemental funds.
So I appreciate that. I guess what I'd be curious though to say is to say, like actually do a thought exercise where you say you have these supplemental funds. There's specific dollar amounts targeted to these subgroups. How should we use these dollars? Because I think you can say that and people understand it, but then if you keep only talking about LCFF funds, you quickly lose the focus that there actually is supplemental dollars intended for these kids, and it could get lost in translation, so you're not actually having to go through the thing of how would you spend those dollars on those kids and making sure it does happen.
I think it's a great, oh, go ahead.
Like the budget conversation we had when we went out to the community, something like that.
Right.
Here's the example, how would you break it down?
Right.
Right. Great idea.
These are great points, and I think we are specifically focused in these meetings on that roughly 4.1 million that are the supplemental funds. We don't really spend a lot of time talking about the base funds because we are really talking about in these meetings how we are going to increase and improve services for these targeted student groups. And so if we were to bring in that conversation, we could talk more about all students and all types of services. We are trying to keep the meetings more focused in the past 2 years on these particular student groups.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. So you're setting up the entire conversation is about supplemental dollars, about these targeted subgroups and how we're going to serve them in particular.
Correct.
Oh, great, thanks.
The needs assessment might incorporate more than just these few students, but we are trying to target then the conversation about goals, actions, and then the services within the LCAP to those groups only.
Great, and I mean, I've said this for years, but I would like to, flip the conversation to sort of say, if you want to spend the dollars, which legally you can outside of the targeted groups, you have to justify why you think that's happening. And I'd love our community to be engaged in that conversation to explain why they think it's justified not to spend the money on who it was intended for. Awesome.
So in this process, we first start with a needs assessment, and this needs assessment takes us from state measures and local measures that are represented on the dashboard and also just used in our classrooms. Also, we're looking at the prior year's LCAP. So in this case, we're actually looking back to the 1920 LCAP and what are the outcomes from those actions. And then also our stakeholder perception data. So we receive data through surveys from our community, our staff, and our students that we can incorporate into this plan.
I'm just curious, do we evaluate, so this was our plan in 20 or 19, here's what we did, here's the gap we had, and this is what we're gonna fix, improve on, do something different in 21?
Yes. And a lot of the conversation that we'll have in the April 21st meeting is going to focus on all of the different actions that were in the 1920 plan, and this is what we are doing in the next steps with our stakeholder group as well. And we did this with last year's group, is to look at what were the actions and what was the outcome data associated with those actions. That leads us to what do we want to continue, what do we need to modify, and what do we want to discontinue. And if we want to incorporate new items, sometimes it means we want to discontinue or modify something. Can't keep everything going.
I also do wonder here, so I totally appreciate why the dashboard is there. I can't stand it, but I understand why it's there. But it does feel like we actually have much more action. And I understand under the LCAP goals, we have more specifics to it. But the notion of using our MAP scores, which I actually think much better reflect actual learning going on than the dashboard does in any meaningful way, using growth as part of the MAP scores, even using GPA, no marks, no credits. Martin and I have been having conversations around this. I think more accurate reflects actually academic achievement than you'll see in the dashboard, which I think wildly inflates our success than what's actually happening. And so to actually be honest with ourselves and know where our needs are, it feels like we could have a better academic use than the dashboard in this instance.
So I think what you see up here is actually what is called out in the law that has to be included in the needs assessment. And what's probably not represented on this slide well is that we are taking a deep dive into local assessment measures as well with the information that we have available to us. Last year, we actually took all three groups through a data equity walk, and we're deeply looking into exposing where we have student groups that are performing at different levels, right? Where we have particular races and ethnicities that are performing at different levels, particular genders that are performing at different levels when it comes to graduation rate. So we're looking at all different types of data in that data equity walk, which was providing a greater just to what you're saying, Rick, which is providing a deeper look instead of just saying, here's where the gaps exist on the dashboard, but because if we just look at the dashboard and you look at all students, we're doing quite well, right? But there are many areas where we can say, how do we want to do differently or do better for particular student groups, right? How are our homeless students doing when it comes to all of the different indicators? How are our socioeconomically disadvantaged students doing when it comes to all the different indicators? And so we were able to do that and look at graduation rates and college and career readiness, and that is something that we intend to do on a regular basis as part of this process.
Well, I totally appreciate it. What I will say, you know I'm going to say this because I say it every single time, but is it just because we have to comply? We don't have, like, in other words, we can say all that. We can actually take the time to say what we think is right. First of all, even if we don't include the dashboard, just literally, we're not going to go to NCAA jail. No one's going to, truly believe CD will still approve, we're okay. So there's some places where you can be, but even within it, you still can be in compliance and do it in a way that says, we're going to show you the dashboard. We're going to, in this slide, we're actually going to show you what we think matters and we're paying attention to because we think it's right for our system. Thanks.
Okay, so through this process, we encapsulated a number of strengths and then identified a number of needs. And we're here tonight, we're gonna talk about these needs. So this infographic really shows the needs kind of captured in 3 main areas. And the next 3 slides are gonna quickly take us through these 3 areas and then pause for more discussion for you all to talk deeply about these areas. So, and again, these are encapsulated from all the 2 years worth of data. So this is the 19-20 school year and the 2021 school year, because we wanted to think deeply about, you don't just want to look at the needs in the middle of a pandemic, right? Those don't necessarily tell you what you need for 3 out years. You might have new things that arose during a pandemic that you want to address, but it doesn't speak to everything that may need to be addressed. So academic, in the area of academics, we know that we have work to do in the area of math and that we have had 3 years worth of lack of growth, right? And that we have particular student group gaps, and we're going to come back together on April 7th and dive deeply into this area. Also, what rose to the top is the continued need to support tiered interventions for students, and that we need consistent metrics at all levels, as well as a more robust data analysis tool to be able to dig into what our data is actually telling us and how can we use it effectively in the classroom to impact instruction.
So can you say a little more about how that came up? So was you heard this from multiple parties, I saw that. And so in the simplest form, did it come up people saying, I feel like I'm struggling and I'm not getting the support I need to get back on standard? Is that sort of, and teachers saying we don't have the tools we need to bring all our students, what is it? Because MTS could be a lot of things, it's a very broad thing. So when you said it, what is it specifically you think that people are saying is missing? And I really appreciate this being here, and I appreciate the honesty of leading with where we could be better.
Sure, I think one of the pieces that came up was that it was difficult for us to look across certain grade levels to actually identify where we were successful and where we needed to grow. Right? So it was difficult for advisory teams to look deeply at that. Individual classroom teachers have information that they need, potentially, but it wasn't something that we have any kind of district or school-wide data at all levels. Yeah. So that was one of the areas that came up.
To the extent that we know this, Bill or Marty, when we have PLCs meeting, what are they meeting around? What are they using?
You know, we came from a place of strong PLC training. I'll be totally transparent, and I think that we've fallen away from that quite a bit, where we're a little bit PLC light. Right. So we do have teachers meeting on our Mondays, assigned Mondays, and they do look at academic indicators, and they do planning together, some more than others, but I don't think we can universally say that that's a consistent piece that happens across all grade levels, and I don't think we consistently say that they're answering those 4 PLC questions, right?
For sure. Yeah, for sure. I know that to be true. I know that to be, but I know that, like, you know, DeVore said, if you're not around student day, you're not really having a PLC. So we know that's not happening, but I still believe, and I believe there's reasons for that Common Core implementation that sort of throw us off, and I understand that. I would love to see us get back. In the meantime, I think there are some still healthy PLCs in spots, and to the extent there are some healthy PLCs, to Hannah's point of what's missing, how, are they creating their own data? Are they sort of pulling together, bringing their own, and then putting it across the?
Well, one piece I think, and you see this reflected in teacher responses, is that elementary schools will speak to, like, we have a universal screeners that we've shared with you, but they, by grade level, K through 6, they have multiple measures where teachers record data at different points in the year, 4 different points. Yeah. And when PLCs sit down to plan these interventions, they look at that data and they differentiate for kids and group kids. So that is one way we do PLCs well. Unfortunately, that's only in English language arts. Yeah. So that's where this math need comes up, is we know, and we've launched spreadsheets around math, and they're being piloted, but we need some deeper work and agreement around common assessments.
Yeah.
So we do have that in ELA, just not math yet in elementary.
And there could be an argument, so I appreciate, there also could be an argument that to the extent that we can actually solve this data issue, it can, then we have a lever to actually go back to teachers meaningful and say, we want to rethink PLCs, because to ask them to do it right now with nothing to provide them is an unfair request.
And those are, and when we had, you know, prior to this year, which has been unusual, we had our coaches guiding teams through that data analysis process.
Right.
We using those spreadsheets, we were really successful in designing interventions for students. I think part of what teachers are saying is they've seen the effectiveness of the groupings they've done, and they know that they're, especially in math, we need more. We need to identify and define that more.
And I do know that was the hardest hit of the pandemic when it started. That lack of that time was, I think, what I heard more than anything from teachers that they were missing.
Just to add, Rick, at the secondary level, we do have some departments that,
Right.
that are very close and do a great job.
Right.
We have others that not a whole lot of data-rich material there.
Right.
But we know that's an area we have to improve.
And
in.
secondary seems to me in particular, Marty, we have no good common assessment across. It's a
Correct.
huge problem.
Correct. We have some site-based common assessments, but nothing consistent across grade levels.
Right.
And then the other compounding piece is we still also don't have a centralized data warehouse and system that really makes the data accessible, easily accessible to the average teacher, a lot of folks in the organization, because there's still a lot of, as you heard, Excel spreadsheet, hand-in entry. And so if you think about it, and that's one of the challenges of a district our size is we don't have the programmers and things. So part of what we really see is, and why we were excited to have like the deeper goal of math, I know we're going to talk about, is that this is a way to really leverage some of the conversations that are coming up around gap analysis and data, how do we use it in the PLCs, and how do we really look at some of these opportunities as we're looking to address learning loss to really provide that structure the system needs. Because so having the data is fine, but then also making it useful, and be that it can turn around, people can make queries into the data very easily versus 2 to 3 people in the whole district can make a query and it waits forever to get to you, isn't really going to be helpful even if we had the assessments. So this is a very big issue that frankly I think will not just deal with math, but a lot of other areas. And so to me, this is one of those key levers in the conversation around us moving forward.
So, and thank you for that. I know there's probably outside companies and outside services that can do some of that stuff. I know, again, private industry, you have data lakes and data information, that you have people in process put that together. I would hope that we're not waiting till this is all fixed until we can do something. Can we not limit the goals, limit the data analysis, and just say, hey, if I can make these 2 improvements at this level, it's better than waiting for the monstrous data warehouse to show up.
Right. No, I mean, we it really, it's a parallel track, like you said, as we go through the process, identify pieces, we want to take those small actions, those trials that aren't costly in the system, both in terms of time and people and dollars, to find those pieces as we also build the structure to support that as we want to go to scale up. So it's trying those improvement pieces, but also putting things that allow us to scale when we find those items and things that we want. So you're right, we don't want to say we're going to wait 2 years to get a perfect data system before we do something to help children.
Right.
But we also don't want to have things that are so small that they can't scale because of the lack of using technology.
Yeah, fair. I guess I'm saying from a parent standpoint, I don't want to be 3 years away from being 3 years away.
Right, no, exactly. It's kind of doing both.
To your point, President Counter, I think as well, a piece I did not mention here is that this needs assessment encapsulated too many things. Right? And so if we were to try to go out and do all of these pieces, we would do a whole bunch of things and none of them particularly well, right? And so the intent here, exactly. So the intent here is to narrow our scope, narrow our focus, identify a few areas where we can grow, and then some of these you would embed within that growth, right? So if we are going to grow in the area of mathematics, we can use math as the avenue through which to grow our tiered interventions and to bring in metrics, right? We can embed all these pieces in the process. So taking us to the next bucket of need, go ahead.
Can you go back?
Yes,
Did you have
please.
something before did you?
Oh, no, good, that's fine. Go ahead.
So on the meaningful participation in academic motivation, it says students. Can you tell me more about what that conversation was like, how it came up from students and what they said?
Sure. So this one actually comes straight out of the data. So this is a number of years worth of California Healthy Kids survey data where the meaningful participation and academic motivation of students, that indicator was, meaningful participation of students is over the course of at least the last 3 years, right? Where the indicator wasn't as high as other indicators.
Was there a marked difference from that between secondary and primary?
No.
Really?
All of our indicators on the California Healthy Kids, I shouldn't say all, many of the indicators on the California Healthy Kids go down over the course of students participating in Rocklin. And that could be for a variety of reasons, up to and including taking the assessment seriously, right, and the survey seriously. However, we know that in this case, meaningful participation is also an area of relative kind of weakness at our elementary schools, just as it is in our secondary schools. And it speaks to the way that they actually ask the questions for meaningful participation, because if you would think about meaningful participation, it really is asking students, are they included in the decision-making about the type of learning they will have at their school or in their classroom? So, as a teacher, I think about meaningful participation such as, my students are engaged in meaningful activities, right? But the questions actually don't target that. They target it's more around student choice.
And I forget, Chick starts at 3rd grade?
It can. We follow the process of starting in 5th. And so we now offer 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 11th graders. And we can expand that if we wanted to. And academic motivation is a new indicator started this year.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a student self-report. Okay, so in the area of social emotional behavioral needs, again, over the course of 2 years, these rose to the top of students, of needing to support students that have high behavioral needs, and also the ongoing need to support and resource our Tier 2 behavior interventions, as well as on that California Healthy Kids survey, we do have a noticeable percent of students who are experiencing sadness, conflict with others, and that students seem to lack access to social emotional supports. And then the third area that we identified came up the most in the needs assessment went into an area of capacity. So we think about this with our professionals' capacity, right? And a professional development for our teachers and our educators in the district. And so these needs arose that we would need to have ongoing social emotional training, including continuing training for positive behavior interventions and supports, and also trauma-informed practices, particularly for teachers felt like they needed more knowledge of how to support foster youth and homeless youth that are in their classrooms. That there was an ongoing need for go ahead.
Just a quick question on PBIS. How long have we been doing that here?
We've been implementing at the majority of our elementary schools for about 5 years now.
Okay. 5 years and we're still in the training mode?
Actually, the interesting piece of PBIS is you are trained over the course of years. So you're trained the first year in the Tier 1 practices, so the practices that are available for all. The second year, you receive training in developing your interventions. And typically in the third year, you would receive training in supporting that highest behavioral need. However, you don't want to move on to that third year until you've built a robust system and really implemented for all kids and those interventions. So we've been in that mode of preparing that, and then and we have also embedded some of our equity and trauma-informed work within that scope and sequence. So it isn't that we haven't arrived, right? Most of our schools are actually rated quite highly on their fidelity inventory that they are fully implementing, but it's more ongoing training and continuing to provide training to continue to build teachers' tool bag in the area of behavior support.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, we brought it in segments, so we piloted early, and so like Rocklin was one of the earliest ones, and I think Amanda would actually argue they're good, like they don't need as much training there because they've been at it longer and they have, and so I think we have different campuses at different places.
That's what I was gonna say is when Marty and I met with Sierra and we were talking about budget cuts, they were like, oh my gosh, do not spend another dime on this. We're good,
A
right? Like,
PBIS.
we've implemented it, our teachers know it and understand it. Let's work on something else. So was this, what percentage of our teachers were asked about this? Like,
So-
what was our sample size?
Sure. So we are asking all, and we have received about a third of is that true? We've received about a sixth of all staff responding to our surveys the last 2 years.
Okay.
It's also important to understand with PBIS that schools are in different places. So
Sure.
some schools
Right.
may have spent 2 years, even 3 years in tier 1, because like Hannah was saying, unless you have a really solid foundation, you're not going to go to tier 2 and 3. So depending on where they are in that continuum, and they might have staff turnover, there's other factors that affect that. So we're moving the needle on all the schools,
Yeah.
but and we have decreased training. So 2 years ago, we actually largely sponsored our own training in PBIS and weren't paying the county for that. But then the county will offer something like trauma or something else that we feel like is a good fit for our schools, and we'll plug them into that.
It does, though, concern me. I appreciate all this focus. It does feel like it's going to be, I'm curious as to what next year or even what April 6th looks like, because what we know is, it's gone significantly down, and I appreciate your perspective. I mean, obviously, the need to discipline is so much lower than it's ever been in the past, and it's been so lovely. Recess has been so lovely. And so I do think it's a muscle memory that's lost. And so when folks are returning, they're going to have deal with issues they haven't dealt with in a while, and I think it's going to take us a little while to sort of just gear that back up to be ready to roll again. I'm sure you don't have that experience.
Absolutely.
No, actually, I can add perspective to that. So having all the kids back, so we had half of the kids back in Loomis, and like Rick said, the behavior has been non-existent. There's like no troubled behavior whatsoever, and we got all the kids back over the course of the last 3 weeks, and the behavior is still really good. And actually, as teachers, we've talked about our PBIS training, and we've said, you using it, haven't had a need yet. So I think that is a really good perspective, that it is a muscle that is going to need to be worked out before next year and before the kids are back more to their normal behaviors.
So the other piece here that came up that I think is worth noting tonight is, and we talked about earlier, is that continued coaching and training on analyzing and the utilization of student data, right, and that impact on instruction. And finding ways to put that in meaningful ways for teachers so that they are not having to do all of that crunching themselves, and that they can have the conversations about the student data
Yeah,
instead of having to spend their time the other way.
And it's always a tough balance, because if you hand off stuff to somebody else, you'll never understand the data. If you put it all on yourself, you're gonna be frustrated. You're gonna be the metrics pounder, and it's frustrating. I would just say, in all the experience, I would err on people analyzing their own data or your peers' data, as opposed to having somebody come in, crunch data, and tell you what they see, because you're never gonna get the true perspective of it until you see your own stuff and really touch your own stuff, so.
Question. Along those lines, you had mentioned about the universal screenings 4 times a year. Could you speak just for a quick minute a little bit to that? Because is that a great source of data for teachers with their own students, or is that handed off or accomplished by somebody else?
Absolutely. Dr. McDonald, do you want to speak to elementary screeners?
Yeah, so that actually is a teacher-driven piece, and I said the coaches still support that, but they did more directly a couple of years ago when we had site coaches. But it is a spreadsheet, and they put in their own data, they do their own assessment, they put it in, they rank their own students, and they see the results. So that is a real local assessment piece that they're very involved with in their classroom and at their grade level.
And that's 4 separate times during the year, teacher chooses?
We have dates, so we say by, actually there was one last Friday, by whatever that was, March 12th, you need to have completed your third, universal screening benchmarking, and then we pull all the data at a district level so we can see trends.
Yeah. We don't have anything like that at secondary. Realize that most secondary teachers have between 140 and 220 students. So we're still looking at trying to get something just as a diagnostic So we kind of have a starting place where they're at, so we can measure their progress over time, and that's some of the work that we're doing now.
Because I think that's a very valuable opportunity for teachers to be able to see data from their own students, right? They're the ones that are gathering it. Is that data ever collected district-wide? So when we're doing things like this, is that data taken into account, or is it used simply in their own individual classrooms?
That data is not part of the LCAP process. Do you use, that's a great question, because I know we use it for intervention and for site work, and we look at it at the district level. I don't know that it's used as a part of the LCAP, though.
We have not in the past utilized the universal screeners. However, that is a local measure that in the absence of some of our other data sets, we are looking to embed universal screeners in this process. And on April 7th, we will actually be bringing during that process a conversation around learning loss and having a conversation that includes universal screener information that's more at a district level. Because
as we're assessing those students, or as the teachers are assessing students, is there a standard operational definition of what good looks like, what bad looks like, what poor looks like? We're all using the same metrics, right?
yes.
Yeah, we have cut points identified for each assessment, so they can rate their students.
And then the ratings are same. We're all using a 5-point scale. We're all using
Correct.
something. Okay, good.
And some of the ratings, like on MAP, are a continuum throughout the year, so we look at national norms and we rate based on those too.
And I would assume teachers and sites utilize it to see what resources they need on their campus. I think it would be beneficial for us as a board down the road, when possible, to incorporate that into these conversations, because it really gives us an opportunity to see what sites need what. And if we're having same commonalities issues across the district, that's one thing, but it will also show us live data of what's happening at individual classrooms, individual sites.
Yeah, and I can provide that for you, and so you can see like this year, like at least in like ELA math's being developed, but I can show you ELA and what it looks like across the year, because we look for improvement each testing round, so that's something we can provide.
Sorry, one more. And when we say universal screening, we're also including that social emotional behavior in there as well, the behaviors in the classroom, or are we just looking at academic in our screeners?
So in this particular screen that we were just talking about, it just focuses on language arts. And that is actually, as we get into the discussion, and so to your point, it actually does not. It does not include a universal screener in the area of social emotional. Currently, we do not have a universal screener that's used for all students at every site, to track and target students who need support in the area of social emotional. We do not have a universal screener for behavior. We use a data analytics tool for tracking minor and major behaviors that helps us with school-wide decision-making for identifying problem areas. So instead of, for example, saying, the lunchroom is out of control, it helps us be able to identify, well, is the lunchroom out of control at every single lunch period, or is it just the 4th and 5th grade, recess time at lunch is yielding an increase in the problem behavior of minor physical contact by the tetherball courts? Well, that's a whole lot easier of a problem to solve than lunchtime is out of control, right? Now we know to target 4th and 5th graders at the tetherball courts and provide them problem-solving skills. Yeah.
Yes.
Before we move on to goals and metrics, any other conversation about stakeholder engagement?
Two things. So it does seem to me that that there's some clarity around the data needs. The SEL is one, and there's some good things out there, and we'll figure that out. But for the most part, I think what we're showing, what we're seeing is we're not data poor. We have tons of data in our system. We just don't have the ability to actually look at it in meaningful ways to make it usable, both at the teacher level, at the school level, and at the district level. So trying to figure out a way to actually solve this, and I will say, I appreciate your point around the 3 years, but it feels like that we're in this weird situation where we have a ton of one-time money and not a lot of ongoing money. So this is when you want to be thinking about those purchases of one time, and data systems are a way to think about this, to invest in this now with this one-time dollars to then have ongoing resources. I have a feeling you're going to want to comment on that, Roger.
Oh, absolutely, and that's where, and I appreciate the wisdom of the board in realizing that, we really want to look at not just, these immediate pieces, but how do we build these leverages throughout the system, and to use these dollars in a way that really go just beyond this current time space. And the other piece with that social emotional is while we can look at incidences like in the Swiss data system that supports PBIS, there's some value in student reporting
Right.
their pieces. Because while we can look and say there's no problem in the lunchroom, it's at tetherball, which is great to know, but I also am curious of how students' perception of their own social emotional well-being, because we may not know that student sitting over in the third row, how they're really doing. So I think there's some value in us investing in that as well, because that's a critical area for us to also be aware and think about. Because if we aren't aware, then we wait till they act out or something goes wrong in another place before we engage in some lower level supports.
I have one more, go ahead and then I'll do it. It's a big bucket thing, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, so the tough balance there is I spend majority of my time asking questions, getting feedback, pulling things together. You never take it to the action level, right? So it's always that balance of, I want to get everyone's input, but I don't want to spend too much time asking everyone and not doing anything.
Right, but if we, for example, one of the pieces you'll see in our Healthy Kids Survey pieces is the number of percentage of students that thought about suicide. That's worrisome. Mm-hmm. And I think it's higher when we saw the number than we would have thought. So, so that kind of prompts us to wonder, and that's self-reported. So what do we do with that? Where do we go with that? So I think that piece, if I agree, you don't want to have data, you don't want to have paralysis by analysis and data, and we don't want to keep planning to do something and never do something. So absolutely think that insistence on, you don't want, great to be the enemy of good and get going on things, but also being able to have that way of screening to look at what is the right exact intervention, what are those hidden things we aren't seeing. And some of our student groups are so small in our district that it could be easy to look across and miss homeless or foster youth or students right. of ethnicity or poverty because they're smaller groups. And so I think we kind of have the challenge of we have to look a little bit harder to see how those groups of students do, or even English learners who are just 4% of the student group, to make sure we don't miss their needs, because so I think that helps us. But I agree with you that we don't want to just sit around looking at data and not do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
On just how you received some of the stakeholder input, because these are great lists. I'm looking specifically at the slide 9. In the academic column, could you speak a little bit to the college career readiness? What was the conversation around that? I think we would all say great value. What were they actually asking for or saying that the concern was? Because we have some phenomenal programs here at Rocklin.
We absolutely do. And so this one was speaking more to our college career readiness indicator on the California State Dashboard, and some of our student groups are not performing at the same rate as others, and so there's a need there to identify why is that happening, right? What supports do the students need? How do we make sure that we are opening doors, like we talked about on that original slide, opening doors, right? Increasing those tailwinds and decreasing barriers to course entry, making sure that students have additional supports that they might need to be able to perform at a higher rate on some of our assessments, what type of services do they need, such as tutoring or additional academic supports. So those pieces are all part of that conversation that was had, but that's calling out kind of a bigger area.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's assessed more on an academic level across the board, not necessarily CTE courses, offerings we provide. More the academic level is saying they may not have college and career readiness. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, so that particular indicator on the California State Dashboard has a number of different metrics.
Horrible.
Yes,
it's horrible.
it
it's
is.
Horrible.
And I cannot.
It's horrible. It doesn't tell us anything, and we do actually have a problem. But it's a horrible metric, and we should stop using it. Even I know the state, but they don't have data, so they force us to use a bad measure. Let's use the measures we actually have and put together a good measure, and actually look at. Sorry, it's horrible. It's horrible.
I don't disagree.
Thank you, Rick. I think, and that's my question. Is it that we have a legitimate local need in our college career readiness, or are we saying that there's maybe some other metric statewide that is assessing this, but we may not fully feel that?
So there are some metrics within there where student groups are not performing at the same rate as other student groups. Right? And so we need to make sure that those are the areas that we're targeting, not particularly trying to do better on that metric, right? But that we want to make sure that we don't have gaps in our graduation rate, or that we don't have gaps in students being able to access this thing called a broad course of study, right? So making sure that students, that we don't have disparities in the way students access particular courses, right? Are all students able to access those courses at the same rate, right? So there's a lot there, and I don't disagree with Trustee Miller there that there's too much in that indicator, but there are some individual pieces that we could pick out, and to speak to President Counter's point, we could narrowly focus in those areas to make some incremental change.
And even like we have access to National Student Clearinghouse. Like what I want to know is, did they make it? Did they graduate from college? That's the best indicator we can do, whether they're college and career ready. Did they graduate? So why don't we look, we should be looking at that rather than the number of CT courses they took along the way.
Just a couple things to add, Tiffany. Just yesterday, Rick and I participated with the Rocklin mid-year WASC, and these are some of the things they pointed out, making sure kids understand what that means. For example, a lot of kids don't meet A through G because they don't take that second year of world language, or they don't get all the way through the math, and so they're really close. In regards to the college and career, like Rick's saying, there's so many indicators, but one of the things we identified a couple years ago is we have so many electives, you know, and many of those electives are by the popular teacher, to where a kid will try one pathway and, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna go try this, I'm gonna go try this. So they never complete a pathway, and that's one of those things that Rick is talking about. So they've taken some great classes, but we don't get credit for that on the college and career indicator.
Correct.
Dual enrollment, advanced placement, we really need to look and see who is in those, does everybody have access, are they successful when they have it?
And
Because-
I thought the WASC recommendation saying we need more, we need to increase, I thought was
Right.
a really good recommendation. I thought actually all the WASC recommendations were dead on and great. I thought it was.
And we can send those to the whole board.
Yes.
Yeah, we can send those in a board communication to the whole board. Those just were delivered yesterday to the Rocklin High team. But the idea too of not this broad, but dual enrollment, CTE, who's in them, how are they doing? Because it's not just the opportunity, but it's the success, and it's just the same with our interventions. Who's in those, and who's in those as well. So that is where we going deeper. That's critical. Like foster youth and homeless are not performing well across these measures, but if you think of that, the circumstances are in, not surprised. So then what do we do to assist someone that doesn't know where they're sleeping, you know, next month, and help them hold that together? So those are some of the pieces that we can look after, and I appreciate the idea of focusing, because there's so much in there. Like, we've invested a lot in dual enrollment because we felt that success on a student getting a college course under their belt and their continued success is really high. So the board has put, you know, invested in stipends, incentives for teachers to get masters. Marty's done a tremendous job expanding because we felt that was an area of focus.
I'm getting kicked under the table by the president, telling me to move on, so I'll stop. But don't answer this, but I do want to, I also have a real large question around PD and its effectiveness in our district writ large. And I noticed this notion of calling out UDL, a desire for UDL, for EL students, in particular for special ed. And I'm just, maybe at one point I'd like a deeper conversation around the effectiveness of our entire PD theory here in Rocklin, and whether it's working, whether teachers are feeling it's getting them what they need. Don't answer that now, but I'd love to talk about that someday.
This was my casual way of saying we should move to the next segment. No, this is great. These are your conversations, so we can be wherever we need to be in this presentation. So in this next part, we'll talk about the proposed goals and the proposed metrics. So the LCAP provides us 3 different types of goals. Within those goals, we still need to address all 8 state priorities and demonstrate how we're increasing or improving services for those targeted student groups. I'm not going to go into those goal types on this slide, but if you want me to come back to it, I can. So within that first proposed goal, it would be, or the 3 goal types would be, areas would be in math, social, emotional, and maintaining our programs. So we're really focusing on 2 areas, math and social, emotional, and behavioral supports. The third area, maintaining programs, that will actually be a maintenance of progress goal. So it's anything that was in the prior LCAP that we determine through that outcome data that we want to keep around. And I'll talk to that when we get to that slide. But if you want to continue to spend your supplemental funds on particular actions that were in your previous LCAP, but they're not a focus, right? You can put them in something called a maintenance of progress goal so that you can keep doing them, okay? So with math, we're proposing a process type goal. And I'm going to jump to the next slide, really.
I do want
Go
to say,
ahead.
by the way, so it's my mind, but again, we do have to address all 8 we have to put it in the LCAP where you're right. It doesn't mean we have to focus on it. And actually, Carl Cohn said very clearly when he did this, the state was very clear on this. So I do think like this notion of this very clear focus on just these 3 is definitely the way to go, and we don't need to touch all 8.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we agree with you. We're going to put most of our focus into goals 1 and 2, and we're just maintaining the things that are in 3. And we'll only bring them back into a focus if we measure them and we find there's an issue. Okay, so goal 1 is really a process goal around math, and it's saying that we'll be pulling an improvement team together, and I'm going to jump to this slide to just show you what we mean. So the intent here is to really deeply investigate our system, right? And not just jump and write a goal because the LCAP says we need to have one, right? We want to take time to bring together our math professionals as well as our administrators in the district and think about and investigate our system so that we don't just quickly jump to solutions and then end up with the same results we've always had. So we want to take the time and think about how can we investigate this system, how can we determine where our problem areas are, and then we will focus our efforts, we will develop our aim, we'll develop new measures, we'll develop our change ideas, right, using this idea of improvement science, and we'll be back to the board next year with a rewritten focus goal in this area. So we recognize this is very broad, we recognize it's a process, but we're saying we don't want to jump too quickly to saying what the outcome should be before we do the investigation.
So for the year, we will spend this year figuring out what we're going to do next year.
Let me jump in with that. And again, this goes back to kind of the reality of the pandemic. Our focus of pretty much everybody in this room and all of our schools is the April 6th change, which is good, should be. And so we really can't bring folks together to do all that work now. At the district level we are, and you'll hear about that, of looking at pieces, and we're beginning. But we really need to begin doing that in the beginning part of next year. But we will come back, not all of next year, by December of next year with a more defined, here's a metric, here's the outcomes, here's the actual goals. And so we plan to do actual work next year, not just do process next year. But the reality is a lot of this pieces, we just, with the pandemic, can't do that realistically. And I wish we could, but that's, literally you'll hear tonight in the COVID, all the changing guidance in athletics and everything else is tied up. We've canceled multiple meetings on learning loss and other areas just to address those things. So we would love to be further along, but the reality is we just aren't. And again, getting folks together to do that is hard, and we want to go out and see other places that are successful in math, because there's, not all the right answers are only in our little corner of the world. Everybody else is, trying to work on math too. So that's where I know the board wants action. Why we put this slide in was to say, we know the goal we have is not satisfying in a sense. It's not specific in the actual result we're going for, but we also want to be honest in doing this right versus just fast. So we wanted to indicate that we understand that if this were the final goal, the board would probably vote no, and so we understand that.
And we'll be back on April 7th to talk about math more.
And I want to piggyback on that, Roger, because the thing is, and Hannah said it too, is we could say, we're going to adopt a new curriculum, we're going to buy a new data system, we're going to put this intervention program in place, and we could do that and we could push that out. But we don't know that that's the right thing until we understand the system and the process and what's actually, where are we falling down? Is it 5th grade? Is it 8th grade? So until we go out and gather that data and understand the system, it doesn't make sense to jump to a solution. The second part is about the people. So again, we could put something in place, but if we don't bring our teachers along and have them be partners and collaborate in this work, they'll nod their heads, but when they go back to their classroom, they'll keep doing what they've been doing. So we have to take the time to work with them closely on this, make sure we all understand where we're going.
And I guess, to apologize, I understand that's where I guess the challenge in my head is, then what have we done since now, to this point, right? So if we've always just done, kick it out, here's your new curriculum, here you go, we don't, then we are where we are, and unfortunately, that's what's happened. So I love the idea of sitting down, measuring it, creating goals, looking at putting it down. I just hope that we don't spend a year or two coming up with an ideal plan, and then 2 years from now, changing the plan again, and we never get to actually improving it, fixing it, making it better. Because as kids going through all this district, right, if I've got a freshman, hey, we got a great plan in 2 years, he's a junior or she's a junior, hey, great, we're executing it, they're graduated.
Well, and that's the idea behind, as you mentioned earlier, that, those small change pieces, we want to get those going. When we have an idea around the goal, we want to say, let's try this. Maybe it's in a school, maybe it's at a couple grade levels, see what the results are, go through that process, look to improve. So the idea in working through this is it does involve implementation as well. And as we've talked about, the math work is really to have it deeply embedded throughout the whole system. TK-12 is a 5 to 7 year work, but we begin actions in this year, but to really go through. Because the worst thing we could do is say, hey, there's a new math framework coming out, and there's a draft of it. And what happens in the state is, and I'm looking at Julie because she lives this too as a teacher, framework comes out, then the state comes out with this way for a textbook development to be done. All the publishers come through, and everybody says, 7 to 8 years, time to get a new book. And so we spend $1 million getting a new book, and we train on the book, and then we have the same result again and again and again. We're trying to disrupt that, and actually by not going into, let's look at what is the material, because folks confuse teaching math with the book I have, and looking at what are those pieces to then lead us to that. So we're actually disrupting the normal chain of process is our goal with this, so we don't just keep having the same result. Like our A through G, which is a huge math driver, they've been stagnant for about a decade. So we want to move beyond that normal cycle that folks equate with framework, new book, we did something different when we're just doing the same thing.
So I'll just say I really, really appreciate this, and this is, I love it, obviously, and I appreciate you doing this, and I also appreciate, because I would have been happy with the goals, and I appreciate you walking through the ways. I will say, slight disagreement, love your brother, but slight disagreement, which is that my impression with education is that this notion of my kids are in school now, so I can't waste a second, is what's got us to the problem we are today, is we're always going full force and we're never stopping back and reflecting on whether or not it's working or not. And so you just kind of go like this and you never learn. And so I think what this is actually is saying, stop. Let's actually understand why we're getting the rates we're getting. Let's understand what it is. Let's actually do interviews with teachers, and let's talk to students, and let's understand why it's happening. And then we can actually have a much more thoughtful response to what's going on. And if you go back to, or if you go to this slide, the improvement journey, what I think is really important for me, if you go 3 clicks, perfect, focus. At the end of this, what I heard you say by December of 2021, so that in 6 months from now, we're going to have an aim, measures, and changes. And what that means very specifically is they're going to say an expectation. So if it's math, say it's 5th grade math proficiency. They're going to say we expect to grow 30% more kids are going to be proficient. They're going to be a very specific, in concrete, this is what we're going to expect. And then they're going to say, here's how we're going to measure it, and here's how we're going to know, which frankly we've never had. We've never had that conversation. How do you know if you're making progress? They're going to come back with those, here's how we know. And if we make it, we're going to celebrate. And if we don't, we're going to say, that's okay too. Let's figure out a way to get it. But if we actually know and can track it, then we can get the improvement that ultimately we want to get. And this is a long-term vision to how to actually change and improve the district in meaningful ways. And I'm super excited about it.
And I think the including of staff is where you get the buy-in. If we throw something out and say, good luck, here you go, this is what we've come up with, we're not going to get the buy-in. And in order to really make it effective, we need that. We need them on our side. We need them to be part of the process. So.
And we even, to be totally honest with you, and Roger mentioned that we have all these meeting schedules we've had to cancel. One of the things we were going to push out now was interviews for staff and students to start to gather data on the system. And some wise person, I don't know if they're at the table because I missed that meeting, I was doing some other piece, said, wait.
Hold on.
They
Right.
said, wait, why don't we ask the teachers what we should ask on the survey? Because they would probably know better than us. And that was a great call. So that's what that idea that, wait a second, let's bring people in from the beginning so that we can have
Yeah,
good
buy-in.
data and buy-in, both those things, right?
And on April 7th, we're actually going to talk all about that to you in that workshop. Go ahead.
So,
I think if we want honest answers from teachers too, we need to make sure they understand that we're looking at solutions, because a lot of what happens is teachers go, they do the curriculum, they have the books, they have the frameworks, they teach the best they know how, and then the test scores come out and they're not high, and the teacher feels like a failure, and everybody's looking at their data saying, why is your data low? What did you do wrong? But there's no solution offered, and the teacher doesn't know how to do it differently. So I think if we want honest answers and honest input from teachers, they have to understand that we're solution-oriented and not just pointing out failures.
Absolutely. Okay, so in these 3 goals, the second one, which I want to take a little bit of time to dive into, is our social, emotional, and behavioral goal. Also broad and would be tracked by a number of different types of metrics because it includes social, emotional, and behavioral. So it's really about building a system of supports and then also making sure individuals, right, are healthy, respectful, self-aware, resilient, and high functioning, calling out these particular indicators that we'll be tracking in the metrics. And then again, that goal 3 of just maintaining, monitoring, and enhancing existing programs. So I'm going to jump through this one. We're addressing the state priorities by doing this. Okay, we will be back to you on April 7th. We're going to talk about how we're collecting that baseline data. So I want to really dive in to the goal 2 area, and you had this ahead of time, but one of the pieces that we're also doing is trying to look at our California Healthy Kids and looking by the student group level and identifying are all students having the same rate or the same level of challenge. So the first top 3 indicators on this, which you probably saw, are those are the indicators that are more of those negative indicators, right? What's the % of students who have experienced chronic sadness in the last 12 months? The bottom 5 are those resiliency factors, and that's a new piece of the California Healthy Kids this year, which is really great to be able to say if you have these skills in these 5 areas, so it offers and it lends to some areas where we can try to move and build skills for students that aren't just we need to plug you into an intervention, but maybe you need support, right? Maybe all of the students in Rocklin Unified need support and problem-solving skills, right? And what are the ways in which we can increase that, and that will target some of those resiliency factors. So this slide is, and the next 2 are truly just to say we're looking at across a variety of different metrics to inform this second goal on social, emotional, and behavioral supports. Our Wellness Together data also tracks the reasons for referral to Wellness Together. And we're seeing the same reasons for referral as we're seeing students self-reporting their need. So those are congruent. They go together, and that's a good thing. However, we know that those are actionable levels of sadness, right? And I'm going quickly through these slides just due to time. I wanted to spend some time just talking about the level of students in Rocklin on the California Healthy Kids who are reporting that they have considered suicide. And so one of our reasons for targeting this goal is really identifying why is that happening and what are the ways that we can as an entire school system better prepare our students. And this was really meaningful to the parents and guardians who are part of this process, as well as the staff who are part of the process. This slide shows you, we asked on our staff survey how staff believe we're implementing systems of support, so tiered interventions and tier 1 instruction in the area of social emotional learning and in the area of behavior. And interestingly enough, although we still have quite a few who say we do this well, we have 25 to 30% of our staff in most areas who are reporting that we don't do this well or they don't know what we're doing. Right? So either we have a communication challenge or we need to further look at what our systems are. And so we We took this, and the last section really will talk about, we use this to actually dig into a root cause with our parents and guardians and our staff, and we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So, and then in this third area, again, we're going to be, the actions will be determined based on the 1920 LCAP and what are the actions we want to keep around. Here are a couple of areas we could consider. Nothing has been determined yet. And actions in Goal 3 are going to be put on a cycle of monitoring. We can't monitor everything every year, but a cycle of monitoring to determine effectiveness over time. And then because these are broad goals, we will have to have separate metrics that we are tracking to be able to show progress or show progress in these goal areas. So here are a few of the metrics that we're looking at. Specific to Goal 2, because again, we'll be back on April 7th to talk about math. Specific to Goal 2, we're looking at tracking California Healthy Kids, embedding a social emotional screener at all levels so that we can track students' wellness down to the student level and also be able to identify and target them with support. So yes, we're using a metric on the LCAP to track the effectiveness of the goal, but it also serves the need of, we have too many students reporting sadness and too many students reporting that they are considering harming themselves. And we need a better way to target this down to the student level and address how we're going to link them with support. And then we can also look at student attendance rates and chronic absenteeism here, behavior referrals and suspension rates. So what questions do you have and what are you considering or wondering in the area of Goal 2? That was a lot of information. Quick, absolutely. I go in here? This one?
So a few things. One, actually, I'm going to actually say the same there, but I'm curious why on the math side I see no marks, but why we don't have GPA or grades as part. It seems like credit, if not the most important thing we have, and so I'm curious why we're not looking at it.
I would say that we are going to look at it,
Okay.
and that that would just be an
Next time I see
omission
the slide,
on the
it'll be there.
slide.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. And so then that was I was going to also say on the social emotional, one thing to be interesting to look at is I actually tend to believe that grades or GPA in some ways are a huge SEL indicator. And if you can actually tease out the gap between a MAP score and a GPA, the kids who all score relatively high on the MAP, but some get low GPA and some you're going to find an SEL reason for that gap. And I wonder if we can use that to sort of pay attention to where we're so where a kid who understands the standards, who's performed well, clearly got it, but refuses to turn in homework or misbehaves and is having huge ramifications across their life. This is exactly what we're trying to figure out how to turn around. And so I think looking specifically at grades and GPA could be helpful in thinking through where that intervention should be.
Yeah, Rick, to echo that point, so slide 18, phenomenal. I think the purpose of it, I'm assuming, is probably to make sure we're hitting every area of state priorities. But when we list Goal 2, that it's hitting school climate and student engagement, I would actually suggest we maybe look at, I think parent engagement and student outcomes are critical to social, emotional, and behavior. And I think oftentimes SEL can be, well, are they acting out at school? That's an indicator we use. Mm-hmm. When I actually think there's many other indicators that we could use in that area. And I think parent engagement, and like I said, student outcomes is one of those, because there's many studies that show, right, IQ and EQ, they're related to each other. When one increases, the other, and when one decreases, the other does. And so I had a thought, are we going to be going over the fishbone later, or is this an appropriate time?
Let's go over it now.
Is that okay?
We're going to run out of time. So perfect.
Just because I think it goes into this, that it helps us because, social emotional is kind of my vein, right? What I'm passionate about. Because I see children that say they can't read, right? And then after a little social emotional work, all of a sudden they can read words like boulevard. So clearly it wasn't just a lack of comprehension or understanding. There was something else going on. So I do want to say I looked ahead of time at the attachment of the fishbone. I love this. Whoever did this work, I know this is hours and hours. I want to say thank you first, because I got excited and I geeked out over this, okay? So I want to say thank you. But I hit a few things on the second page of it when you expanded out that fishbone diagram to help us really see essentially what kind of social emotional supports we need. Because I think we have to be careful. Social emotional can be so many different things that I would want to make sure that we're hitting the actual needs that our students are telling us and our teachers are telling us in our classrooms. So I just wanted to highlight a couple that I think would actually hit really well in this goal. On the second page, lack of tools to self-regulate, lack of mental health strategies, lack of trauma-informed training, anxiety and pressure to perform at high levels. I would love if goal 2 was very clear and direct about resources we could give teachers in those areas. And so maybe that's not a question. I apologize. I started out saying question and then I got on my soapbox. But I think we could do some incredible work in that area and be very clear and focused on what we want to see happen in the next year, 2 years, 3 years. And so I guess following up with that, I do have a question actually. So on the goal 2, I think the data we choose to pull and look at will guide what goal we set up. And so my question would be, looking at this list on page 24, do we have other options to look at things, or maybe it's included in those and I'm not understanding it, parent engagement, student academic achievement scores to be taken in consideration with that social emotional piece?
We absolutely do have other indicators that we can look at, and what's so important about this process tonight and then engaging the different stakeholder groups is that we are trying to target all of this input at altering the goal. So the goal is to not say, we did all this work, and here's our goal, and we're not going to change it. The goal is to say, here's a draft of the goal that we developed based on the needs assessment. And now let's use that goal. We actually used it kind of like it was an aim statement, and we identify what is our problem area. Let's dive deeply and let's do a root cause analysis. And we use that to drive the fishbone diagram. And then the staff actually came and talked about what would be the greatest areas of influence to address these root causes, right? And they determined that driver diagram, that other picture, okay, that's here. The one that's on the right-hand side. And then the district leaders at the end of the month are going to look at all of these options, right? And they're going to determine which of these would be the best area of influence, all right? And taking the input that you guys are providing tonight as well. And then we will be going out and rewriting this draft goal to more closely address the metrics that we can track, and also the areas of influence that we are going to impact. So if we say we're going to impact parent involvement in this process, or student academic outcomes as a result of social emotional, or that we say we're going to impact mindset, for example, that's on here, that would be how we could target those areas by rewriting the goal. Does that make sense? I just did probably too over-talking for your question, but
No, that's
short
great.
answer is yes.
So essentially, we're going to be focusing the goals. It sounds like the work tonight is really conversation to see what stakeholders shared with us. And then there'll be a refining to really focus our goals and hopefully have some measurable outcomes. I know LCAPs can very easily be very general. I would love to see some measurables in them, such as whatever it may be, 30% increase in XYZ, or 10% of our students that mentioned sadness versus hopelessness, that decreases. Or, I'm throwing out metrics. I don't know if those are viable metrics. But I would love to see that happen in social emotional, because I think, again, sometimes it's, as long as everybody feels okay, looks okay, and there's not behaviors, doesn't mean there aren't some areas that we could really use this one-time money to really implement some things to help us long-term.
100%. And I do believe that even if we don't decide to I want you to know that if we don't decide to put it into the goal itself, you could have 5 metrics that are aligned to this goal, and for each metric, you're setting an outcome you expect to see. So if you don't want to focus just on one area, you could say, we want to track sadness, we want to track this academic piece, we want to track attendance rates, we want to, right? And then for each one, you're saying, we're going to increase this by 10%. We're going to decrease this by 5%. So we're going to be setting, and we will bring this back to you April 21st, what we are setting for this goal area so that you can provide input at that time too.
And so that's where those, that piece of then the actions come out of this and then the resources to that, which is why you also as the board have that overt piece of, okay, so when we talk about learning loss and all those pieces, we want to braid that into this, not have separate pieces. When we look at, you know, our budget and look at all these other pieces, that's where your role in the governance of the district is so helpful to make sure that things align versus they're just all over separate pieces. Because frankly, we don't have enough resources, and I'm talking time and people and everything else, not just dollars, to not have it be. So that's where we appreciate the piece around, okay, how does this all work together when we see a budget, when we see other pieces. So that's, you know, really, really helpful. And we appreciate the deep involvement in this to make sure that those things align.
Can I ask a question? As we decide what to focus on, do we get some information from the state as a comparison? So, you know, 17% of 11th graders have considered suicide. Is that high for the state? Is that low for the state? Where are we at so we know exactly what we want to focus on?
So we can grab comparables in this area, and I can share those with you.
Okay. Thank you.
So I appreciate, like on slide 20, you don't have to go there, but where you have the data disaggregated. And so I do want to say that I would want to make sure that across all these goals that we are looking at disaggregated data as well as in the whole. And I'd like us to set amongst the aims that we set, amongst the goals we're setting, some equity-driven goal as well that sort of says, I want to know specifically, did our homeless kid, I want to set an aim for our homeless kids specifically so we can track and understand that. Pick a subgroup and make sure that we're focusing on that so we can understand how we're doing in closing gaps as well as overall progress.
Thank you. So knowing that our time is coming to a close tonight, I'm looking at just walking you through what our next steps are in the process, and then I'm available for any additional, you know, questions and feedback. And we'll also share with you when those next stakeholder meetings are, and you're welcome to join us and participate. We'll be working with our stakeholders to continue to revise these goals. We'll be looking at the 1920 LCAP and analyzing that outcome data to determine what goes into that goal 3 area. We'll be developing draft actions and continuing to use our improvement science tools to address our needs. We are looking to continue to improve services while also narrowing that focus, and we've spent quite a bit of time talking about that this evening, and I greatly appreciate that direction. I think that will be very important for our district moving forward. We will continue utilizing feedback data from those advisory committees that we ask of them each time so we can continue to improve our own LCAP development process. And then next steps for our trustees. We're going to be reviewing the goals again and the actions with you on April 21st. Again, April 7th, we'll be coming back for another workshop around mathematics as well. We will review the draft LCAP with proposed expenditures at the May 19th meeting. A public hearing for this will be held June 9th. And then we will be bringing the final LCAP as well as a number of different, more compliance type related documents around the annual update for the previous LCAP, the learning continuity plan, and the budget overview for parents. So it's going to be a busy June. We'll be bringing that to you at the end of June for approval.
And if it pleases the board, and this is, maybe you all can think about that, if you find this pre-board meeting, like study session, a helpful format to engage in some of these pieces, like for the April 21st one, we can absolutely adjust if that you find it allows you to have a deeper dialogue than at the end of the whole normal agenda. So we're very, you know, open if the board finds that these types of pieces work. We can definitely do that.
Plan on that now, so that with the conversation and the dialogue, I'd rather speak
Totally agree.
Then April 24th, first at 4 PM, we'll see you for a LCAP study session to go deeper, because we have full agendas really from here on out. So we appreciate the board taking the extra time to do that.
Yeah. I would
Exactly.
like to really truly though say a thank you again, because I think LCAPs sometimes can get skipped over, but in districts, when they use them really well, we can have really, really focused goals with some incredible outcomes that we can celebrate in a couple years to come. So I thank you guys. I know I'm an information junkie at times, but I really, really appreciate the work that goes into LCAPs, so thank you.
I'll second that completely. This has been a great conversation. Really appreciate the work. I'll also say, Roger, it does seem to me that as I was just thinking about this, again, the LCAP, we have to comply, but there's more we could do. And so we have a set of goals around academic achievement, social, emotional. I also do wonder, to the point around teachers, if we could even add a goal, that we don't have to, but add a goal or add a metric or add a name around improvement of the central office. Right, so it's not just teachers doing this and we're telling them how to give it. We're actually looking at ourselves and sort of saying, how can we improve? How can we better provide services? I was ultimately thinking about this as, looking, Hannah, your list, and thinking, in the dream world, we're going to get this straight. Then we're going to have SIPSs. We'll reflect this. And we're actually going to think about this as a system and how we move forward as a system. And I do think having the humility of us sort of saying we're going to be part of this journey with you, and we at the central office are going to try to make changes as well, because we know special ed, we could serve better, and we're gonna focus on that. We're gonna see how we can do that.
And I agree that I think it's a very powerful signal to say that we have to be accountable for how we're supporting the outcomes we want in classrooms and at schools. And I think that embedding that into math, social, emotional, what our role is, makes sense to have there. And I think it kind of puts skin in the game, if you will.
Right.
And I think I appreciate Julie's piece of, we're not out looking to blame. This is about finding solutions, and that's really what we want the conversation to be about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, so I'll go to board comments, questions, but I think we're just walking through. We've done a handful of them, but if you have any final comments, questions? All right. I'll double check. Are there any Zoom public comment or questions, Ryan?
Board President Counter, there are no public comments.
Perfect, all right. And then I think I have to ask this again. So prior to adjourning to the closed session, do we have any public comments? I'll ask again, and
There are no public comments.
right. So the board will now adjourn to closed session regarding the items listed on the agenda. The board will resume open session at 6:30 p.m. Good evening. The meeting will now reconvene to open session. The board previously met for closed session. Trustee Hupp, will you please read the actions taken in closed session?
In closed session, the board moved to approve the terms of a settlement agreement for the Office of Administrative Hearing, OAH case numbers 20200808836 and 20200902125, student number 03172021-20, one case, and authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement on behalf of the district. We also move to approve the terms of a settlement agreement for the Office of Administrative Hearing, OAH case numbers 20201100059 and 20200906673, student number 03172021-10, one case, and authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement on behalf of the district.
All right. We want to remind the public watching that this meeting is held pursuant to the procedures established in Executive Order N 2920, issued by the California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 17th, 2020. Wow, a full year. In response to COVID-19. The public may view this meeting through RUSD's YouTube channel live stream and provide public comment through its links on the RUSD website, as well as the board agenda under item 2.1. Per board bylaw 9323, and to allow the community opportunity to participate in the meetings and hear the board discussions, deliberations, and voting, verbal public comments during virtual meetings will be limited to 10 people at 3 minutes each, or 30 minutes total comments on one agenda item. This will allow the public a chance to hear the board's discussion and vote at a reasonable time. Please note that all written public comments submitted will be read silently during the meeting by the board. Tonight, we have Kaylee Hamilton from Whitney High School with us as our student board member. Kaylee, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Now moving on to special recognitions and presentations. Chief Dosanjh, will you share the Rocklin High School and Whitney High Cyber Patriot Game recognition items? Welcome, Chief Dosanjh.
He is migrating around from our public comment station.
Hey, all right. You got to jump all the way around.
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Tonight, I have the honor to introduce the Cyber Patriot teams at both Rocklin and Whitney High Schools for receiving state awards. Both teams have competed together and fostered relationships between the two schools in many competitions, including the Cyber Patriot National Youth Cyber Education Program. Sorry, I'm out of breath. Rocklin High School had 2 out of 3 of their teams placed in the platinum tier, which is the top 30% of all schools in the nation, and 1 team placed in the gold tier, which is the middle 40%. Whitney High School's CyberCats 2 team is an all-female group of first-year high school competitors that were crowned California champions of the Silver Division. Throughout their competitions, students were tasked with finding and fixing cybersecurity vulnerabilities while maintaining critical services. Paul Warner oversees Rocklin High School's Cyber Patriot team, and Matt Strinden oversees Whitney High School's team. Mr. Warner and Mr. Strinden are now joining us, along with a member of the Cyber Patriot team, Mr. Andrew Gao.
Hello, Andrew, do you want to, this is Mr. Strinden from Whitney High School. Andrew, do you want to go ahead and go first? We'll let you start.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hi, I'm Andrew Gao. I'm a junior at Rocklin High School, and I'm a member of our cybersecurity club, where we participate in various competitions like Cyber Patriot and the National Cyber League. Cyber Patriot is a national competition that's put on by the Air Force, where we get to work in teams and use our knowledge of cybersecurity fundamentals in order to nullify vulnerabilities on various operating systems like Windows, Ubuntu, and Debian. After competing in Cyber Patriot, I found myself extremely interested in the field, and I decided to compete in National Cyber League 2, which is a collegiate level competition that tests for knowledge in accordance with the CompTIA certification that is also used by professionals. I find cybersecurity really exciting because it's in the utmost importance in our world today, and it's not only applicable to tech, but in also other industries. My experience with the club has been nothing short of fantastic, and that's also largely in part in thanks to Mr. Werner and Mr. Strinden for building a fun and creative environment for us to explore these new skills and thrive in competition. Thank you.
And I'll just say just a few words on behalf of Mr. Werner and I. This is my second year at Whitney High School, and the second year of Whitney having Cyber Patriot competition. And Mr. Werner has been instrumental in helping us come on board to be able to compete in Cyber Patriot. And as was said in the introduction, it's been a really great partnership because we compete with the Rocklin Cyber Patriot competitors together at Rocklin High School over in the library or Mr. Werner's room. And it's just a great opportunity for our kids to learn how to work together and work in a team to help solve vulnerabilities and cybersecurity issues. So it's a great way for our kids to take what they learn in the classroom and apply it to something that's a more real world application. So, and of course, I'm certainly proud of our all girls Cyber Patriot team. I think it's the first one we've had in Rocklin, and they did a fantastic job this year. And I look forward to, I only have one senior in there. So I look forward to a good group of competitors again next season.
Well, that was excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. We're very excited that this is an award that is brought into our district. Cybersecurity is certainly the future of keeping our nation safe. It's the most relevant thing I can think of. So we're glad to keep Rocklin safe through our schools. We have, as a board, a couple of certificates of recognition. This one that I'm going to read is for Rocklin High School, Computer Science Cyber Patriot Team. And it says, the Rocklin Unified School District Board of Trustees congratulates Rocklin High School's Cyber Patriot teams for their top-level state ranking during the 2020-2021 school year. And it's signed by our superintendent, Mr. Stock, and our board president, Mr. Counter. And we certainly all congratulate you on your hard work and your excellence in cybersecurity.
And at this time, I would like to recognize our Whitney High team. I have to say, it is programs like these that sets Rocklin apart. I think it is phenomenal. We have a cybersecurity program here at the high school level. What a phenomenal accomplishment that is. And I must mention, just as Mr. Matt Strinden said, in light of National Women's History Month, we must recognize an all-women's team. That is impressive. So thank you for your leadership. So I would like to officially recognize Whitney High School Computer Science Cyber Patriot Team. The Rocklin Unified School District Board of Trustees congratulates Whitney High School's Cyber Patriot teams for their top-level state ranking during the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you.
Just some quick board comments. Going through that. Good deal. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to the teams. I think that's amazing. Now to Superintendent Stock, who will provide us a COVID-19 update on the annual COVID-19 update now.
You know, it was previously said, President Counter and trustees, we are hoping the time comes to where we don't do this every meeting. And so just as we jump into our report, and then again, setting the context, and Again, we're unprecedented situation, public health pandemic and budget challenges, and our chief challenge, of course, is the loss of enrollment we experienced related to the COVID pandemic. This one cannot be said enough. Public health guidance and government orders are constantly changing. We think athletics probably exemplifies this the best in the last 2 weeks since we met, which we'll talk a lot more about later this evening. And then that adaptability and flexibility continues to be essential, and we so appreciate it, especially as we make our next shift to welcoming all students back on campus full-time April 6th. So again, the Board of Trustees constantly works to keep our students and staff at the center of these decisions, balancing physical safety, student learning, social, emotional, mental health of our students and staff. And again, our community is aware that on our phased school reopening plan, we are excited to travel to traditional schedule restrictions on April 6th. It is our 4th stage in this year, and again, cannot thank enough our tremendous colleagues, whether they're custodians and teachers and principals and all involved that have, including folks in this room, that have just supported that occurring, and we know our community is very excited. So again, just a context for which this takes place. In our California County tier system for reopening, if you haven't tracked all the changes, we are in the red tier. So we're long in purple, we are now in red, which is that substantial category. And really the only impact right now for red for us is around athletics. There's not really any other change that the color tier ties to us at this time. And then again, I just can't emphasize enough, because this is our last board meeting prior to spring break, is that it's important for all of us to be aware, to follow the regulations, be mindful of our actions, because they can impact our ability to keep our schools open and keep students on campus. So we just implore folks to do the right thing so that we can keep everyone on campus. Our COVID data, which is available on our website every Monday, updated, shows that we continue to have low rates of symptomatic cases, exposure to positive cases, and positive cases in general, which is consistent with the overall trend within our region and the state, hence our change to a lower tier. Also with it is our RUSD by campus positive COVID cases. You can see that we have several schools that have had no positive cases in the last 2 weeks, and that we have no school that's even at the 5.5%, so not even in a very low case positivity rate by school, and we appreciate those folks doing the right thing to help keep these numbers as low as possible. So Dr. McDonald will update us on our surveillance testing and vaccines.
Thank you, Superintendent Stock. Quick update, as you know, we've been offering surveillance testing to all staff at a minimum of every 2 weeks, and that continues at all our USD school sites and office locations. As I shared last time, testing demand continues to be low for our USD staff, most likely due to the availability of vaccinations. The big change this week, starting last week on 3/8, was the first week of surveillance testing for student athletes. And this was both at Whitney High School and at Rocklin High School for the football teams. This is required by CDPH so they can compete. They were tested on Wednesday, and we got results back for those teams on Friday, so they were able to play their football games. This week, athletes were tested on Monday and Tuesday, which will make those results available even sooner. In fact, we're getting them back already today. And we've also requested through CDPH to increase our weekly surveillance testing allotment of tests, because we know that other teams are going to come online in the next several weeks in terms of more testing for student athletes. And we're glad we can do that and get them out on the field. Finally, the red tier is tied to athletic testing. So if we get to a point in the red tier where the case rate is below 7 per 100,000, today we are at 7.7, Mr. Flowers?
We are currently at 7.5, I just checked.
7.5, so we were under 7, we went back to 8.8, and now we're coming back down, so we're excited, and that would mean students would not have to test for athletic events. So we're on the right track.
Can I ask you a question there out of curiosity? So if we were, I don't know if Grant's on our schedule, but if we're in the red or we're underneath it and the team we're playing is in the purple, or Folsom, yeah, do we have to test, or just only the team that's in the purple has to test?
First of all, you're only allowed adjacent counties, and if they're testing, and we had this situation actually at Jesuit And so
Right.
the ADs worked this out, and we agreed to test because they were testing, so we agreed to test.
Okay.
So
So there's no rule, we just agreed?
there's
sort of
no
thing.
rule,
Okay.
but to respect Jesuit and their wishes, and once again, we want to provide a safe environment for all.
Got it.
And so we did go
Okay,
ahead with that
thank you.
testing.
And vaccine update, as you know, Placer County made vaccines available to teachers in Tier 1 on February 1st. And as of today, vaccine appointments are widely available for educators through Placer County and other local agencies. And we heard from the county today. So lots of availability, good news.
And so again, just to remind our community and our board that as we mentioned, we're switching to our Stage 4 traditional schedule with restrictions. And so again, per the board's decision, December 14th, we will return to a full traditional day schedule on April 6th. We know we communicated this out to families after the last board meeting, but we want to again, make sure folks understand that it will be our normal traditional schedule on April 6th. And then that means that all students on campus, 5 days, full-time. And then we also will be continuing to put in place the California Department of Public Health guidance, including face coverings and everything else that's mandated of us as we navigate this pandemic. But there will still be restrictions on school activities and athletics and things like that per the CDPH guidance. We also want to make sure that our community is aware that we have been working hard out at the schools to be ready for this, and we appreciate the board's decision in allowing us the time to make this change. And you may have heard in the media, that a judge in San Diego issued a restraining order around the January 14th guidance, and that could have effects throughout the state. Well, that restraining order, it really says that the state, that those guidance can be set aside for 30 days until the parties come back to court. And then there can be a permanent decision, it could be appealed. The bottom line really with all this back and forth related to this is not going to change the fact that we are opening on April 6th with the full return to students. So I just really wanted to update the board that this will have a lot of impact in the media. You'll see it in headlines over the next day or two, but it doesn't change our reopening plans, because what this would do if it went into effect is have us revert back to the pre-January 14th school guidance, which we were fully meeting and which we could feel we could use even in our full return. So we will continue to follow whatever guidance is required of us. So this does not change the fact of our full reopening, and that's really the bottom line if you hear about that San Diego court ruling. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about another change that happened related to COVID, and that's our assessment system. And we know that there is always, we want to make sure that we never over-test our students. We know that it's important to have, an assessment, understand their learning. We know it is to our teachers in the classroom. We know it is for us at the district to best support what goes on in our classrooms, but we never want to over-test. And so we are thrilled that at the State Board of Education meeting yesterday, that the State Board of Education voted to apply for a waiver to the U.S. Department of Education that allows us not to have to use the SBAC testing or our traditional state testing that we shared with families that we were being ready to implement. So what this does is it doesn't say there's no testing at all, but it really allows us to pick at the local level what we think is the best assessment use for us, as long as we meet some conditions. So we are very excited that we feel we already have in place strong local measures in areas that we can use. For example, our MAP testing in our elementary and middle schools. So we will not be over testing. We will be doing really just the right amount in a sense. And so, but we do have to make sure, of course, it's aligned to the standards, that we assess students in the required areas, and that we also have the ability, and I think this is important for our community and parents, is that we have to be able to report to parents and to our educators about the results by student across the school, and then look at different student groups. So we will continue to do that, so parents are also informed of their student learning, and we'll be sending out some additional messaging to families regarding our assessment plan. But the good news is, based on this recent action yesterday, we will not be doing more assessments, we'll be doing just what we need to do, and we can use what we already locally have in place. So we're very excited about that, and we think that'll be welcome news to not just our students who want to maximize their learning time, but also to our teachers who want to maximize their teaching time. And with that, ask Dr. McDonald to kind of just update a little bit on our work in elementary and our return to traditional schedule on April 6th.
As we talked about last time, elementary schools in Rocklin are prepared to welcome all students back to campus on April 6th, regular hours. I discussed like two potential options last time based on the new guidance, that 4 feet guidance and meeting time in elementary schools. One of them was requesting a safety review request from the California Department of Ed so that we could, in our upper grades, thank you, Mr. Flowers, appreciate that. In our upper grades, accommodate up to 32 students in a classroom. We were concerned that we couldn't meet the 4-foot requirement. As of today, we are still waiting for approval of that safety review request. We hope to hear this week, so we're anticipating that. Good news is, the other thing I talked about was this need for overflow potentially, where students would be moved out of the classroom on a rotating basis. After working this problem for a couple weeks, the need for overflow of students really has largely been mitigated in elementary classrooms. We've purchased a great number of desks to move in to create so we can do spacing. There's been some creative seating. If you add a desk to a table, it makes a triangle and you can achieve the 4 foot, so there's some geometry involved here. We've actually removed counters. Craig has been great in terms of working with our principals to remove counters to create more space for students. We've removed large pieces of furniture. We've moved classes to larger spaces and appreciate teachers being flexible on that, or even classrooms that had an adjoining classroom so we could expand out into an adjoining room. So through a lot of creativity and efforts from teachers and principals, I think we're in good shape to welcome all kids back to school on April 6th. And again, we'll have our safety protocols and processes in place that have worked throughout this year to keep students and staff safe in our schools.
Thank you for your work on that. I know that was a big concern for families, so thank you for really trying to be creative and work the problem and find solutions.
You're welcome.
I have a question for the overflow. So I know in one of my classes, there can only be like 34 students, I think, to a classroom to fit like the 4 feet guidelines, but there's 36 in the class. How are they deciding like who is kind of kicked out and like where are those students going?
Marty,
Dr. McDonald, I'll take that one. It fits right in. To answer your question, I appreciate the work that sites are doing, especially the counselors, because April 6th is really the beginning of the second semester of the spring year. And so they're balancing those classes. For example, in a class that has 36, if there's another class that has 32, we're working to balance those, maybe move 2 of those to maximize that space. In speaking with all the principals today, they're very close to being successful with that. So our goal at the secondary level is not to have overflow exist at all. So they're working on that, though. Great question.
Perfect.
In regards to secondary, very similar to the elementary, all schools are planning that return on April 6th with their traditional schedules, and school sites will be messaging that out again prior to spring break, and to maximize that academic learning space to meet those guidance of 4 feet distance between students. They're removing all non-essential items. This was discussed in some staff meetings today, and it's already been working on. Some rooms are already set up. And then, as I mentioned, at all secondary schools, they're looking to balance those classrooms because our goal is that we do not have an overflow at the secondary level.
So can I understand, so first of all, I wonder if you could speak to, obviously there was a CDC conversation around 3 feet, so maybe talk a little bit about that and what it actually means for us and what we have to wait for. And number 2, the waiver, so help me understand, if we get the waiver, will the waiver say, I don't know will the waiver say you can now go from 4 feet to 3.5, or will it just say you can do less, or how prescriptive will the waiver likely be?
So the waiver essentially says you can go less than 4 feet, and I've heard 3 feet thrown around, but I don't think it's defined. Okay. If you do other things, so
we do the other things, then we define the distance.
Correct.
Okay. So if that happens, and I'll jump to my own answer. If the Placer County Department of Health or the State Department of Health adopts the 3 feet, because we're following the state guidelines, then we would be able to move that way. So there's 2 tracks that sort of would change the 4 feet. Both of those are currently underway.
Yeah, I feel confident that with 3 feet, I think we could accommodate all students in the
And there would be
classroom.
Kaylee will not get kicked out of class. which would be
Absolutely. We
awesome.
keep Kaylee in class, which would be great
That's
for
our goal.
everybody.
Okay.
Right, and appreciate that clarification. While there's a lot of conversation around CDC, CDC is like, irrelevant in California because we're all legally committed to follow the California Department of Public Health guidelines. So we hope that California Public Health will follow CDC's lead, but it really doesn't trigger anything if CDC adopts it until CDPH, California Department of Public Health, adopts it. And then at that point, we can apply that to schools. So just, because we know that will be the conversation, and typically is the cadence is CDC, and then CDPH looks at that.
So moving right along to athletics, just a review, as I previously reported, guidance was updated on February 19th and went into effect on the 26th. I apologize, this first bullet is somewhat incorrect. Not all sports were allowed to return at that time. However, as Superintendent Stock mentioned, with the lawsuit in San Diego, indoor sports were included, only if they follow strict guidelines are followed and enforced. Guidelines differ for the low contact, moderate contact, high contact sports. And then guidelines also provided general guidelines, limitations on observers, on competitions and tournaments, face coverings, physical distance. Every parent had to sign an informed consent, testing for some sports, sanitation, limits on mixed participants, capacity limitations, and then finally travel restrictions. Also, as Superintendent Stock mentioned, these guidelines change frequently. As I mentioned here, last night at 7:21, the guidelines were updated, and this really provided clarification to the guidelines released on the 19th. They emphasized the requirement of face coverings worn at all times without compromising player safety. For example, swim and water polo and wrestling, that might be a challenge, but they want other athletes to wear these. Weekly testing is required, as we discussed previously, if our case rate is between 7 and 14 per 100,000. Weekly testing.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I assume we pay for that, right? So a team comes together and they go to a single place and we pay for the testing and we get it back?
Correct.
Okay.
We are actually using, thanks to Dr. McDonald, the surveillance team that we have. We had a couple hiccups that first week. This week, we did all athletes at Rocklin in football in Rocklin and Whitney in right around an hour and 45 minutes with no hiccups at all. So with that, as we move into indoor sports, and we're talking basketball, volleyball, wrestling, and stunt, they will also require the weekly PCR testing. With that, as long as they have a negative test, we will begin tryouts and practice on April 5th. And then indoor sports can only resume if the guidelines are implemented and adhered to with rigorous requirements similar to that of the college guidance that went out. The next one is, again, just a review of the season of sport. And I once again appreciate Jason Feuerbach at Whitney High School and Ryan Spears at Rocklin High School. You can imagine we went from literally just having a couple sports going to now all of a sudden on April 25th, we're going to have about 30 athletic teams at each high school participating. Wow. So you can imagine the challenge that they have. And again, if you just think of our gym usage, so we have 3 boys basketball teams, we have 3 girls basketball teams, we have 2 wrestling teams plus a girls wrestling team, and then we have boys volleyball with 3 teams and girls volleyball with 3 teams. They're all going to play twice a week, and at some point we're going to try to figure out how they're going to practice. But one thing I do know, we will be testing all those athletes. So it's quite a challenge. Again, I give those 2 ADs credit. I also appreciate the fact that the Sierra Foothill League has really come together and worked closely for those teams found in Placer County, because we want to be very consistent throughout the entire county of how these guidelines are being enforced.
So, just real quick, there was an update on dual sports or kids being able to play.
Yes, kids are allowed to play dual sports. This is really going to be worked out, because just as the example I gave with the amount of teams we have going, how does someone practice and play and then practice? Well, I can't practice because I'm playing this. So this is going to really be worked out by each site, and I recommend they talk to their head coach and their athletic director. But yes, kids will be able to play dual sports.
And then just another one, I apologize. For those parents that are looking to either watch games, attend games, get schedules, et cetera, what's the best avenue for them to
So we are working, again, through the athletic directors. We wanted to live stream as many of those sports as we can. We just hired on with a new company, and we have large cameras in both the main gyms at Rocklin and Whitney, as well as the football field. I believe it's called Pixel, to where that's a subscription that they can log into and watch that kind of live Facebook. And then on the other ones, we're working to see if we just can't get a YouTube and go out there and maybe get students that want to do some community service hours to videotape those games. So parents that aren't able, or other spectators that aren't allowed to come, will be able to go on and watch that. Finally, as I mentioned last time, we are really looking forward to having a somewhat of a normal graduation this year. In collaboration with our neighboring districts, we all put forward a proposal to Placer County Public Health. We have still not heard back. However, CDPH did provide some guidance on this last night, stating that organizers can begin to plan for these events following the outdoor live events with assigned seats and controlled mixing guidelines. So it is based on the color tier at the time of that event, but they also did say that more detailed guidance will be forthcoming. So that gives us hope that we will be able to have some type of graduation ceremony this year.
We appreciate the acknowledge that we're going to have graduation ceremonies, which is a huge difference from last year. And so more to come. The good news is we know the dates, so families can plan on those dates, because we are holding whatever ceremony we have on the traditional dates we have for our students. Again, we always like to provide a kind of a local context in the region. And so, of course, you see our next move is all students on campus April 6th. Since I reported to the board 2 weeks ago, a few other changes on the right next move. Dry Creek will be welcoming all of its students on campus full-time 5 days a week beginning April 12th. Eureka, Union School District, will be allowing intervention cohorts to attend full-time on April 5th. And then they've also decided on August 2021 that they will have all students on campus full-time. And then at the very bottom, Folsom Cordova plans to welcome their middle and high school students in a hybrid model starting tomorrow. So again, you can see different phases. And again, we have been very fortunate to the hard work of everyone at sites and to be able to have our students on campus since September 21st. And so as we kind of close out here, again, that planning in a dynamic environment, as you know, additional actions, modifications is necessary. And again, can't thank, for example, our custodians at our school sites who have done all that moving and shifting of furniture and everything else, along with our teachers and principals. And as we've said, like on athletics and on graduation, no plan is final, and it will continue to evolve. And then again, our next steps, we're going to continue to implement our AM/PM as we work to prepare to shift back to our April 6th traditional schedule. We will continue to communicate updates to stakeholders, including on assessment and everything else, and collaborate with our labor partners and continue to learn and adapt as always. So trustees, that is our March 17th, St. Patrick's Day COVID update report for your questions or comments.
All right, so having your board comments. Go ahead, Kelly.
Yes, so I have two quick ones just of stuff that people have been asking me. First off is involving graduation. What was the proposed plan that got sent in?
The proposed plan was really to maximize the space on our football fields, as I believe board members and Superintendent Stock went out and spoke to leadership. Kids all wanted to be together. So our plan throughout Placer County is, if you really think of the football field and maybe every 5-yard line, chairs 6 feet apart. It is going to have to be some adjustment as far as, will the band be there to play? Will we have friends in the stands? Most likely not, very similar to some of the athletic events. So we're looking at 2 tickets per graduate for mom and dad to come in. They will be spaced out 6 feet apart throughout the stadium as well, similar to what you might have seen at the football game if you went last week. We're going to use those same dots that our ADs have worked to put up there. But again, the plan would be that all graduates would be together on the date specified, like Superintendent Stock mentioned. They will get 2 tickets each for mom and dad or family members to come and participate in that. Again, it may not look exactly like our previous graduations over the years, but our goal is to have a graduation.
And then we would also stream those for grandparents, cousins, everyone else that wants to see.
Perfect. That's what our leadership class had wanted, so hopefully it goes
Perfect.
through. And then second was for athletes. If, when the teams get tested, if one player tests positive, does the whole team have to quarantine? Or if that team followed the guidelines, does just that player have to quarantine?
That's going to depend on the situation with contact tracing. So it depends, on the situation. For example, coaches are adjusting how they run practices. I can give the example at Rocklin High School. Instead of having a nice close huddle, the receivers stay out, the linemen kind of stay out. That way, if one person does test positive, it doesn't necessarily mean the whole team will go out, but that's going to be different by sport. For example, wrestling may be something different because you're in close contact, and so I'm sure those coaches are going to be adjusting. It's kind of hard to practice for wrestling by yourself, so you have to have, so in a case like that, where if one did test positive, most likely his partner or his practice partner would be out, but not necessarily the whole team.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Those are all my questions.
I just wanted to say to Craig and team, thank you for all your hard work. I know based on what Bill was saying, that was a ton of work moving big stuff around and getting cabinets out and counters out and moving in desks. Thank you for all that hard work and making it possible for the kids to fit in the classrooms. And then also I want to thank the rest of the staff, the teachers and the administration and the custodians and everyone who's been working so hard to be creative and to figure out ways to fit the kids in and to make this possible for the kids. Having just gotten all my kids back 2 weeks ago, I can tell you there's joy in your future. They are so, so happy to be together again. And all those who are working, which is everyone, above and beyond and outside their job description, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it.
I just wanted to echo a thank you to our athletic directors, Ryan Spears and Jason Fairbach. I am so thankful for the incredible hard work you have done to make this athletic season happen for our students. I know I had the honor of being able to be out at the recent Rocklin High game, and it was just exciting. You could feel the energy. Yes, it was different with protocols in place, understandably, but I had so many families that were so appreciative, texted me, emailed me, and really those thank yous go to you, and so I want to make sure you get those thank yous. Thank you for that work. Marty, I actually did have a quick question regarding balancing classes. I've had a few parents that are a little concerned and wanting to know exactly what that means.
Okay.
Could you speak to that as far as if there will be teacher changes for students or just class time changes?
We're trying to make it so a teacher does not change. However, if that's impossible, we're going to try to work that out. I could say with our departments, and again, with that semester change, the semester grades are going to be in, so it's really a start of a new semester, but in all cases, we want to try to maintain that teacher, and it might be moving from second period to fourth period, but I cannot guarantee that some students may not have to change into a new teacher. But sites are continuing to work that as we speak.
They can stay as much as possible?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
I think my question is for Superintendent Stock. Can you tell us where we're at with, as indoor sports come back online, which is so exciting, where are we looking for indoor VAPA, choir, band, those kinds of activities?
Unfortunately, Trustee Price, the news is not as optimistic for our phenomenal VAPA students and teachers. The guidance has not changed at all since it was issued months ago on VAPA. And so VAPA is allowed outside with distancing, but it is not allowed indoors at all at this time. And we have asked our local public health and the state for updated guidance, because we know those students just as much as our athletes want to showcase their talents, and so we unfortunately don't have any change in condition or status. We can have outdoor concerts if those are ever approved by our local public health agency. So there is some hope that at least we hopefully can allow students to showcase their talents, and hopefully with limited capacity for families to see that. But we just unfortunately don't have the same good news, though we continue to ask for new guidance.
Thanks. That is unfortunate. I appreciate you continuing to ask and working with other superintendents to do those same things. And we really need a Let's Sing California or Let's, play music California group to come together. I'm not volunteering for that, but it would be amazing.
All right, yeah, I guess, Marty, I guess this one would go to you. And I get if we don't have a final decision, but I know as kids are starting to get into and starting to pick classes and things for their next school year, are we going to maintain the 4x4 schedule? Are we going to jump to a traditional schedule, or what that, and again, it doesn't have to happen right now, but just curious when we're going to square that away.
So nothing has been officially decided, but I have talked to a number of people, and this 4x4 is hard. It's very trying, not only on the students, but on the teachers. So many of the people I've talked to would prefer to go back to the 4x8. That hasn't been finalized yet, but I could definitely follow up on that and try to provide information as soon as possible.
Great. Thank you. And then again, echoing everyone's, all the folks as far as getting athletics back, keeping the schools going, the teachers putting in the extra time. I mean, thank you to everybody. I will speak for all those kids that are just itching to get back in the class. So thank you, everyone. So thank you. Let's see. Do we have any Zoom or public comment? Chief Dosanjh?
President Counter, there are no public comments.
Okay. I'll jump over. So moving now to public comment on non-agenda items. This agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance an opportunity to ask questions or discuss non-agenda items with the board. The board is not permitted to deliberate, take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to staff member for follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to that employee's immediate supervisor or the principal as required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. Guidelines for submitting public comment are available under Agenda Item 2.1. The public may submit a verbal public comment via live Zoom or a written public comment. There's a 3-minute time limit. Written public comments will not be read aloud during the meeting, although board will pause to read written comments during the meeting. Okay, so it sounds like we have 2 written comments. So, Chief Dosanjh, are there any verbal public comments for public comment?
President Counter, there are no public comments.
Okay. Pause for about 4 minutes and we'll, is there a handful?
When you click on 2.1, it opens up a Word document. And then under the Word document, you click one to open an Excel document. When I open the Excel document from that Word document, it opens up March 3rd board meeting.
Oh, I have a March 17th on mine. Did you reload?
This is March 3rd. I did reload it. What did you do? I did. I went back. Well, you want me to do it again?
So we'll take 5 minutes to read some comments and hopefully get Rick square on where the comments are hidden for him.
What did you do to get through that? Let me just shut everything down. Okay, we're in the right board meeting, right? March 17th. Go there. Did you get it, Rick? Not yet.
Operator error?
Probably, but. There, got it. Okay.
Are you getting it? We'll pull you up next, okay? Sorry about that. Moving on to our employee organization reports. Travis Moget, RTPA President, for the RTPA report. Welcome, Travis.
Hello, welcome. Thank you. Good evening, I think. Yes, it's officially darkish now. First off, I just want to touch on a point. It was just mentioned that we're excited to get our kids back to school on April 6th. We've been back to school since September, so I think the intention there was that we're excited to get everybody there together, but I don't want to discredit all the craziness and work that's gone in to have kids in school since September. I don't remember the day count, but I know we were well over 100 days with kids from our last update a couple weeks ago, so just want to make sure we acknowledge all the work and effort from everybody, top to bottom, from every department that's put the effort into that process and to get us where we are and keep us going in the direction that we're going. Secondly, just because I got a lot of indirect feedback, graduation, I know there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of excitement. Kaylee, I totally hear you guys, like, yes, we're going to, in some form, be out there with our friends, and I think that is a great opportunity. Fingers crossed everything works out and all the stars align. My concern that I've heard from both parents and teachers, mostly teachers that are parents that have seniors this year, is, and this is probably more of a phenomenon that the elementary world is familiar with and maybe not so much the high school world. So I'm kind of directing this one a little bit towards Marty, but collectively to the group, because I think we're going to have to work the problem together, is we don't live in a perfect two-parent household world. We haven't for a really long time, so while I get and understand the concept of limiting capacity and 2 tickets for mom and dad for graduation, we got a lot of mixed households that we're going to have to balance that. And I say that is probably not too foreign for elementary, because they juggle the conferences, right? The families that don't want to conference with each other but want to be present at the conference, and those dynamics. So just something, Marty, good luck with that. But just something I think we need to be mindful of, and hopefully the guidance will allow us to maybe not have to make those lines in the sand decisions, but just something to put out there on the radar for all of us to start thinking about, since June is not that far away, thank God. I think for all of us to finally get through this year in whatever way that looks like. So, but anyway, just I wanted to make sure we mentioned and put that one out on the radar so we can start planning proactively. So as we all heard, and I'll know there's a big update and shift in school model, April 6th, when we get back from our spring break. We're going to be in classrooms that are at capacity. Obviously, lots of concerns we're hearing from all over the place. I'm sure you guys are hearing as much as I am from both parents, staff, maybe students as well. I don't know if students directly contact you guys. I hope they do, and students, if you're listening, I encourage you to. But just questions around similar things, problems we got to keep working, if we're going to end up in overflow, if we're not going to end up in overflow. I want to commend Kaylee for asking that question that nobody wants to tell the answer to, but totally appreciate Marty being honest that, yeah, the kids, and Tiffany, you reiterated it, they may change teachers, right? And that's really not going to be awesome, but it is a result in the path that we're going down. So fingers crossed it'll work out perfectly. But one thing I do want to point out and make sure that we at least look into, because I don't know if it's my misunderstanding or if it's just not a common agreement but the way that we understand guidance right now is when we go back into the classroom with whatever capacity we're at, we're going to keep our social distancing, right? That number of distance is on the table with the waiver, and again, Rick, you touched on that a little bit as well. But one key piece that doesn't seem to be flexible in anything that we've read and that we're getting a lot of concern from staff is the direction that students face. Is that especially the less distance you go, the more direct they all have to face the same direction because of the projection of air molecules, or I don't know the science behind it, but I'm sure there's some fancy word to describe it. But when we look at how classrooms are being physically arranged right now, that's not the case. I mean, we have students that are sitting where their desk is like looking across the room and actually behind the projector screen. So yay, that kid gets to come to school with everybody, but boo, they're really not going to get a quality education when they're behind the screen and cross direction from the rest of the lecture, if that seat is even allowed to be facing that direction. So there's some of those nuances that we're seeing. More of a challenge in the secondary classrooms, less of a challenge in the elementary classrooms, but just something that a lot of questions as classrooms are getting shuffled around. And I really appreciate the effort of Craig and his crew, all the way through the site level guys, the admin that are involved, teachers coming in, at least getting an opportunity to see this is what it's gonna look like, hopefully, maybe, kind of, right, depending on what changes happen. But also having an opportunity to be like, this isn't gonna work, right? Whether it's because the teaching environment just isn't practical, or it maybe isn't up with the guidance, at least the way that some people are understanding it. So just finding a common understanding. And we've got a little time, right? Spring break's another week and a half away, plus next week we still have in school. So just an area to kind of put on the radar for area of things to look at. And again, if we're gonna put them in the classroom, it's gotta be valuable, right? It's gotta be a quality, not just a quantity aspect. So making sure that we're checking those boxes and not just, yay, everybody's there, but 2, 3, 4, 5 of you are nothing more than physically there because of the proximity to everything going on. So, and I agree with Kaylee, as a teacher, nobody wants to have kids switching. Marty is spot on, like, yes, technically our academic session ends on that Friday and a new one starts, but most of us roll right into the next unit, right? And if nothing else, staying with a consistent person at least doesn't have to change practice and process. And where if you have to change a class period, and fingers crossed it's not anybody having to change an actual a teacher. Our courses are aligned, but no two people are lockstep in carbon copies of each other. So even as great as I feel like I work with my own department, I know that if you go from my room to the person next door, there's going to be definitely differences in where we are and how we do things. And it's that, especially I lean on our seniors even more, because I couldn't imagine having to move as a high school student the late part of your high school year, let alone your senior year of COVID of all things. So just fingers crossed. And I know our counselors are working their tails off to make sure that doesn't happen. So all the power to them, and fingers crossed we'll get there. The other question we're getting a lot of, and I don't have the answer, I don't think we have it tonight, but when are we going to know what the actual plan is, right? We have a good idea. We got a big picture. We know April 6th we're all going to be back, so there's going to be some version of distancing, but when are we going to all know that? And I know you don't all have that answer, but just making sure that as soon as we do, we are leaning on Sundeep and his crew to, well, I guess not a crew, he's a one-man department, but his skills to publicize things, as well as our site. And I know Tony and I talk about this a lot, that there's a lot that's going to have to be determined and communicated through the site level. And like yesterday would have been ideal, and we'll be lucky if it's tomorrow, but just that emphasis of making sure everybody knows what's going on, when it's going to happen. So when the first day of school rolls around on April 6th, we have a good idea of what that's going to look and feel like. So because I think there's that reality that this is our first day of school, right? I was talking to my sixth grader today, and she doesn't know the other half of her class, other than, from a Zoom here and there, but it's going to be like, oh my gosh, look at all these kids, Unfortunately, the behavior problems are probably going to come back with some of that too, but nonetheless, there is going to be some, I don't want to call it learning loss, but there's going to be some learning shifting going on and some class culture building, just because the other half are here, right? And her dynamics in her classroom, it seems to be like, for one reason or another, they're a little heavy in one gender in one cohort, and so it's like you're putting the boys and girls back together. And in a sixth grade class, I mean, that's just a mess as it is. So anyway, just some of those things. But as soon as we can communicate those plans out in whatever capacity, from the big decisions up here and then how they trickle down and are going to be implemented at our site levels, definitely is appreciated. And again, I know everybody's working on it, but just something I wanted to at least discuss or mention tonight. The biggest concern of April 6th that keeps coming is the social distancing piece. Again, we talked about it. What's it going to look like? How far is it actually going to be in the classroom? But from a staffing perspective, the big question is not about when they're in my classroom, it's when they're not in our classrooms. What is lunch going to look like? What is recess going to look like? What is break going to look like? Passing, before, after school, whatever that unsupervised time is, and making sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. I'll speak I teach at Whitney High School. We're going to do a multi-lunch thing where we've moved our intervention time away from lunch to try to mitigate some of the extra time that sometimes spills into lunch with students out in that time, which obviously is going to present new challenges and barriers, but new opportunities. But then we're hearing from our other high school, they're going to do the one lunch thing. 1,800 kids at lunch, and I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know why anybody thinks they could actually manage that. So, and I don't know if that's just an idea, but it was presented to their staff. Their staff reached out to me today after they heard this with a lot of concern of, like, thank God I don't teach fourth period, right? Because they're all out there at lunch together, then they do or don't come into my room if I have that last block class. So just some concerns there. And then as we hear in the secondary world a lot of times is why aren't we consistent from one school to the next, right? And I know that like this year of any year, we're probably not going to be, and that's okay. I think we've done a good effort into mitigating the sharing of kids, so that's not as a black and white need, but nonetheless, it does present different difficulties, both socially and academically when there's some inconsistencies across kind of approaches and platforms in our own district. So just making sure we're working through all those things. And again, I know that a lot of these, they have to be site decisions because they have site nuances that don't impact other sites, but if that site decision isn't the best as far as safety and keeping everybody there and on campus and open, then I think we just need to make sure that we're looking into all of those and feeling that we have all the safety parameters and processes in place. And if I'm misspeaking and that's not what Rocklin High is doing, then I'll take it. I feel like Marty's like shaking his head over my shoulder here, but he's not the Rocklin High guy either. So anyway, so moving on. Like last time, I got a whole list of stuff with you guys, so hopefully we can have some dialogue tonight. We talked about this. It seems like it's been a while since we had the conversation about it, but teacher mental health. I probably don't need to tell you, but the level of stress and anxiety this year is, I mean, off the charts is like such a understatement. And we talked about it, and I really appreciate it. I think when we had that conversation, Tiffany, you and I kind of had some dialogue about it, if I remember correctly. That's definitely an area we need to put some focus and emphasis in. I haven't seen that yet, and I don't know if it's happening behind the scenes but if we are putting focus and energy and emphasis on that, we need to do more still. And if we're not, we obviously still need to do more. I can't tell you how many calls I get a week, especially since January, of what happens if I resign? What happens? How do I go out on leave? And these are veteran people. These are not, and not that it makes a difference if you're not a veteran or a veteran teacher, but these are people that have kind of been through it all in the teaching game, and they're at the end of their rope. And I just want to make sure that whatever resources we do have available, that we are injecting them and making them available as much as we possibly can. I know from our TPA and our resources with CTA, we're trying to reach out to people as much as we can. I don't hear staff saying the same coming from district resources. And I don't think it's lack of effort. I want to give the incredible Judy Brush a ton of credit. She sends out stuff all the time. If anybody knows Judy, I mean, she's amazing. But I know that there's more out there than even Judy's capacity, and I just want to make sure that we're making the emphasis to make that available. And part of that comes from just the human understanding of things. A lot of the calls that I deal with are, what I want to believe are just miscommunications. Somebody's just having an off day, and they reach out to somebody at their site to support them, and they get a little bit more of the like, you got to suck it up conversation versus the like empathetic, like, yeah, I know this sucks, right? And there's a time and place, and I know personalities, like everybody deals with things different, but if there's a way that we can just continue to work with our supervisors, our colleagues, to just help each other, right? The people helping people kind of movement. And really looking into what resources do we have. We got Wellness Together. They did great things with kids, but I know they can do great things with adults. If it means, putting a little bit of a budget emphasis there so we can get that for staff, that would be awesome. Whatever we can do, but I have a huge concern about that. There's a lot of concern about, are people going to come back next year after all of this, right? And I mean come back to teaching. I don't think that's a concern just for Rocklin, but we're moving at a pace a lot faster than our surrounding areas, so there's a lot of people that are considering the Rocklin factor of if I'm going to come back or not, and just making sure that we're not doing things, we're not supporting people in ways that we can help them get through it, if nothing else, right? I think there's that element, as well as there's the element of people that are doing well, and I don't want to say thriving because I don't think anybody's like enjoying all of this, but there are people that are doing great things and are finding this as an opportunity to test and push themselves. But I'm really concerned about the other ones that are on the other end of that spectrum of they're done testing and pushing themselves. They're at the end of their rope, and making sure my resources are very limited. So I'm asking you guys if you have anything you can drive, push, or recommend, it would be greatly appreciated for our staff. And I sit up here representing certified staff, but I think that goes for anybody across the board. I'm sure Chuck and his group and everybody in the room behind me and in this building would feel the same way, trying to get some resources out to employees and people. So All right, so, oh, I should have started with this. I should have started with good news. My bad. But I want to shout out huge congrats to both Matt and Paul and their computer teams. Like, I don't know what they're, so thank you. Cyber Patriots. Great things. I mean, awesome. Like, Matt's only been up at Whitney High School for the last couple of years, but came in and took over a kind of not broken, but a struggling computer science and CTE part of our school. Done great things. He had the gift of bringing his relationships from Springview up with him, so he came in and inherited some kids he had already had there. And Tiffany, I think it was you that made the comment about how awesome it is to hear about our female students doing well and having some emphasis, especially in a mostly male-dominated industry or sector of industry. So just to see that kind of that push for, that doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what you are, but like you can have success and you can kind of do your thing. But I want to use that to kind of segue to a concern. So we've got these great programs, they're doing great things, and for the most part, they're kind of in their infancy and they're already having a lot of success. Paul's been doing things over at Rocklin for a long time, but he's really kind of taken a new path with what he's doing and where he's going. If you guys remember last year, Paul was able to take some kids and they won some national awards for gaming, right? And showing kids that like, yeah, that thing your parents probably nag you about can actually turn into like a successful career or opportunities in life. But my concern is that we had these great programs at the high school, and one of our more recent decisions is we're going to cut one of these programs that feeds and foundationally builds at our middle school. So, and it's the nature of, I can sit up here and be upset about pink slips and letting people go and program and budget cuts, and I'll probably going to be honest, but we have one that just by nature of we need to reduce budget, we're cutting not only an incredible person in the position, we're cutting an entire program at the site. So most of our kids at Springview Middle School feed into Whitney High School. Most of our kids at Granite Oaks feed into Rocklin High School. The great thing is both of those high schools have computer science programs or tech programs or cyber patriots or whatever their pathways are called. Granite Oaks is going to be able to maintain, just because of seniority and some budget decisions, they're going to be able to maintain theirs and feed into Rocklin and maybe a little bit of Whitney because kids do go both ways. Springview is going to be cut off the map entirely. That's a huge concern. I mean, these are programs we just celebrated. They're only in a few years, they've gone from pretty much zero to hero in what they're doing, and to lose those foundational pieces, or just that, I think of middle school as like that carrot dangling kind of part of life where you start to learn a little bit about who you are and what you like, and then at least at Whitney High School, we preach, and Kaylee, you're well aware of this, we preach the like find yourself or like the find your passion. And, part of this is my little own soapbox. My daughter's in computer science, and so I look at this from a dad perspective, from a teacher perspective, and then, like you said, Tiffany, from a female in industry perspective. We have an incredible teacher at Wendy Giesling at Springview, veteran teacher. She's newer to the district. But not only is she a female teacher teaching in a content area, like I said, that is more of a male-dominated sector, but she also is that teacher that inspires kids of any kind, of any background, of any skill set, to just find something, that they're passionate about. We heard about it a lot 2 weeks ago when we talked about Ben Barnhold and what he's been able to do with his broadcast program, and how the students were like, this is where I became me, right? And like those, it almost makes me cry to hear teachers, and that's like why we do what we do. So I really hope that we can, as we revisit budget things, I know we're gonna get an update from Barbara tonight, and that we can look at more in a, what is the impact on kids and programs perspective versus like just a black and white seniority, and and there's more to the process than that, but and I don't want to sound like I'm up here advocating for any one of our pink slips more than another, because like I told you guys, I think they're all not something that I'm willing to negotiate and discuss and unjustified, but that's neither here nor there tonight. So the other piece around that is we talked about how can we make events and things accessible to people, especially given the restrictions right now. Sporting events right now, graduation later. And I keep hearing this all like, we're going to stream it, we're going to stream it, we're going to stream it. Well, I hope we are. I'm not sure if we stream it. Like, I don't know the process there. But what I do know is that and don't take this the wrong way. It might come out a little antagonistic, and that's not my goal here. But we have, as we know, a nationally award-winning broadcast program that used to stream pretty much everything. And last year, we made a decision to cut the support for that streaming, for the channel, for the time, for all the work that goes into that. And most importantly, it was all done by students, right? Like, yes, Ben's the man, and he's like, but really, he's just kind of the guy that's like there if the fire starts, right? The kids are doing everything. And what a great opportunity to use Ben and his crew. But last year, we sent a message to that program that it wasn't worth the budget line that it took to get there or to do that work. And that's devastating for those kids. And then to hear discussions at board meetings or, that we're going to stream this, or we're going to use this program, and things that I'm assuming are not coming to us free, when we have the skill set, we have the desire and the passion in district and in-house to do it, and do it with the personal passion that we feel, right? I mean, you can watch national news and you can watch Mike Tassell, and there's a difference on how things are delivered, right? If you've ever watched a Kings game, you kind of, whether you're a Kings fan or not, those announcers just love the Kings, good, bad, or otherwise. And we have that in-house, and I would love to see us revisit that. If we're really interested in streaming those things, let's talk to Ben and Ryan O'Donnell at Rocklin High School and their programs, and how can we put resources into their hands to do that work that we might just use a third party or another vendor for, if that's what we're doing. Again, I don't know if that's what we're doing, but big fancy cameras are great and all, but what about student-led cameras, bigger, fancy, or otherwise, right? And we have the technology, we have the know-how, and we have the people. We just got to find a way to make it work and get all those pieces in place. So I encourage you to explore that option as we do look at things. I'm assuming that Ben and Ryan are like gung-ho and ready to go, but at the same time, again, I just think about what message did we send to our students when we said, hey, you guys are phenomenal. We recognize you at board meetings. You win these national awards, but we're just going to hire somebody else to do the work that you not only used to do, but are very much still capable of doing. So just some areas that I would like to see as we talk about budget reductions and budget priorities, because whether we agree or not that budget cuts have to come, where they come from is definitely something that we can demonstrate with our actions more than our words of, we're keeping it from the classroom, we're not keeping it from the classroom, we're going to debate semantics on that all day long. But if we're putting resources into kids doing work that somebody else is going to get paid or be doing for us, that's an action that speaks a lot louder than those words or those budget priorities might otherwise. And then kind of lastly, as we move through things, we look at a lot of the change that's been mentioned, and I'll give Craig and his crew a ton of credit there. They've been out everywhere pulling things and shuffling things and moving things, and concern about that is what happens when, God forbid, this is all over someday, right? So, like, are we putting that stuff back, right? Especially the more permanent furniture that's getting uninstalled, is it going away safely? Is it coming back? And a lot of this is concern, especially our littles. They're getting desks in littles classrooms, just, they don't make sense, but it's a decision that's been made and that's moving forward for now in some situations, but is this like the new norm? I don't think it is, but I don't think it's been communicated one way or the other. So just making sure that we're talking about that. And then for the sake of Craig and his crews, when are they going to have time to do that, right? Like there's a lot of time, money, resources going into that. What's coming off of their plate, right? This equity and workload conversation we have every time is, your plate's so full, and yes, we need you to come in and do this work, and we need our classrooms to be capable to have as many kids as they can on April 6th and do that safely, but we also need the time to put our classrooms back, right? And whether that's this year or next year or whenever that time comes, and do it in a way that is meaningful and thought out and not last minute, right? Like our concern right now around classroom moves and talking with Tony regularly and even hearing from Bill the updates on purchasing new furnitures and things like that. The concern is that people are going to walk in on April 6th with like, I got to rearrange my entire room right now, right? And kids waiting there. And it sounds like we're in a much better place than that reality, but that doesn't mean that we won't be in that reality in August when we return and we want to be back to, an actual traditional school without all the extra precautions in place. So, and then lastly, actually, I'll save that last piece because if you will allow, I'll just use some public comment after Barbara's presentation, just because there's some things in that I have some questions or just want to comment on, and that way it's not out of context for people that haven't had a chance to look through that. But I think that is it. No, it's not. One more. Turn the page, Travis. Tiffany, you asked this question last time, so I don't know if it's going to get discussed tonight or not. But we're driving to fill our classrooms and have everybody on campus together. I keep getting questions from my constituents. When can they attend these board meetings again? When can they come in? And ultimately, for the lack of a better description, when can they make you answer to their faces, right? There are some people that feel that they want to have this interaction and at least be heard, in person, whether it's, public comment, it's a one-way conversation typically, but so if that's on the agenda for tonight, I apologize for jumping ahead. I remember you asked it, so I don't remember if I saw it on there or not, but if that isn't, if there's any way you can answer it, or if there, I don't know. Okay, perfect. It's on the agenda, then I'll zip it and I'll be done here. So that's all I got, I think. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to add to something that he said about our broadcast program. I was in that program for 3 years, and then this one year I couldn't do it because of ASB. But being a part of the live streaming and stuff, I truly know that we have the resources. We just need to use them. I know that the gyms and the stadiums right now have the big cameras, but I play water polo. Is the pool going to get filmed? I know we can get like a couple students to go film for community service hours, but how do you choose one sport to get better quality than the other? Just like little things like that. And so I think truly both high schools have great resources. We just need to use them. And I know both programs would be more than willing to help out. We just have to ask. And so that's just something going off and kind of adding to what Mojette was saying. Definitely ask the broadcast programs because they're perfectly capable and they have the fancy cameras. So yes, that was all.
You were right. You mentioned a lot of things, but something in particular that I am very interested in. You mentioned the teachers' mental health, and I know I obviously all my friends are teachers, so I know what you're saying. That is a huge issue that I think general public doesn't realize is such a big issue. So what I would like to know, we talk a lot about self-care and, making sure that we get the breaks we need, drink hot tea, put our feet up, those kinds of things. But do you have some things in mind that the district could provide for teachers? You talked a little bit about Wellness Together, and I know teachers have health insurance and they can get outside mental health care, but is there something in particular that you think the district could provide that would really send a message to the teachers or really be a strong support to the teachers?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and I don't know how the heck you do it because the biggest thing in life is time. Give people time to just whatever, right? Some people it's going to be like stare at the wall. Some people it's going to be do the 4,000 things that are on their list of 8,000 things that they haven't done yet. How and when, I don't know. Time comes with compromises and issues. It's either going to cost money, it's going to cost time from something else. The best way I could describe giving time is look at the plate and take some things off of it. Because it seems like every single time, especially when we shift from Model A to Model B to Model C to Model D now, more is on the plate and not a single thing's come off. If anything, the expectations and the quantity on the plate have risen and only risen.
So are you thinking about time within the day, like breaks, or what do you mean when you say time specifically?
Teacher work time. In a perfect world, give everybody a week off, but we're going to do that and call it spring break, so we'll check that box. No. Time in the day to, one of our most recent conversations in negotiations was asking for time or a work day in the transition of that. We've seemed to found a little bit of a compromise and again, because there is a challenge to that, right? Where does that time come from? But yeah, giving people time to do the work and protected time. That's the biggest question I get is we have early release Mondays and we have RUSD learns but by the time you take all the agendas that are really occupying that time out of it, you might get one PLC day a month, right, of the 4 that are on the calendar. And so looking at those of where are things that are on the plate that can be done in an email, can be done in a 5-minute conversation, not an hour-long staff meeting, right? Yes, the contract says we get 2 staff meetings a month, but do we really need them? I mean, personally, I don't know that I've been to more than probably a dozen staff meetings in my entire time in this district that had to be done in person and couldn't have been done in an email, or at least in a better use of the time there. And just so looking at things like that, where can we pull back some of that, like, I have to talk to you, I have to like change the ways we do it, change the, I mean, we've changed every other thing about how we're running schools this year, but we haven't seemed to change the workload element where it just seems to keep adding and adding and adding and adding.
Okay, excellent.
That wasn't really a direct answer, so I apologize.
No, I get what you're saying. It's an excellent answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for taking time to share with us. I always try to take good notes because I want to make sure that we follow up with you on these items. I did want to speak to the mental health one for a minute because I really appreciated you bringing that up because I do think that that is important, and I don't think anybody would argue with that. And I'd actually encourage you, if you didn't get a chance yet, our study session, we actually centered a lot at 4 o'clock today on that topic. Because that's actually something that's really, it's important to me, and I think I could say it's important to every single person on the board, and I think that was shown in the study session. And one thing that I think is important is that we're really looking at when we're doing these LCAP goals, they're not just for the students, but they're for the staff. And so we asked a lot about what do PLCs look like right now? How do we do more capacity building? How do we really support our staff in the area of social emotional wellness? And so I want to let you know we hear you on that. We just spent about a good hour and a half talking about that, and so I am open on that area because that's something that I think is important. That's important for our students, for our teachers. So thank you for bringing that to the table because that's one I know that's important to us. The RHS lunch, you did make a comment about concerns about all-one lunch. Actually, I'm going to kick that to Marty for a second. Marty, could you speak to both of us on that a little bit more so we have some clarity?
Sir, so just to clarify, our schedules will look slightly different, and these have not been officially finalized, but they're still working through some of those details. Like Travis mentioned, at Whitney High School, they chose to, after first block, to put a 20-minute plus period, what do you call it, intervention period there. And we had talked all along with both Dave Stewart, principal at Rocklin, and Justin Cutts, principal at Whitney High School, about having 2 lunches. When Dave came back to me after speaking to some of his leadership team, 20 minutes, they really didn't think that was enough at Rocklin, and they really pushed to have more time. So what they've done is basically go back to their traditional schedule. And I said, well, understand that we've told people they're going to have 2 lunches. So provide me some data that shows that actually it's not going to be necessarily 2 lunches. With that, the average number of students that participate in PLUS is 41%. Give or take, so for some, it might be 50%, it might be 38%. Students with 3 classes or less is 19%, and that equals 356 students. Students in AP classes is also 19%, 357 students. So the total percentage of students in PLUS and or leaving campus, because they don't have that last block, is 79%. And so in speaking to Mr. Stewart, along with him speaking to his teachers, they would prefer to keep this because although in the schedule it is 1 large lunch period, the amount of kids out for the entire hour of that is minimal. Albeit, to Travis's point, you're still looking at potentially 1,200 or so students out there for the last half hour, and that's where we have to expand. We have to expand that area where kids are allowed because, as I've seen for myself, you walk up and say, hey, kids, spread out a little. They'll spread out, and then as soon as you walk past them, they congregate back together. So we've talked about adding some additional staff out there to help supervise and keep kids spread out, as well as providing additional areas for them to sit so they can't spread out throughout the campus because we tend to keep them in that quad area at both schools, but we're going to really look at expanding that area.
Thank you. Sounds like you guys have done a lot of work with a lot of conversation. So thank you for clarifying that. I'm sure there were many parents that were wondering exactly what I was wondering. So thank you very much. And then just to speak, Travis, to the pink slip piece, I don't think anybody here wants that to ever happen. I will say I'm still shocked about the retirement incentive. I haven't heard much of an update on that. Tony, could you maybe give us an update on where we're at with that?
I can give it before he gets here, because there hasn't been any much progress on that. Tony and I talked about this today. Sorry, Tony, I'm stealing your thunder after you got up.
Let me clarify. The reason I ask is because I see that would actually be a really big change in that. And so that's why I'm just shocked that we haven't had a lot of movement on there. So either one of you, but I would love to hear from both of you, one or either. Thank you.
I'm just a little shocked that I'm the only one that doesn't have its own mic, but I'm just saying that too. It's a little bit disrespectful. No. I'm just kidding. No, I think nothing, there hasn't been an update provided since the last time I shared with everybody about what the offer was, which was the retirement incentive. As I shared with the board and with the public, it's neither a early tell because of the time nor the traditional golden handshake, because that's usually based upon a percentage of your salary. So our retirement incentive is for 15 retirees, it's $5,000. It's for 20 retirees, it would then go up to $10,000, and for 25, then it would go up to $15,000 would be the incentive in regards to that. And as I shared during our last meeting, we average about 12 over the last few years of retirees. So yes, Travis and I did speak today in regards to that, and so I'll let him kind of take, he shared that there have been much discussion in regards to that on his side, so I'll let him take that from there.
Yeah, so as you can imagine, the plate is overly full, and while that one is of importance, we're really close to finally settling the addendum to all the changes that have happened since our last MOU agreement, addendum to that one. I think this is going to be version 4.0 maybe. But so we've focused a lot of our time in that, and I think I was sharing with, like I said, with Tony today, I think we're like this close. I was really hopeful we were going to get there and be able to update like, hey, like it's a formality of signing it to, in tonight's update, but we're not there. I'm really confident we'll definitely be there before next meeting. But so that there's been a little onus on us. That's been the focus. The other piece is that the retirement incentive or offer, I don't even want to call it incentive because it didn't incentivize anybody. And again, I know that's like we're going to try to counter it to incentivize people. But our concern is that it was described to us as something that's being presented to help have veteran teachers, right, and entice them to leave a little bit early. But it doesn't have any intent to make the availability to hire people, right? These are unreplaceable people. Like I shared last time, the original offer came with excluded groups, being our counselors, our psychologists, and our speech pathologists, because if we lose them, we have to replace them. So there's not enough savings there to make it worthwhile. And like I said, our concern, I think I shared this last time, is that savings is savings. Like if I replace a veteran teacher with even I think that we can max come in at 13 years, if I remember correctly, which is, let's say, a half to two-thirds of that original salary. Well, you're not saving the full $100,000, you're still saving $40,000. So savings is savings when it comes to that. And there's another element to this that we seem, and I shared this with you guys last time, we seem to be the district that never has the money, but expects the highest of our people, right? We talked about it last time that we got a settlement a few years ago that put us kind of up there in the playing field with our counterparts, but there's still been no acknowledgement. And like I said, I was going to say this, but we'll jump into it. 3.8% COLA is what's coming in the year to come. That's pretty high. It's almost 4%. The following year is almost 2%, or almost 1.5, 1.2 or 3 something, if I remember correctly. So give or take 5% over the next 2 years. And somehow we can't make the budget, so we're still cutting. And so there's a lot of that conversation that has us really confused on the retirement incentive and its intent. And to be frank with you, it was, and I told you guys this last time, but the retirement offer was so insulting. We have members that were and are thinking to retire just anyway before that was ever even on the table. But to them, it was so disrespectful that they'd stick around just to stick it to the district. I mean, to put it in there, and I don't want to, I don't want to be that guy, but that's the words that they're sharing with me. So it's probably way more than you intended. But the short answer is we're not quite there yet, Tiffany.
Okay, and thank you. I can understand that. I guess I struggle, Travis, a little bit with, I think there's hope on the horizon that things will look good in years to come, but we have to make decisions today based off of what we know today. And what we know today is we had to make some horrible cuts just at the previous meeting. And so for me, what I struggle with is I'm accountable to the community for every dollar and how we spend it. And And to give a retirement incentive could be a win-win. And every penny that we give in that, that's free additional money that people could get in their pocket that we're already preparing to retire anyways, and it could be a win-win for all of us. And so although I understand you and I hear you, I also am in a difficult spot that I have to look at the numbers we have guaranteed today. And so we want to do as much as we can. But again, I struggle with that. I have to also be accountable to the community to say, we're doing this because it's a financially wise, but we also want to benefit and bless our teachers that have been with us. So please hear my heart. It was in no way meant to be insulting. It was actually meant to be a show of respect to say, because you have served for so long, we want this to actually be a benefit to you.
And I just want to, the thing we do have, you said we have to be accountable to what we have guaranteed now. We're guaranteed our ADA funding, right? Our revenues from last year are guaranteed for up to the next 2 years at this point. But so we're still cutting based on speculation, not guarantees of the third year out. And again, we're going to agree to disagree on this clearly. But again, if we really want to entice people to retire, then we need to entice people to retire. And our offer, I promise you, will come with that intent. But I almost guarantee you, just because of the off-the-record conversations that happen around this topic, that it's going to get shut down. And it feels like the offer we got is going to be the one and only offer. And if that's it, then I can tell you right now, there's not going to be a lot of movement on that. And again, I'm not saying we're going to work on it. And I'm optimistic. Definitely by next board meeting, there will be an update on that for sure. I can promise you that. But again, there's a lot of confusion and question around why are we cutting anything when everybody else is not only hiring, not firing, also giving raises of ongoing and one-time money. So again, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Tiffany.
Okay, hopefully some of those budget questions and concerns will be cleared up during our interim report. Roger, could you please talk about, because I know I asked this question as well, about our new furniture, where our existing furniture is going, how we're doing that?
Yeah, and I'll definitely start, and if Dr. McDonald and Craig want to weigh in, they can as well. So one of the pieces is we are fortunate to have Quarry Trail Elementary School, and so we'll be storing any furniture and pieces removed in that new school facility. So it'll be there. Obviously, we make sure it's all labeled, gets back where it needs to go. So we're committed to making sure that we have the furniture where we need it. The other advantage to having a new school is that we need to buy furniture for the new school. So we have some opportunity for the furniture that we purchase, and we used it with the same educational specifications that we had planned to buy furniture for the new school. So what we can do is repurpose that furniture as we have it available to use in our new school. So we're very, very fortunate that we really can get the best out of this. And we also know that we want to make sure that all this is done in a way that really respects, what the best learning environment is. So that's where, of course, we're being fluid in that. But we do plan to store at Quarry Trail. We can reuse it at Quarry Trail as needed. And so that is a good thing for us.
Thank you. It really does put us in a unique spot that we have that school and that space, and also that need coming with desks. So I do think that's a good thing, and staff should know that, and that's great. My only other comment, I think my colleagues have hit on most of it, is that, as community members and staff reach out to you with concerns, they're reaching out to us as well, right? I hear a lot of the same things. People concerned about overflow, people concerned about safety. I just would ask that as part of our collaboration, that you please communicate the confidence and the capable people that we have, including our teachers, working out these problems, that we will communicate as quickly as we can. And as teachers know things, they communicate to their kids. As district people know things, hopefully they're communicating it as well. So I think part of it is that we work together to ease our parents' concerns, to be sure that we're doing what we've been asked to do to keep people safe and to move forward like we have this whole year. So I think we're going to have a successful April 6th. I really do. I have complete confidence in our people and everything that they have done this year. And so everyone that's emailed me, I've listened to their concerns. I've tried to address any that I could, but also to remind them we're going to continue to do our best like we have all year. So thank you.
Yes, I have one question about the WHS and RHS lunches. Is there a reason why Whitney does not have the single lunch? Because I know right now our ASB class is kind of stressed out because now with 2 lunches, we're going to be having class in the cafeteria while lunch is happening in the cafeteria. Like, I'm sorry, but I mean, as much as we're trying to make it work, it's not going to work. People are going to be coming in to get lunch while I'm going to be on the microphone trying to do announcements. And I mean, some of you guys came into our class and that's just physically it won't work. And so I don't know if there's a reason why Rocklin has the single lunch and Whitney students don't. I mean, that's just one example as to why there's concerns. Seniors now have to stay for if they have first lunch and then they have their third period after. Jobs are being affected now. I've said this before, but I mean the flexibility, like you can only be so flexible with your jobs. And so I know even for me, like start times, you're now talking to your manager, okay, like I'm sorry, but like now we're pushed back again. And so I don't know like if that's you we talked to or my principal, but is there a reason why Whitney did not choose to do the single lunch?
So again, we've allowed sites to really work the problem, so I would recommend talk to your principal, but you can also talk to me. Again, originally we told because of the amount of kids, we wanted 2 lunches. And just working through it and working with Principal Cutts and him working with some of his staff, looked at, the 2 lunches would be best. Intervention being such a key piece in Rocklin Unified, they know they needed that intervention, but they decided to put that at the beginning of second block and then offer the 2 lunches. That's what we discussed at Rocklin. The staff and the administration there came back and didn't like the idea of only a 20-minute intervention. They really wanted more. And then that's why I followed up with them and asked for specific data because, again, on a schedule, it looks like 1 lunch, but in reality, it's divided up amongst those kids where, once again, 79% of the kids are either in plus or they're leaving campus. So that's why. But we can continue to work the problem. There's going to be issues, no doubt, just the example you gave. And so as we have throughout the entire year, as Trustee Price mentioned, we continue to work the problem until we can get it right.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll definitely figure out who to talk to at my campus about that, but that was just something I wanted to bring up from Whitney's perspective.
And I think it's a great, I guess this is the challenge we're all in with COVID in this time, right? You've got a perspective from Whitney High School, hey, we want to have separate lunches, keep people safe, keep people spread out, concerns about COVID and interactions, et cetera. And then, Rocklin is something different than from a student perspective. No, I want all my kids, I want all to be out at the same time. And I think for the community, for teachers, for everybody, there is no one simple, easy solution here. And I think we all trust the teachers, the administrators, the staff, the custodians, to work these problems and solve things. Travis, you made a comment about, again, and it's not optimal to have a child, Ben Counter, have Mr. Moget, and then at the quarter break, have Mr. Flowers. And I get it, it's not optimal. But I would hope that we have good professionals and teachers and people that can work those problems. If we need to communicate on a side or send some emails, be efficient. Maybe you don't have to have an official meeting with it, but we can be efficient with communication about here's where I left off, here's where we can pick up, figure out some gaps. It's never going to be totally perfect all the way through. And I think, we've seen it for a year. But I firmly believe we have good quality people that can work problems and figure out. It's not going to be 100% perfect for 100% of the population, but I think we've got some pretty smart people that can figure those things out as they go. So there was that one. And then, Kaylee, thanks for the comment. I think it's great to hear that we have kids, whether it be at Whitney or at Rocklin, that want to jump in, want to help, want to support, want to grab the cameras and make things happen. I'm hoping we can put that together and we can do that with the kids and the equipment that we have. I'm assuming we don't need extra resources. We have the kids, we have the equipment, and I think we have the nerve and the effort to do it. I think that's great to use the resources we have and get them out there. I hope there's not something that impedes that, like I have to have a special person or special group or special lighting or something like that. I hope we can make that happen. So,
I was just going to say, we're fortunate that we receive ongoing CT funding from the state through our CTIG grant that supports, for example, our broadcasting program to make sure, they have those types of resources. And that's, where we really want to do that. And the budget reduction that the board approved last year was related to the cable streaming piece that we had on the cable channel, and it was ending there was a release period given for a teacher to oversee that piece, and that there were not students assigned to that class section, but it was to support the teacher in doing that cable channel piece. But we've also know that while cable's there's a lot of evolution in how streaming's done through YouTube and other pieces, and so what we want to do is we would love to have our kids have that real world CTE experience, as Kaylee described, and we want to make sure we can provide support, if needed. And so, for example, if there's some additional support needed, say for teacher supervision or something of that, we're absolutely willing to work with that in this one-time piece, because we agree that we'd rather have our kids, our people, do those things. But we also know that, frankly, there's how many 30 different sport teams and events that sometimes we may have to use some outside resources to provide that access as well. So we definitely know that if there is some additional pieces, we want to really work with folks, and we know they want to work with kids, but we also know that it's something that we'll work to solve that problem. But so we do have resources, and we're willing to also look at this unique circumstance to provide support, because we'd love to see Kaylee out there filming, not water polo, I guess, but like soccer or something.
And just to follow up on what Trustee Sadoff commented, and I know we go back and forth from a budget standpoint. I think Trustee Price said last meeting, if we had the opportunity, love to give you $1 million every time. I mean, love to have nothing but, free money coming down. We're all from the state of California. There's only so much that comes down from the state and so much that rolls through. And as you know, as Barbara's mentioned before, we have to maintain 3% in the third year out. So if I may have it now, but because of other costs coming down the road, I'm not going to have it in the future, we're always balancing that out. So I know we are accountable to the funds that the state of California gives us, and I think it was great that we were able to find something, right? I don't think, when was the Superintendent Stock, when was the last time RUSD did a retirement incentive?
My understanding is it's been nearly a decade, if not longer, since something like that was done in our district.
Okay, yeah, so I guess it's not something that happens every year. I know private industry went away from doing golden handshakes a long time ago, golden handshakes, but retirement incentives, apologize. But it's just, I hope we can come to something, hope we can come to some kind of agreement, but again, I just look at it as anything's better than zero, but I understand if, there's a different perspective on all of that. So hopefully we can work together, we can collaborate, we can come up with something that works for everyone, but at the end of the day, whatever we do here, we're taking money away from something else. So it is that balance. So.
Agreed. I just want to genuinely appreciate your acknowledgement of giving kids and cameras. It's a great idea, but it's not just kids and cameras. And Roger, I think that's what you were saying, is that there is Ben or Ryan or whoever it is behind the scenes with that if nothing else, they're there before and after hours to check the equipment in and out, to control so there is a human element to that is not just student volunteer time, and I appreciate you acknowledging that. And just one last thing, Julie, you asked what could we do to help with mental health, and this is in no way taking a dig at you, Derek, so don't take it this way, but the transition of Ben from my class to Marty's, that's another little thing added to my plate, another quick meeting, whatever you want to call it. Those are the things that need to be considered when we make all these decisions, because nothing came off my plate, but now I got to have a meeting with Marty about the kids that we're sharing with each other. And again, it can be this big, it could be this big too, right? So it's those little pieces of time that I'm talking about with the mental health stuff. And I don't think you meant it.
No, I know. And we're always balancing time, right? I mean, as long as the meeting is, as long as other meetings are, I mean, you work through negotiation stuff. I mean, we're always balancing that time, right? Everyone would love to have everything happen real quick, but it's getting both parties together, it's getting to a quick decision and moving forward. Hopefully, again, in my silly example, it's not a huge detriment of time, it's a quick transition, but you don't know till you
Right.
get involved
Right.
with it, so.
Right.
And if I can add that on the mental support, we have an employee assistance program, and this was something that SIG, our school's insurance group, helps provide. And I remember working with Colleen Crow, former our TPA president, who works with SIG as well in that piece, had brought to me and said, could we look at an employee assistance program? And we pay a fee per employee to have that, and we still provide that. And that's one of those things that when he mentioned Judy Brush sending out, and so that makes things accessible. So if an employee is worried about how do I do some financial planning for, that I need to go forward, or how do I get some resources to care for, say, aging parents? And so it's a connection to some resources to try to help assist employees. And so we know that a lot of things can weigh on us, and those impact us at work no matter what we do. So that is available to certificated, classified, all employees, and so that is one small measure. And if folks aren't aware of that, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, please, please, please reach out to our Human Resources Department. We really want to make that available. And continue to do so. And that was really something, like I said, that our TPA brought up, and it really benefits all employees, and we continue to do. Even as we made these tight budget times, that was something we never recommended to the board to reduce, because we know that the value of that type of thing that Travis mentioned.
Just one last thing before the secondary parent emails start flowing. Mr. Flowers, can you address, I was under the understanding that this was not going to be a lot of kids, that on the secondary level we are not, or any. What are you thinking numbers-wise?
Again, I just had this conversation with the principals today. They are really working that it will not impact any students.
Okay, fingers crossed. Awesome, thank you.
All right.
I apologize for the lunch conversation and emails you get in the very coming hours, Marty especially. That was not my intent. It was just clarity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We now have Chuck Haddock, CSEA President, joining us via Zoom. Welcome, Chuck.
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you, sir. There's only a couple of concerns coming down the pipe right now. Travis touched base on one of them. But to go back to January 20th meeting, we had Craig Rouse up there stating that we were going to get 5 more custodians in our group to have a total of 12. And right now we've got 13, which is one more than what we anticipated on. But we're still having to have grounds come in and help out do the duties. And with April 6th coming up, it's kind of concerning that there's still a few sites that might still need a little more custodial help than what we're getting. And also with the custodian floaters, they've been working at 2 to 4 sites a day. So that's another concerning deal. I think the biggest part of it is what Travis touched base on, though, is the stress and the anxiety that this is causing with the members. And I, too, have members calling me, talking to me about retirement and telling me about their day and how they're in tears sometimes when they go home because of the stress and the anxiety that's being caused over the workloads. And we as well, we haven't had anything taken off our plates either. It keeps stacking up and stacking up and stacking up until we're eventually at the point that we're at now. And I myself can feel the stress and anxiety with the job. But anyways, that's all that I have to report right now. So thank you.
All right. Any questions for Chuck?
Just to thank you, Chuck. Again, I want to reiterate what I said to Travis about mental health is important to us and definitely important for all staff. And so as we navigate these next few months, as we're fighting some of our goals, I want you to know mental health is a priority of ours. And as you have ideas, feel free to reach out. But that is something we are actively researching right now. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you very much. Great to hear from you. I know you were out a while back. I think it was 2 meetings ago. Yeah, so good to hear you, good to see, or not good to see you in Zoom, sorry. So great to hear from you. And then I had a quick question, and I don't know, I guess probably be for Craig. There was some, I know we were limiting field rental or outside field use. Just give me an update on. where
Yeah,
we're at.
sure. Good evening. So as Marty talked about earlier tonight, both high schools are going through scheduling 30 sports events going on right now. So they've got a huge challenge in front of them. And our department's working with both high schools and their athletic directors as they continue to schedule out. We're also reaching out to the middle schools and elementary schools to accommodate practicing, because there's just not enough space on the high schools. So over the next few weeks, as they start to finalize their scheduling, and all that information, internal events are going into Civic Permit. Once that information is put in there, the time slots that are available from there, whatever's left over, which is going to be very minimal, probably late Saturday afternoon, maybe Sunday, and that's literally going from 5:30 to 7:30 in the morning, and then all the way into the evening, just to accommodate all these sports. That'll be open to the public, and that's only going to be to the outside facilities. We're not going to be able to bring rent out the interior or inside facilities due to the fact that, just trying to keep them clean, and our custodial staff won't be able to keep up with all the interior events that are going on for our student athletes, clean those, and then be able to bring the community inside our facilities. Much easier to rent out the outside facilities if time allows, just for, probably Saturdays and Sundays. So probably within 2 weeks, Derek, we should have that done.
And then just curious, if you're an outside person listening, where would you go to kind of start that process? I'm assuming we're not calling Craig and.
You can always call Craig, but yeah, go to our website under facilities, and it's click on Civic Permit, and it walk you through how to rent our facilities. If you have any questions, please call our department, and we'll walk you through that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Kaylee, thank you for being with us tonight. Will you please share the Student Board Representative Report?
Yes, so it is mostly about the high schools. We have a couple of elementary schools, but first off is Cobblestone. In February, Cobblestone students had the opportunity to learn about many lesser-known African Americans who have made important contributions to society as part of Black History Month. Students did research, put together a slideshow, read poetry, wrote reflections, and read stories throughout the month. In February, they also participated in the Great Kindness Challenge, and students wrote letters to community members, other students, and did activities at home with their families. And then at RVC, our Rocklin virtual campus will be hosting a RVC talent show showcase, where students of all grade levels will be able to submit 90-second videos that will be compiled into a variety of longer videos based on grade levels that will then be shared live on YouTube on April 30th. And then at Rocklin High School, they're working to continue to bring a positive atmosphere to their campus every day. Their leadership class is currently in the midst of organizing some fun events, such as candy bombing classrooms, decorating the breezeways for upcoming events and dates, handing out treats for St. Patty's Day, and currently planning a school-wide Easter egg hunt with some amazing prizes for the winners. They're also continuing to do Thunder Fridays at RHS and are working to boost the participation throughout the school. Their elections and applications for ASB for next year are currently out, and the campaigning process is soon to begin in early April. Sports are kicking up in full gear as they just had their first home football game, and other sports such as swim, lacrosse, water polo, and so many more are starting as well. Rocklin is continuing to plan and do small things to engage their campus with the hopes of a brighter and less restricted future to come. And last but not least, at Whitney High, we are in the process of planning a Tangled-themed virtual rally for the end of April. We just had our very first Whitney's Got Talent virtual talent show, and during the week of Valentine's Day, we put together a virtual game show that several different contestants, including our principal, Mr. Cutts, and his sister, Miss Crandall, were participating in. We're also in the process of filming a campus tour for our incoming freshman orientation. And recently, our leadership class brought donuts to Wood Creek's leadership class in order to spread positivity among the community. We also just had a campus cleanup last weekend that was very successful, and this week our students are participating in a March Madness NCAA bracket challenge. We're continuing to do Maroon Fridays and giveaways such as donuts to classes wearing maroon. Food is always a go-to for high schoolers. And we just recently handed out Thin Mints to students on National Girl Scout Cookie Day and are looking forward to National Jelly Bean Day in April. Both indoor and outdoor sports are finally starting up and the campus is definitely alive. The first football game was last Friday, and even though students could not attend, everyone was very excited to get back to some normalcy. Lastly, WHS is participating in the All States Teen Safe Driving campaign. We've been completing several activities to promote awareness on safe driving and not driving distracted. We're hoping to put on a culminating activity of a cool car show on campus, and we'll provide more information to students about safe driving. And our service leadership class hosted a blood drive a couple weeks ago and gathered 47 pints of blood in a COVID-safe environment. And that is all I have. But I did want to add something about, I talked about earlier about the VAPA programs and how like sports are starting to kick up, but theater and band and all of those different programs aren't really getting to. So I would definitely encourage to find some ways. I don't know if we can propose different things to whoever the people are higher up, but whether they can do concerts outside or even doing like limited seating inside, just something like that, because I know indoor sports are going to start to be able to happen. So I would definitely not forget about our VAPA programs, because at all schools around they're very good, and I know they got a bunch of stuff cut last year, so definitely I would think about proposing different ideas so that we can get them involved in the fun that's starting to happen. And that's all.
Thank you, Kaylee. Trustees, do you have any board comments you'd like to share tonight?
Yes, first of all, I'm sure I'm not the only one who noticed this, and I don't want to embarrass her, but I think she can handle it. Kaylee has so stepped up to represent the students. I am so proud of her and so honored to have her on the board with us. She is really voicing the concerns and asking the questions that are burning on the students' minds, and that's exactly what we needed. So that's awesome. Some of the other board members and I were able to go to one of the football games this last week, and it was an absolute joy and pleasure, and the huge grins on the parents' faces made it all worth it, no matter what. The athletes just had a spectacular time, and it was so awesome to see them out there playing again. And I know there are a lot of backstories that we didn't hear about getting them on the field, and a lot of admin had to step up to make that happen, and we certainly appreciate all of the extra work that went into that, and I know the athletes and their families appreciate it. Leadership, wow, I mean, that was an excellent report. They're doing so many spectacular things to bring fun back onto the campuses. Thank you for that. It's awesome for the leadership team, but it's also awesome for all the students that get to benefit. I mentioned earlier that in the last 3 weeks where I work, students have been coming full-time back on campus. And I want to be clear, we've also had kids on campus all year, but we had a hybrid and we only had half of the students. And in the last 3 weeks, we've brought back all of the students. And I just want to acknowledge that certainly the lead up to that was very stressful. The preparing the classrooms, changing our curriculum, all the meetings and getting ready, making sure we had space, and everybody going around with tape measures and organizing their classrooms to make sure we had distancing and putting all the dots on the pavement and getting all the dots out on the playground and sectioning off our playgrounds for where all the kids can play. It was stressful and there was a lot of anxiety, and just like everywhere else, there were teachers who were very, very, very anxious, and I got a lot of phone calls about how can I retire and what if I don't come back next year. And then there were teachers who were just over the moon excited and couldn't wait. And now that it's happened, and everybody has all of their classes full and all of the kids back, most of that anxiety is gone. I mean, it's always hard to change, and the build up to it is hard. And this next week is going to be very difficult for a lot of people. It's going to be very stressful getting everything ready and feeling pushed and pressed, and sometimes, and for some, it's against their will, and it's very difficult. But as I said earlier, when the kids come together and they see each other and they haven't been together in a year, their joy and their happiness, their smiles, their laughter, making new friends out of old friends that they haven't seen in a long time is so worth it. It's so amazing. And the behavior after 3 weeks is still amazing. They were probably still in the honeymoon period, but I've never had a honeymoon period in March before. So it's pretty nice. And then we're going to go into spring break. So it's been wonderful, and I'm excited for the teachers of Rocklin. And I know some of you don't want to hear it because the stress is really high, but the joy will be high as well, and we'll all get through it, and we'll make it to the other end, and it's really, really worth it for the kids.
Just a quick update on 2 committees that I sit on, just reporting back to the board and the colleagues so you know. One of which Kaylee sits on with us. We had our student rep committee recently, and that was fun to get to connect and touch base and really move forward with some of those goals we set earlier on with our first meeting. And one of those specifically being, how can we have our trustees get back out on campus again and do another intentional roundtable like we did with the budgets? And so one of the things we talked about was possibly utilizing the Healthy Kids Survey. And that's data that we have selected groups of students that take a survey. And we talked a little bit as a group with the students to say, hey, would it be beneficial to students for us to be able to show you the results of that survey? And then you be able to tell us, do you agree with those results? Do you agree with the survey data that we're receiving? And so that way, we're really taking our surveys to another step and really talking to the real-life students on their campus. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Do you agree? What do you disagree with? And so I felt like that was a really beneficial meeting. Kaylee, I know you had to hurry off to work. Hopefully you weren't late. But I really appreciate those times for us to be able to sit with you as students and say, hey, how can we make our time on your campus the most impactful for you? So trustees, we're talking about that a little bit more, fleshing that out after we kind of get the return to campus. Once that's settled a little bit, I think we're thinking maybe late April, early May. So we'll bring some more information, but I just wanted to update you on the board that it was a really great conversation with our students about how we can get back out on campus for one more kind of roundtable discussion before the end of the year.
Yeah. And you'll get to see what it's like to have everyone all in one classroom.
Yes, I get to see it in person.
Yes.
Perfect. You'll have to give me a tour, Kaylee, of all of your classes, okay? Okay, or at least one. Okay, I might bring crumble cookies again. We'll see. I don't know. I'll think about it. And then the other committee, I don't want to misspeak, Rochelle, if you had an update as well, but it's our 2x2 with the city. And I felt like that was a really beneficial, and I'll let you, if you had more on that, but I was really excited. We actually talked, trustees, with our city council, our 2x2 members, about really finalizing this joint event. We had talked before with the trustees about a community cleanup day. We have City of Rocklin as a cleanup day. But we really talked about, rather than this just being an event that different leaders of the community and of RUSD show up at, that we actually work together starting now to make this a joint event and really talk about how do we serve our community together instead of fragmented or instead of just side by side, but actually work together. So I felt like that was a really fruitful conversation for us to be able to talk about. And I think it was actually Mayor Jill Gallardo that said, you know, this is really, from her perspective, one of the first times that RUSD and City Council have said from the beginning, we're going to plan an event together, work together, but also make sure there's sustainability for the community. And so I thought, what an exciting opportunity for us to really utilize that relationship there and again, work together for our community rather than just both being present at the same time, but actually designing an event that benefits our USD families and benefits the entire city of Rocklin. So we'll bring a little more about that, but that is the weekend of April 24th. Any trustees that are able to come or any leadership, we would love to open it up to you. Saturday, April 24th will be the cleanup day, and at the Sierra College campus, Leadership Rocklin will actually specifically be offering a recycling component. So again, excited about what that 2x2 is offering us as RUSD to really work with our city on events moving forward.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's great. And also just wanted to add and mention that Rocklin Education for Excellence Foundation will be the recipient of any of the money earned from that event. So that definitely benefits our families and our students and our teachers. So that's something to look forward to and to work towards. So save your recyclables. Just one minute, and really we've already said it was so great to be out at sporting events. I attended some tennis matches at Whitney High School, football scrimmage at Rocklin. I look forward to being at as many as I can. When we talk about mental health, boy, you can see it for those kids that live to be on the field and on the court, and it is so good for them, and so that's just exciting. I also visited Rock Creek. They were recently highlighted on KCRA, I think, was the channel, and just doing awesome things. It was kind of fun. I'll share on a personal note. The principal there, Mrs. K, she had twins and then a baby afterwards, and I too had number 3 and 4 were twins and a baby afterwards, and I felt like that baby, that next one, I could just do with my hands behind my back, right? And so we laughed and talked about what the teachers and everyone has been through this year, and next year we are going to be pros. And that is really something to look forward to, right? We have been through a lot, and we can be proud of that, and we can look forward to, with a lot of hope and confidence, next year we're going to be amazing. So that's it.
Excellent. And I guess, again, thank you to all. I, again, went to the football game, went to different events. Rochelle, you are spot on. It's great to see the kids, see the parents, see people smiling, happy. Hopefully we can just keep that going, keep that continuing. Campuses look amazing, Craig, thanks to CSEA and your staff. Like, they're doing amazing jobs. I know in the teachers I spoke with, they were happy to see, more smiling faces and things, so that's good. I do have one, I guess, recommendation, and I'll look at all of the staff here. So I just want to recommend to all of our staff to work on developing a plan with one-time dollars as we recognize all the additional time, efforts that all of our staff, and when I say all of our staff, CSEA, RTPA, admin, like everybody, had to make above and beyond what they traditionally provide as a result of all the stuff we're going through, all the changes, all the transitions with this pandemic. So if we can just take a look at that, I super appreciate it. I think it's the right thing to do going forward, but just, again, and everybody, it's been a tremendous year, and just hopefully we can work something like that. I'm kind of looking at all of you, but I know, Roger, you'll take the R for that one, so thank you for that. And then Superintendent Stock, do you have the comments to share?
Trustee Counter, appreciate you that. We will, as we develop our spending plan for one-time dollars, we will bring back to the board a recommendation around how we can use some of those dollars to do exactly what you said, because of all the extensive amount of work that's gone in, and we're grateful. So just two really pieces. One, enroll now. What has not been said, or has been a little bit, is we had severe enrollment loss, over 700 students, and while we are made whole this year and next year, we feel the $6 million impact of those lost students after next year. So I've been tracking our enrollment, and we have had more students enrolled this year and some for next year. But if you want to guarantee a spot in your home school, enroll now, act now. If you wait till August, we have already planned staffing, hired teachers. We will absolutely have a seat for you in Rocklin Unified. But the more you can help us, help you, by, if you're planning to come back, re-enroll, which we're getting students doing really every week, and we are tracking that, please do so now so we can plan with you in mind. If you have questions, contact your school, contact our Educational Services Department, and you can go online. There's a link right on our webpage that says enroll now, and you can complete the whole process from the comfort of your own home. But if you need help, we want to help you. So enroll now. We also, you'll be hearing about our Rocklin virtual campus and more about that as well later tonight.
Roger, sorry, can you give me a little bit about what your, how we're getting the word out around that? So while I'm sure like 95% of our community is watching the board meeting, for those few that are not, how do we make sure they know that?
No, I appreciate that. So for the 5% that aren't, we have been sending out email. We've had our school sites contact families that have left the district to find out why, what can we do. We've also been using social media to reach out and text.
To make this exact point that I thought you just made very eloquent, which is to say, if you want to guarantee a spot, you need to let us know. And we're saying that through social media. Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And we, in a matter of fact, I might even show up at your house with an iPad if you need help with that, because it's important. And so the other piece, and this is kind of the joyful part, is this is the time of year when we acknowledge our employees of the year, teachers, classified. And so I'm excited that on Friday, what we kind of call Prize Patrol, but Cabinet, and we've invited Travis for the Teachers of the Year, Chuck for the CSCA Employees of the Year, to join us as we surprise folks and acknowledge them for just as they represent their colleagues in the tremendous work they do. So exciting. So look for us on your campus Friday. And so that is just a joyful piece. We'll make sure that the board has an opportunity to acknowledge those employees, and we're very excited about them. So again, we look forward to helping everybody has a safe spring break and a restful spring break, as we know that students and staff are looking forward to that break.
So let's go to the consent agenda items. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the Board of Trustees, audience, or staff request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and actions. Any agenda items removed will be voted on following a motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove an item from the consent agenda for a separate discussion and action? Okay. Is there a
I'll move
motion?
the consent agenda.
Thank you. Second?
Oh, second.
All right. Motion by Rick, seconded by Rochelle. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Kaylee Hamilton,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes. Motion passes. Jump over to, now moving to 12.1, Resolution 20-21-23, authorizing contracts from Bus West for the purchase of school buses to access grant funding. Barbara Patterson.
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. It is my privilege to introduce Tristan Thomas, the Director of Transportation. He is here tonight to present these next two agenda items and provide some great news for the district. Tristan?
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. The Placer County Air Pollution Control District held 2 grant funding opportunities to replace aging school buses. These brand-new buses will replace 3 of our older, more polluting buses and contribute to improving air quality in the Placer County area. These buses will not only meet the latest safety requirements, but also the strictest tailpipe emission standards for California, as they will have clean-burning diesel engines that meet the 2010 emission standards. Benefits of meeting these standards include: 1, a reduction of reactive organic gases which can contribute to smog; 2, a reduction of nitrogen oxides, which is a main contributor to ozone formation. These pollutants are associated with significant adverse health effects, including shortness of breath, bronchitis, and asthma attacks. These reductions will be especially beneficial to sensitive groups, including children, which are more susceptible to air pollution than healthy adults because of their developing respiratory systems. In these two agenda items, by accepting these grant awards, we are able to access a total of $456,244.38 in bus replacement funding, with a matching requirement of only $44,358.83 to replace 2 large 84-passenger school buses and 1 smaller 24-passenger school bus. The last time that the district received a grant award was in 2009. The board also eliminated every other year funding for new buses, which only would have replaced 1 bus during the 2021 school year.
Tristan, what did you have to do to get those grants?
So I had to go into the CARB website and make sure that every single school bus in our fleet was updated into that system. It's time consuming because you have to have the engine serial number, and then all of our other school buses were retrofitted, and we had to make sure that we satisfied that grant for exhaust retrofits. And so luckily our good mechanic shop or mechanics had all the documentation and all the registrations. And so after having all that inputted in, then I had to fill out the requirement or the required paperwork from the Air Resources Board.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. And I just want to say I had the joy of touring Tristan's work area and seeing all that he does to take care of our buses and learning that Tristan bleeds yellow. So we super appreciate you and all that you do and all the money that you saved us. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Julie said, and personally thank you for your leadership on this. I mean, as Trustee Counter was saying earlier, every dollar we spend, it's a dollar we can't spend somewhere else. And so this goes directly into supporting kids. It's a huge difference. And this is, in these difficult budget times, is a perfect example of the kind of leadership we need to find different funding sources, different ways to capture dollars so we can save money to spend it where we want to spend it in the classroom. So appreciate your hard work. I appreciate your team who does excellent work and everything you've done. Thanks, Tristan.
We need great news. So you are welcome anytime you would like to come with more great news. Thank you.
I was just going to say, what a significant amount of work for your entire team, but that was through your leadership. So thank you. Anytime I hear the word grant, I get very excited. So thank you very much. Grant means free money, so thank you.
Yeah, again, thank you, Tristan. Thank you for the leadership. Thanks for bringing it. I mean, just doing the quick math, that's a 10x. I mean, you spend 40, get 4. That's amazing. So thank you to your team. And like Trustee Miller said, I mean, everything we can save on this side goes to supporting the kids and the programs that, you know, that all the families here come to Rocklin and expect and want and deserve. So again, thank you to you and your team. Super appreciate it. Amazing that we're getting Placer County money coming in for RUSD and the buses. So ballpark, when will we see the buses? Like,
It's possible that they could be here probably towards the end of the school year. Yeah, the sooner we act, the sooner they can prepare and get them ready, so.
Wow, great. All right.
I say we act.
Oh, okay, so.
So moved?
Second?
Hang on. So I got to ask for public comments,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
we'll
Okay.
start there. So do we have any Zoom or written or public comment? Chief Dosanjh? I'm seeing none.
President Counter, there are no public comments.
Excellent. All right, so is there a motion? I think it was Rochelle, and then seconded. It was Tati. All right. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Kaylee Hamilton,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes. All right, now moving to item 12.2, and I think it's a follow-up to it, but Resolution 20-2124, authorizing a contract with Creative Bus Sales for the purchase of a school bus to access grant funding. Barbara Patterson?
Tristan was covering both of those at the same time, so.
Excellent. All right, so we have to vote. So there's no other comments other than thank you again. Assume we don't have any public or Zoom comments, so
So moved.
all right.
Second?
All right, there we go. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Kaylee Hamilton,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes, motion passes, both of them. Thank you. Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you, and it's a privilege to represent Rocklin Unified School District.
Thank you. Yeah, that's. All right. Now, item 12.3, action on second interim report for 2020-2021. Barbara Patterson?
Yeah. So true. Are we, just go? Okay. Okay. All right, okay. Tonight, I will present the highlights of the second interim report that were in your board packet. And first, I want to thank my staff in the business department for all their hard work in preparing the second interim estimated actuals and multi-year projection, especially Beth Parrish, who's here tonight right behind me. So thank you, Beth. I will be reviewing the following tonight. So in December at first interim, the district filed a qualified certification based on the budget assumptions at that time. A qualified certification means that the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current year or 2 subsequent years. The most significant change in budget assumptions since that time is that at first interim, we had a budget assumption of 0 cost of living adjustments in all of the years. We didn't receive a COLA this year, and in our out year budget years, we also had assumed 0 COLAs, but with the better economic news that came with the governor's budget in January, governor's budget proposal, we changed our assumptions to include COLAs. And so, along with the other adjustments that we've made based on actual activity through January, the first interim was through October activity. And so, based on those changes, and based on current assumptions, the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the current year and future 2 years. And therefore, with your approval, we will file a positive certification with the county office. So I'll be showing you a summary of the multi-year later. Just quickly, as I said, second interim report is activity through January 31st. Our budgets are based on assumptions and actual events, so it's constantly changing as the conditions change and assumptions change throughout the year. And we use our best projections as possible, and we will continue to adjust throughout the year as we close in on estimated actuals. So this shows the budget reporting requirements on an annual basis. Our next formal financial report will be estimated actual revenue expenditures for 2021, presented with the 21-22 adopted budget in June, along with the final local control accountability plan. And a preliminary local control accountability plan will be presented later this spring. Oh, sorry about that. So the major changes from first interim to second interim, we were able to include the additional federal funding approved on December 27th by the federal government. We're referring to that as ESSER 2. We had some ESSER 1 money in the CARES Act, and this is ESSER 2, so we have to follow the same guidelines for spending those funds. And our allocation is about $2.1 million. So we've included that in this second interim. We've also made adjustments for increases in substitute costs for intervention at the elementary level and additional sub-costs for COVID-related absences. We've made adjustments for vacancy savings and staffing adjustments in our classified salaries, and then the related benefit adjustments to those salary changes. We also have deferred the purchase of some of the science adoption textbooks for grades 6 and 9 through 12 into the next fiscal year, just focusing on opening school and for the remainder of this year. And then some other subject replacement purchases. We've reduced estimated expenditures of approximately $1 million for carryover, so unspent budgets that will be carried over into the next fiscal year, which includes things such as restricted lottery, textbook purchases, supplemental budgets. And then we've also offset, as part of that federal funding money, we've budgeted about $500,000 for technology equipment like teacher laptops. This is just a summary of the adjustments in the SACS format that you'll see in the SACS report of the information that we're going over of the changes. And then the multi-year projection, general fund combined. So I would just focus your attention on 22, 23, and 23, 24. The total net decrease in fund balance. We're still projecting to deficit spend by close to 6.7 million in 22, 23, and almost 7 million in 23, 24. Again, that's our loss of enrollment hitting us in 22, 23, where we will no longer have the hold harmless. And we're also opening Corey Trail Elementary in that year, so that's hitting there along with our, continued pension rate increases and step and column salary increases. We have been and will continue to utilize one-time restricted funding for expenditures to the greatest extent possible to build our general fund reserves to help offset the deficit spending in those out years. The details of the other major budget assumptions are included in the SACS report portion of the attachment to this agenda item. And then, due to the timing of the federal government and state government signing new legislation into law to provide school districts with additional funding, and when this report was required to be prepared, the 3 new grants and related expenditures are not included in the second interim report, but I'll be talking about these later. This is the list of components of fund balance, and we're required to break the fund balance down into these different areas. The non-spendable consists of prepaid expenses for textbook adoptions that we've already entered in contract with, and the revolving cash fund. Our restricted fund balance for funding and expenditures legally restricted in use by a third party. For example, our routine restricted maintenance budget, restricted lottery, and federal and state one-time funding. The committed by the board are the facilities use and cell tower funds to be spent on facilities and field repairs. And the assignments are for future expenditures such as textbooks and carryovers that we've talked about previously, including unrestricted donations and supplemental. As we normally do this time of year, we include the 2023-24 year in this budget. It's not submitted as part of the second interim report to the county. It's not required, but because we're only 3 months away from including it in the budget that we have to approve and submit to the county as a balanced budget, we show that in this presentation. So I just wanted to point out that if all assumptions stayed exactly the same as they are tonight, we would have just shy of 4% in our reserve for economic uncertainty for our adopted budget in June. So the next 3 slides are the information that we have at this time on the new state funding and federal funding. So AB 86 was signed into law on March 5th. These are both one-time grants. The in-person instruction grant to help schools open and have in-person learning. Rocklin Unified already qualifies for these funds under the current learning model. And so there is nothing more that we need to do in order to get these funds. The expanded learning opportunity grants are to expand, is to implement a learning recovery program. 85% of these funds must go toward in-person learning, and the board must adopt an expenditure plan prior to June 1st. School Services of California has calculated a preliminary estimate for our district, and the estimate is $3.5 million for the in-person instruction grants and $7.5 million for the expanded learning opportunity grants. We're expecting to get the actual allocation amounts by the 20th of this month, and they are saying that they will give us 50% of the money in May and 50% in August. And we have until August 31st of 2022 to spend these funds. The new federal funding, the American Rescue Plan, just finalized by the U.S. government, is also providing funding to education and specifically to school districts for learning loss mitigation and reopening. This funding also requires the board to approve and publish a reopening plan, which you as a board have already completed. The estimate for Rocklin Unified is $4.7 million. I don't know when to expect these funds, but we have until September 30th of 2024 to spend these funds. As you know, you're holding a study session on April 7th to discuss plans to address learning loss and math instruction, and staff is currently working on an expenditure plan, and so we'll be bringing more information back April and May with an expected date to approve the expenditure plan for these grants in the second meeting in May. There are additional funds in this American Rescue Plan. I have not heard any details about the $3 billion that is going to students with disabilities, or the E-rate program, which we participate in, which provides grants to match district funding for technology. But I will keep my eye out for it, and hopefully we'll get some of these funds as well. So going back to our multi-year, these are the major assumptions that could impact what we have assumed in our second interim report: the enrollment, ADA increase and decrease in out years, our special education costs, budget savings. The local control accountability plan will drive our adopted budget, the economy, and the impact of the state funding. As we build our expenditure plan and our adopted budget, we'll be incorporating all that together and bring that in the adopted budget in June. Just a quick note on a couple of the other funds that had significant changes. We budgeted at the beginning of this year $2 million in developer fees, and we've increased that to $4 million. We are seeing strong housing development in Rocklin, and we've already received over $3.2 million through January. So hopefully this will be correlating into increased enrollment, if not this year, in the following year. But just a reminder, this just means we're getting the set amount of developer fees earlier. It's not that we're going to get more. The only way we get more is if the city rezones. Yes, exactly. And then our cafeteria fund, back in the fall, our meal counts were significantly lower than we had last year, but our labor costs are the same. And so we thought we may have to make a contribution to the cafeteria fund. But since we switched to the new model where all the students are here every day starting in January, our meal counts, both breakfast and lunch, are up. And we received about $109,000 in federal ESSER money, about 75 cents a meal for the meals that we served from April to August. And we expected another 13,000 chunk for March of last year. So with that, we will not need to make a contribution to the cafeteria fund with the general fund this year. So next steps will be, as you know, from the study session earlier this evening, we have a new 3-year LCAP, which we're working on now. We are building the 21-22 budget right now. My staff has been meeting with the administrators of the schools and their staff and departments, working on building their budget, and we hope to have most of that in our system by the beginning of April. We're anxiously awaiting the governor's May revise to hopefully see strong economic news in the May revise with more money. And I don't have this here, but we're going to be approving the expenditure plans for the new one-time funding in between there. We'll be updating our estimates of actual revenues expenditures for 2021, which will be reported again in June with the adopted budget for 21-22, along with the public hearing on the LCAP and the adopted budget. So all of that will be happening in the 2 meetings in June. And that is the end of my presentation.
All right, do we have any board comments, questions?
Thank you. This is so much information, and I can't imagine how you keep up on it all. But I appreciate your efforts. When do you expect to know what some of the strings are that are attached to the COVID-specific money?
Well, we know some of it now, and I'm expecting, in the next couple weeks when we get the allocation and the resource codes and the more information from CDE, we'll start looking at what we can use and budget now. Some of the money we can budget before the board approves the plan, based on information that we've already gathered from our groups last fall of the needs of the district. But I would say when we come back in the meeting in April that we should have more information for you.
Okay, thank you. I asked Superintendent Stock this earlier today, and so I just wanted to give him an opportunity to publicly answer this question as well. What will be the possibilities with this COVID money? Will there be possibilities that we won't need to make as deep of cuts as we proposed?
There is a possibility, but it's kind of like a multi-part answer. First, this funds that Barbara mentioned is one-time money, and so with one-time monies, you typically do one-time expenditures. So you don't do ongoing expenditures. So for example, for address learning loss, if we needed to bring students back in the summer to assist them, then we could use that in that way. So our first look is really wanting to recommend to the board, what do we need to do to make sure that we address learning loss needs of our students? And we're looking at it in this year, this summer, next year, and next summer, because the way the funding spends. Also, we're looking at what are the needs we have to open schools, because there are expenses such as the desks and such as PPE and other testing that we've talked about. So, all that athletic testing, some of the other supports, all go into that. So we're really looking to make those assessments, and then we will take a look and be able to give the board a fuller picture of here are some of the one-time expenses of operating schools in the pandemic, the learning loss needs our students have, and then being able to take a look at is there any impact in that might result in that. So for example, we might find that as we look through this, we need to have a temporary position that helps support some of our work. And that might mean that we then look at that support staff or staff to help us with that, which might mean that we don't have a position that we need to lay off. We don't know those details. The other piece that we're looking at is, so that one-time money can play some roles within that. The other piece we have is we're continuing to monitor the budget situation. So we know at the May revise, we'll get a revision of the state budget. We also get the COLAs that becomes more certain. Right now we have projections. And so those are typically dollars we can look at as ongoing dollars that we can then look and talk to the board around if the board chooses to look at any of the budget reductions. And then the other piece we have is we had in our workshop, our LCAP groups have identified additional needs. So beyond just looking at things that were reduced, there also are additional needs that aren't funded. So we, as I mentioned at the last board meeting as well, we have, for example, curricular instructional material needs that aren't fully funded. We don't have funding set aside for increased compensation for employees. We don't have funding set aside for technology replacement. We don't have funding set aside for a lot of those needs. Those bus grants were wonderful, but they're gone. And once we get those buses. So really, we'll be bringing back a long answer to a short question. There's a lot to consider, and we'll be bringing that to the board over the next couple months, because what the board did last meeting was give staff direction on how to begin planning the budget. It did issue some preliminary layoff notices, and again, we'll be coming back to the board with further information before any final decisions are made by the board. And then the other piece we would just add in to that is we are looking to get more clarity in the situation. The enrollment piece is big. Some of those layoffs, all in the elementary, were driven by enrollment loss, not by budget reduction. So again, the biggest thing people can do is enroll, let us know now, and then we can plan to have the staffing. And we would love to be able to address that as we know folks have come back. So.
Great, thank you for sharing that. Thanks, Barbara.
Yeah, follow-up question.
And team.
I guess I'll look at both. You mentioned the COLA. What was the COLA this year?
0.
0. Okay, so anything we get, you're kind of paying back. Okay. Okay.
The funded COLA was 0. We were supposed to get, the statutory COLA was 2.31%, but we were not funded.
Okay, so we got 0. Right. All right. Are there any? I guess, oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you, Roger, for that explanation, because I know there's been lots of conversation already in the community, excitement around the possibility of this one-time money, and that is exciting. But I do think it is that important point to look at, right? Of the intent of that money is really to address learning loss. The intent of that money is not to shuffle money around, but to utilize it wisely to really help address some of those gaps in those areas. So I think that was great. Barbara, I wanted to take a second just to thank you for putting this together in a way that's easily understandable for us and for the community. I know I've already had some reach out saying, hey, the 3.99%, that looks great. And that is great, but I think it's important that we remember 3% is the absolute bare minimum. And so although 3.99 feels very comfortable, it's actually not. It's actually just barely above the very bare minimum. And with that being said, as well, as much as I celebrate things looking much better than they originally were projected, we do see on slide 9, 2022-23 and 23-24, we still see deficit spending there. And so although I'm incredibly thankful that we are able to end with that reserve of 3.99%, I do think it's important that our community and us as trustees know we're not out of the water completely. We still have deficit spending happening. And so that's why those reserves are so necessary. And why, although we had to make some budget reductions, we didn't have to make nearly what many districts throughout the state of California had to make because we had those reserves in the past. And so I just wanted to echo appreciation and thank you, but also just a reminder to us and our community that we're just above the bare minimum. And I would love to see us continue to build and work in that area.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any verbal or written public comments?
President Counter, there are no public comments.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the second interim report for 2020-2021?
So moved.
All right. Moved by Julie.
Second.
Second by Rochelle. Excellent. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Kaylee Hamilton,
Yes.
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes, motion passes. Now to item 13.1, Rocklin Virtual Campus Update and Plan for 2021-2022. Hannah Anderson.
Good evening, President Counter, members of the board, Superintendent Stock. I am excited to be here with you tonight to give an update on the Rocklin Virtual Campus and our plans and preparation for the 21-22 school year beginning in August. During this presentation tonight, we will share with you our current and anticipated enrollment. We will also review the intensive stakeholder input that has taken place in this planning process and highlight some of the strengths and needs that stakeholder input has brought to light. I will update you on the work group highlights and the proposed learning models for the 21-22 school year, and then also provide information about our next steps, specifically around logistics and registration. This year, we currently have a little over 1,500 students enrolled in the Rocklin Virtual Campus. They're relatively evenly spread between elementary and secondary students and have been that way from the very beginning of this program. Next year, as with so many things during this pandemic, our enrollment in the Rocklin Virtual Campus is somewhat unknown due to COVID-19 related variables, but we do anticipate, based on the responses that we have received from the surveys we've sent out to families, we can anticipate somewhere between 400 to 500 students that may be interested in enrolling in the program. We are viewing next year as somewhat of a bridge year, taking us from this high enrollment year that is this year, where there's a lot of enrollment, pandemic-related enrollment, to a lower post-COVID enrollment, which we anticipate being in that fall of 2022. So there will be a bridge year program that we're putting in place for next school year to still address the needs of those who need full-time distance learning or some type of a blend. In this process of reimagining Rocklin Virtual Campus, we brought together a work group, and I'll speak more to who was on that work group in a moment. But our facilitators of this work group took us through a process of building consensus around a vision and understanding of what was necessary in our virtual campus, all the way through to proposals that I'll be sharing with you today. The group met 5 times over the course of this, a couple of months. And received updates from the facilitators throughout so that they could be prepared to come into the work group sessions. Our work group had a number of participants. We were led by our RVC instructional coach and our RVC assistant principal, Nell Hildebrand and Kylie Bray. We had teachers and support specialists that come from the current virtual campus staff and also come from our traditional schools. So we know this year we staffed our virtual campus based on many staff who needed virtual environments for a variety of reasons. We also recognize that in our traditional schools, we have educators who have experience with full-time distance learning. They were teaching in it this school year. We also have educators in Rocklin Unified who are experienced online teachers and who have experience prior to coming to Rocklin in virtual campuses. So we wanted to make sure that our work group could include their expertise as well. We were also able to have 4 parents join our work group across all of the sessions, 2 that focused with elementary and 2 that focused with our secondary. We had administration that came both from the virtual campus and our traditional schools. And I'm very proud to share that we had a strong collaboration between district and our TPA leadership participating in this group. And Travis actually participated with us during all of the sessions, and I do want to really appreciate that collaboration, that partnership, and he shared a lot of great ideas during the process that I know came from him and also other RTPA members, and it was greatly appreciated having that collaboration. During this process of gathering stakeholder input, we wanted to hear from a wide variety of sources in a wide variety of ways. And so we spoke with students, both at the elementary and the secondary level. We gathered responses from parents and guardians in the form of a survey at both the elementary and the secondary level, and also held multiple parent forums where parents could come and actually speak with the RVC administrator, Jennifer Hanks, and the instructional coach, Nell Hildebrand, and share their personal experiences with them to help us reimagine this campus. We also reached out to the RVC staff who have unique expertise in what it is to teach in a full-time pandemic-related distance learning program, and they were able to share valuable input for the team, as well as the RVC leadership team, one of the committees that is part of that school, took a deeper dive into helping us think through what would work as we reimagine this program. And then, of course, the work group. With this, through all of that stakeholder input, the work group actually synthesized this information. In a few slides, I'll share where this information came from. However, they were able to identify strengths or areas that we need to keep moving into next school year. And those include flexibility, the retention of our RUSD teachers, including a supplemental program at the elementary school level, keeping that ongoing, keeping the small group opportunities, and also keeping the one-on-one support for students, as well as those daily check-ins and that virtual but face-to-face time. They also identified challenges or areas that we know we need to consider moving into next year. And these were related to curriculum and thinking about and reconsidering how we use Edgenuity, not necessarily to use or not, but how we use. They also wanted to make sure that we looked at increasing our course offerings, not limiting our course offerings at the secondary level. They brought a challenge of the limited academic support when we have facilitator teachers, which if you'll remember for this school year, we have teachers that are facilitating online courses that are taught through Edgenuity. And this enabled us to meet our dual purpose going into this year where we wanted to retain our USD staff, as many of them as possible. And I'm very proud to say that we employ over 60 staff in the Rocklin Virtual Campus who otherwise may have needed to be in a different working environment this school year or may have needed to take a leave. And through the program that we established, we were able to maintain their employment. However, that is something that we should consider moving into next year, now with the availability of vaccines and many of those teachers being more able to come back onto campus. We wanted to reconsider that for next year and be able to match content area teachers, and you'll see that in the recommendation. There also was a challenge presented of limited social connectedness on the part of students, that there was some logistical challenges around how do we get work turned in an efficient and effective way so that it's easy on families, but it is also easily accessed by teachers and their ability to turn around and provide feedback to students. Families shared that there was not enough face-to-face time with teachers, that there was sometimes inconsistent pacing and sometimes lack of consistency in classrooms. So this is looking at those strengths and challenges in a different way. This is a slide where you can see that across the various ways that we received input from stakeholders, that many of these strengths and challenges showed up across different types of stakeholder input. And you'll see, for example, flexibility came about in every single group that was talked to and in all of the different ways that we gathered information. There were then identified commonalities that came out of all of the different stakeholder input that was gathered, and the team processed this information and identified a few must-haves for the program. And then you can see on this chart how those came to be, again, in multiple and from multiple stakeholder groups. So these commonalities are that flexibility with both scheduling and access. We also identified a commonality of pacing, curriculum, making sure that we consider curriculum came up in multiple groups, that there would be equitable access, that there's consistency across virtual programs or classes, that the role of the RUSD teacher be considered, including that content support, and then that there would be increased opportunity to connect with peers. So all of that stakeholder input led into the next 2 slides, which are the recommendations or the proposal for the Rocklin Virtual Campus next year. Prior to leaving this slide, I do want to mention that although flexibility came up in all of the areas, we also need to consider from an educational services standpoint, that flexibility, although it is very important across multiple stakeholder groups, we know that flexibility is not the best learning environment for all students. We know that many students thrive in routine environments with very structured, organized routine patterns. And so we want to always balance that need for flexibility with that need for consistency and routine, and also consider students who are going to be most successful in an online environment moving forward, and try to make programming match who will be most successful in the program while still allowing for those who need it for pandemic-related reasons. Okay, so looking to next school year, the proposal from the work group was to increase, for elementary, we're focusing on that first, was to increase the synchronous time and support from the Rocklin Unified Teacher and have them provide core instruction. So the recommendation is a minimum of 2 synchronous, so face-to-face live with your teacher, lessons per day, both a morning meeting and a core lesson. And we want to potentially even increase that to having 2 core lessons per day. So it matches where you would receive your morning meeting and your language arts and your math from your RUSD teacher. We would have a balance of synchronous lessons versus asynchronous opportunities. So there would also be video-based instruction that would be for science and social studies that would be provided to families. So again, we're balancing that flexibility of you get some instruction live and you're able then to be offline and doing the rest of your schoolwork and practice and instruction at a time and pace that meets your needs. So one of the pieces we wanted to think about is a challenge of distance learning could be that a family needs to be on a Zoom from 8 to 8:30, and then again from 10 to 10:30, and then again from 1 to 1:30. That's very difficult and doesn't allow for you to do other things in your day that maybe you need to be taking care of or work schedules might allow. So with this model, families could predict that you would spend a couple of hours needing to attend to instruction in the morning, and then the asynchronous and the practice pieces could happen at a time and pace that would meet your family's needs, with the understanding that you would be turning in work at routine, regular time increments.
Were you just using that example, or were you actually saying specifically that we would do ELA and math synchronous, and that we would specifically do science and social studies asynchronous?
I am saying that is the recommendation.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Not to say that there wouldn't ever be a synchronous science lesson. I certainly hope that we could bring students together and engage in a science experiment, especially a little down below, you'll see there's structured social opportunities. I think there's great opportunity to bring students together, even for a social opportunity around a curricular area that is a group project or other more engaging opportunities with peers. Okay, the recommendation is also to utilize board-adopted curriculum and then have online supplemental differentiated practice. So this year we utilized Edgenuity for K-6, and that will be a big change moving into next year, is the use of board-adopted curriculum and having our teachers provide that instruction. We also will be looking to provide consistency across classrooms in the use of that curriculum, which requires work on our part with teachers ahead of time to provide for consistent pacing. We will also be utilizing a consistent and common platform for instruction, delivery, and turning in work. We this year utilized, in our distance learning program, utilized Seesaw and Google Classroom. We're looking initially to use those. However, there is a group, and you'll see this at the end of the presentation, but there is a group that's going to be working over the next 4 weeks to be very specific about the curriculum requirements for elementary. So additional logistics related to the Rocklin Virtual Campus at elementary school is that we will, instead of it being connected to every single elementary school throughout the district, we will bring all of that virtual campus together in one space, housing it under the umbrella of our Rocklin Alternative Education Center. And so students would not be connected to their traditional school. They would actually be part of RVC at Rocklin Alternative Education Center, and because of that, we may need to increase support staff for the Rocklin Alternative Education Center, depending on enrollment, which may include clerical staff and potential administrative or curriculum support.
Do you care if I interrupt you, or do you want to wait till the end?
Please interrupt.
What do you see as the advantages or disadvantages? Did we have kids that enjoyed being tied to a school campus? Did we have kids that, wanted to participate in maybe some of the extracurriculars, and how will we deal with that?
It's a great question. The Rocklin Virtual Campus this year has actually done an exceptional job, as I think you've heard in your student updates, of creating their own culture. Ms. Hanks has done just an outstanding job of trying to bring those culture building activities to the campus, because students that are in a virtual environment need that way of being connected to school, and so they really truly tried to find their own identity in that. We do know that there is a desire, there was moving into this year, to be connected to the school site. However, that also presented a number of challenges related to currently we have students rostered at 11 different elementary schools, which means that some of our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade teachers are actually teachers at 3 schools or 4 schools in some cases. And so they're taking attendance in 4 different schools. They have to report and sign attendance reports at the end of the week in 4 different schools. When they need to get a hold of support for a student, they're contacting 4 different schools. And so it's created a lot of more challenges than it has actually alleviated concern. And so we are going to look for ways for there to be connection. If there's a carnival going on at a school that's your resident school and you want to participate, we're looking for ways to still build that connection, but we need to find other ways to decrease the logistical challenges and let our teachers focus on teaching, and let the administration really support and supervise those students.
Thank you.
Looking at the secondary model, in this model, students would actually, for our 7th through 12th grade students, they would stay connected to their traditional school. So this model is a bit different, and the same way we were able to do it this year, with a small twist. So each school would offer an online option, for example, Springview Online or RVC at WHS, and students would basically be a cohort at their traditional school, a cohort of online learners. So at high school, our master schedules would be built to allow some teachers to have sections supporting online learners. So for example, we would be doing our best to connect content support teachers in those core areas. So first, focusing on math and ELA was an important discussion of the group, and if enrollment allows, expanding that to the other subject areas. We're actually, interestingly enough, are trialing this from a credit recovery standpoint at a couple of our high schools right now, and finding that if you utilized a blend of that Edgenuity curriculum and our RUSD teachers, that if you have a whole group of students, let's say 35 students taking one course, you could obviously have an RUSD teacher supervising that section. However, you can also look and lean into your Edgenuity curriculum and say you might have 9th graders and 10th graders taking an online English class, and I am teaching those students virtually in my one section. And those kids have Edgenuity, but I am a RUSD teacher with an English single subject credential, and I can be their teacher so that if they are struggling within their Edgenuity course, I'm there to support them virtually with that course. Instead of, I have a credential in another area, and now I'm trying to support them with their English or their integrated 2 assignments, but I am not a math teacher. So that's the idea, is to try to hire and recruit teachers to have online sections where we really are having a blend of our RUSD teachers influencing and having more content support for our RUSD students in online. Go ahead.
Just to translate, if I'm a math teacher and, or we'll use Travis as a teacher, would he just have like a online period?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Right. And so there might be some sections where you are a facilitator teacher and you have a section of electives and they're taking a wide variety of electives and you're just facilitating that. And maybe there's some teachers who actually have more online sections, right? But the idea would be specifically in those core areas, focusing first in that math and language arts area, that we are connecting content teachers to students. We would have, for our students who are in the Rocklin Virtual Campus, this is a change as well from this year, is that we hope for them to be able to access in-person classes for specialized courses only. So if they want to take an in-person AP course or an in-person CTE course or ROTC or a music program, that is going to be available to them in this model that we're proposing. That wasn't available this year, but is something that we're looking to expand next year. We're not looking to have that be for all types of courses. We need to make sure that we still are maintaining. We believe that in-person instruction is the best way to receive instruction. However, we also don't want to limit families from participating. And I know, for example, this year we had a number of families who had to make very difficult choices between being online or in person because they were part of specialized courses like ROTC that they could not maintain being in that program. So we're hoping to meet that need moving into next year. And at middle school, the master schedule will be built to have one small academy of online learners if enrollment allows. And in this case, the content area teachers in English and math would facilitate that blend of Edgenuity and RUSD curriculum depending on the course. The online electives would be offered through RUSD teachers, either having one section at the middle schools or by utilizing Edgenuity. One piece I didn't mention here is that there is a blend of Edgenuity and RUSD curriculum. And what we mean by that is that we will be adjusting the scope and sequence of the Edgenuity courses to more closely align with the scope and sequence of our RUSD courses. However, we are not looking at this time to build an entire course catalog of online courses. However, if there were full sections and a teacher was able to do more of a distance learning model or wanted to infuse more of their teaching into an Edgenuity course, there is actually flexibility in the Edgenuity program to do this. They can take down assignments that are in the courses and upload their own assignments into the courses. However, moving into this more blended space, we wanted to make sure that we still had a robust online program that had videos for the instruction so students could access those through this program.
Is the Ingenuity program flexible enough where we can cut some components out of it, or is it a?
It varies by course, but for example, you cannot remove content in AP courses. So if students were taking AP courses through Edgenuity, you can't take down content and still have it be approved. However, in other courses, you can modify the content.
It's kind of interesting. I do wonder, an interesting use of one-time dollars, and I get in trouble by saying it, I wonder if paying our teachers to develop curriculum to supplement or supplant Edgenuity for this purpose that we could use for years to come seems like it could be a powerful use of our dollars to support our people to get long-term gain?
We had extensive conversations about this in the
Yeah,
work group.
okay.
We did, because there's a lot of belief that we've just engaged in an entire year of learning
Right.
how to teach online. We also wanted to consider, given the bridge year, what is going to be necessary after this year? You know, and what do we want to invest our time in? And so there's going to be ongoing conversations about this. I know that there will be. And the high school principals in particular are going to be working to develop what would the track look like at their sites. And they were already having these initial conversations, just like the work group did, of are there particular courses we may want to look at first to identify content for those and focus our energy and effort into those, you know, maybe English and math courses. But we also want to be strategic about where we place our time and energy, knowing that this may be something that we don't have a lot of students enrolled in moving forward.
And Trustee Miller, we see this as a really strong opportunity to do some of the work that Mr. Flowers has led around. How do we look at like our credit recovery, our night school, our interventions in a different manner? And so we can also provide access during the year or during different times to assist students versus rely on a solely traditional summer school model or even a night school model where teacher and students all have to come in to a site off hours. So we really feel this is a powerful opportunity to look at opportunities to look at the whole spectrum of what we do and invest in this.
So I appreciate. I will say that you know, when you say credit recovery, I get nervous. Just nothing about Rocklin, but I'm going to state credit recovery too often is a low rigor, get them to graduate, but don't really teach them the standards. And so I want to make sure that that's not how we view this work, and we're viewing this as a way of making sure that our graduates stay at the high level we expect as a Rocklin graduate.
Oh, absolutely. And because we want that to be the rigor of like an A through G college prep that we have. But often we rely on a kind of a dated model that hasn't changed in 100 years of, okay, it's the summer school. Well, why can't we intervene with students now? And so it may not even be a full course, but our high schools, for example, operate on those essential standards. So maybe there's an opportunity to look at developing some materials and some pieces in that, so we do it during the year. So to me, really great. This is why one-time dollars are phenomenal, thinking about learning loss and how we leverage that. But I also want to caution that even districts as large as like Los Angeles Unified or Elk Grove don't develop all of their curriculum online internally, because it is so exacting of a work that by being very strategic and picking the subjects, the areas that we know have need, there's a lot of opportunity. But the idea that we'll replicate all of it is just beyond our resources.
Thank you, Superintendent Stock. And what I was mentioning when we talked about, you know, where we want to expel energy, the work group had some conversations, and we've had some follow-up conversations around, do we think about how we can support the learner in that online platform and invest our energy there? So if they're taking a Genuity curriculum, but our teachers are pulling them together to do pre-teaching or reteaching around certain concepts, or having study sessions that are facilitated around particular content areas, or taking down some of their opportunities for practice and putting up more opportunities that might engage students in projects or working together,
Right.
which met some of those needs. So we're definitely looking at that, and I think that will continue to learn, we'll continue to get better
It
at
does
that.
feel to me that in some ways that vision you just described was the vision we hoped for this year. And I think when we got into it, we found that in many ways, Genuity was just more rigid than we'd hoped, and it just didn't allow us to do that. And so the question is, with more planning and more resources, can we smooth those rigidity of edges and make it actually more workable in our context?
Absolutely. And interestingly enough, one of the pieces that's coming this year that we want to try to build more into the courses for next year is we've implemented study skills groups, opportunities for socialization, opportunities for students to be in virtual spaces doing fun activities together, and we're just not getting the participation.
In some ways, I think that's, like when we think about this future, that's a safety issue. There's a fear of getting a virus. We're talking about after the pandemic, and I think it'd be so this notion, that's why I love this idea of RV RVC at WHS, because then you are Whitney High School. You can go, you can be in VAPA, you can go be in school, you can do whatever you want, and you can still do learning your way, which is powerful as a possibility.
We agree. The team had some wonderful conversations around Rocklin Unified School District will meet your needs. You know, we have a program that meets a variety of different learning options. If you are a student who wants all in person, you can have that. If you're a student who needs all virtual, you can have that. If you're a student who needs alternative supportive environments through independent study, you participate in our independent study program. If you need more of a wraparound services and smaller class sizes, you may be best suited for our Victory High School program. So a variety of options that will meet you where your needs are. So going into unknowns, and as I started this presentation, there are so many pieces about this pandemic that have led us with unknowns. We've gotten better at adjusting and learning along the way. So obviously enrollment. An interest in the virtual program for the next school year is unknown, and some of this might change based on COVID-19 variants or further restrictions or the availability of vaccines. So we also know, and you heard me say in this presentation, that enrollment will impact programming. And so if we don't have students for particular courses, or we don't have the enrollment at particular grade levels, we will still have the program, but we will just be adjusting and communicating as we move through it, as we have done for the last year. So there are potential changes, or another unknown actually is the potential change or the elimination of distance learning guidelines from the state. So this year we were given broad flexibility in providing distance learning and full-time distance learning options through SB 98. And so if that distance learning guideline changes, I just wanted to provide trustees information about how that may change this program. So for the elementary school level, we do not anticipate any change because we are already going to move it under that Rocklin Alternative Education umbrella. At the secondary level, it would require us to shift into that Rocklin Alternative Education Center model if distance learning is restricted, which means we would just need to have more paperwork. We would need to follow the independent study guidelines, but we can make this work. For middle school students, they would be leaving their residence school. They would be attached to the Rocklin Alternative Education Center. The paperwork would be required. However, the program would stay the same because they are going to be a cohorted group of learners, and then we can figure out ways to get them connected for events and other pieces at their schools. At high school, the option would be recommunicated to stakeholders, but would include the maintaining the use of the Edgenuity curriculum and the allowance of academic passes to participate in on-campus courses, and that happens already within our Rocklin Alternative Education Center umbrella, where students that go there can participate and have an academic pass to go back to one of our comprehensive sites. And then this would require us to shift staff into from our secondary sites into that Rocklin Alternative Education Center umbrella to meet those enrollment needs. And what we mean by that is we still want to connect the content area support. So we will need to move staff to meet the needs if they are needing to be housed off-site. So thinking about next steps and logistics, we'll be finalizing the selection of curriculum, both the core and supplemental, and developing curriculum as needed. We have videos to develop at the elementary level and supplemental curriculum to make selections with. At the secondary level, we need to identify scope and sequence and work to adjust courses further. We've done some of that work this year, but there's a lot of work still to be done. We need to communicate the revamped RVC program to our staff and families. We'll be launching registration with the intent to have families register by the beginning or the end of the first week of May. So around May 7th is when we're looking to have families finalize their choice for next school year. We will then adjust program specifics for this bridge year based on the enrollment received. So whatever that enrollment is by May 7th, we will use that to help staff the program at in the various models. we hope to continue the great collaboration that's been started and negotiation with our labor partners. Then we will also be working to identify staff and then reviewing any district policies specific to the RVC and distance learning model. And with that, that concludes the presentation, and I'm open to any additional questions.
This is amazing. I have so many questions. I'm gonna come talk to you later because I have so many questions. But I love this. I have to say, this is just, I love the creative thinking and the innovation around trying to think differently about how to use this opportunity to come back differently. And it does feel like this is a really important opportunity for us to think maybe even more boldly than we had in the past. And so I know this board has an interest in choice, in offering families choice. And there is a lot of choice in Placer County, from charters, from privates, from others. And so how can we distinguish ourselves? And we've talked about things like, immersion schools and different, which I think we want to move in that direction. But this also is something to think about, is an opportunity to sort of, as you say, and I also think of this as so you have this notion of you're in school or you're online, and I wonder if we can actually break that paradigm. And this is going to be hard, but think of it as a continuum. One of the comments in the thing tonight, and he wrote me at least, and probably others as well, which I thought was really fascinating, his idea. He says, hybrid was great for my kids. I love it. I want to keep hybrid. I want to go every other day. One, I love the low class sizes, and I actually like it works for me. I don't know, it may work for others too. And so this notion of a continuum of, can we offer different things and different ways of looking at it that we can then collectively find the right fit for the right people at the right time. And in that, by the way, you talk about curriculum around it and that supplemental. I also wonder about, we're talking about the number of the ADA, and ADA is the biggest driver of our best bet of getting out of our budget crisis is getting more kids in. The other way we've never talked about that actually is a way to say it is get kids to come to school, right? So if we significantly decrease the amount of time kids are out of school, we will have huge budget increases. So within this, is there a way to actually enroll you for a day in RVC if you're going to be sick and have you still engaged? I mean, I don't know, it would take a lot of work and a lot of thought, but can we sort of, is there any creative ways to think? And what I will say is I appreciate you raising this on the state, you're right. But I mean, let's talk to AXA, let's talk to Andrew, we pay all that money, let's see if we can get some legislation, but also there are state board waivers, and I'd have to look at the ed code to see if we can waive this, but my guess is we can. And so if we have a good plan, we could bring to the state board, we could get a waiver to ask to do this stuff. So I think that shouldn't hold us back in our creative thinking of, is there an opportunity to take advantage of this moment and our great need to pull them together to move forward. So this is great, I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to echo thank you. Thank you for using some of the painful learnings we had this last year, but really using it for good moving forward. I echo the sentiment of choice, and I love that this provides options for families long term. Not only could this really utilize our current families that need options, kind of like you mentioned, these gap years, but it could actually, I really believe there's families in our community that live within our boundaries that this is exactly what they're looking for. And there's not really something like this yet. I'm especially drawn to slide 13, two specific areas. One, this opportunity for secondary to have this online flexible option, but yet still have school participation. For events, activities, or this, Springview online, RVC at WHS. I love that option for students because I think there's many families that, because of flexibility or health, online campus participation all day, every day is not an option for them. But this flexible option for them to kind of be able to participate in some activities, but a majority of their learning be flexible, I really, really appreciate that. And I think there's many families out there that, man, I wish they're listening right now. I'm going to be one of the biggest advocates for this because I think it's a phenomenal opportunity for families, especially in some of our subgroups. I think this could really meet some needs that they might have, and maybe for a year, or maybe when they have a medical diagnosis, this could be a great thing for them. I also really appreciate your bullet point of students may access in-person classes for specialized courses. That's no easy task, but that would be phenomenal if we could find a way to make that happen. Because I think there's many families, like you said, ROTC, some of these AP, that they could really benefit from this option, but they wouldn't utilize this option if it means they have to give up that one specialized course that they really need. So if we could find a way to make that happen, I think that's phenomenal. There was a question about social emotional learning for RVC, and I thought it was a valid one to bring up. I say it's a question, but I also don't want to put you on the spot. I don't expect you to answer it right now. But the question was, can RVC have a component, and maybe it already does, but the social emotional work and efforts that we do in the area of specifically mental health, not just the on-campus behavior supports, but the actual mental health, can our RVC students receive that as well? All of this work that we're doing with our LCAP. And I thought that was a great point. If there's a way to incorporate that, I think that could be a huge win for our students. So I don't know if that's a question that can be answered at the moment or something we could just look at moving forward.
So I think it's both. It's something that I can share. We do have facilitator teachers right now, and they do meet with their students every single day. And I know specifically at the secondary, they try to incorporate and infuse social emotional learning lessons into that time and view that as one of their most important tasks. That this year, that's that contact that student has with an adult and other students that day. And so they do infuse that learning into that time. But moving forward, it is something that we need to be very conscious of, especially if students are taking a mix of, courses or are only online. We want to be thoughtful about how do we still build time for them, even if that daily check-in piece isn't there. So thank you for that, and got it written down.
Awesome, and I know we talked about talking more, and I'm excited about that. I would also just add or throw in, and it may not be a possibility, but along with the specialized courses and on-campus opportunities, athletics, I'm sure parents would ask that. I don't know if we have an answer now, but maybe later something to look at if that's even a possibility.
Probably should have been a bullet point. That is something that, the same as this year, that piece stands. So we do have students right now in the virtual campus who are participating in sports, and that same will continue into next year.
That's great, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. You go. No. Sorry. So two more quick things on this. One is I do want to say that the dream, the envision, there is a risk, right? And so there is a bit of a if you build it, you will come. And I will be the first one to say this is not a great year to take risks, and I get that. But I think we're going to have to be a little bit willing to get to try something, put it out there, because I could easily see people saying, I don't want to go because I don't know what it is. But then when we show it, then it'll come. So we're going to have to be willing to be a little more than, but this is good thinking. The other thing, sorry, I'm using this opportunity to ask another question I have for you. It's not about the new vision of RVC, but the current. So on April 6th, when we go back full-time, 5 days a week, if you are uncomfortable being full-time 5 days a week, what is the ability to transfer to RVC now? And the color, if you're in RVC and you're like, I want to be back, if we're back 5 times a week, can I move back? How much movement can we have between the two at this moment?
At this point in the school year, we're trying to limit movement from the standpoint that any movement going into the last quarter or now with the 4x4, the last semester of the school year, any movement can be challenging. However, we are still making moves for families that have a particular need to have that move. And we are also working hard to move families back into traditional school models that are not being successful in this distance learning model and trying to prioritize their reentry into school because we know if you have been out of school now for a year and participating in a virtual model and you're not successful, we want to move you.
And if a family is thinking that they should contact their principal,
All registration for Rocklin Virtual Campus goes through the traditional school sites this school year.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you again. Looks great. Looking forward to seeing, the changes and things as we come up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Counter, if I just could, I just want to make sure, we will be messaging out because we wanted to bring this to the board for input and feedback, and we're happy that the board has received the recommendations well. We plan to start messaging out prior to spring break to families about what this option looks like And we are going to ask families to tell us about their intent, as we go through this. But we are going to push families that by that May 7th, I believe that's a Friday, that you need to make your decision for next year. Because if we don't have a firm date, then we can't plan staffing and all those other pieces to help us build the program. So what our intent is to make sure families have well over a month to consider the option. There is some familiarity with what RVC is now, and there also will be a chance to have almost a month to be familiar with what full-time back on campus is like. And so we'll be doing multiple forms of communication out to families, but really asking them to make sure they lock in that decision so that we can do planning. Of course, beyond that, we'll be on a space available, transitioning in and out. And then, of course, families that are new, of course, will always have the option like they do when they enroll.
I do wonder if there's also the ability to ask that question, do that survey multiple times early enough to actually allow us to change our planning purpose. So again, this notion of hybrid, respectfully, I'm not confident enough people would want to do that, but I would like to ask, and I'd like to know before we make a final decision. So I wonder if there is, again, along this continuum, we get an understanding of what parents would be looking for, that they'd be interested in, and then with enough time to actually plan for that. If for some reason people came back and said, yeah, good to know.
Yeah, we'll work to see if we can incorporate if we had this, would you be interested type of thing to see what we're getting. And then the one group that if we had a change, for example, if we have to go to a peer like the independent study model because we don't get the flexibility, then for those high school students, we would reach out to reconfirm that option. But elementary, middle, since it's not a changed option, we're going to have them lock in. But we just wanted to make sure the board was aware of those dates and the reasons for them.
Just checking, are there any verbal comments? I didn't see any written, but check.
President Counter, there are no public comments.
Excellent. All right. Now, item 13.2, RUSD Board Meeting Logistics, Superintendent Stock.
As Trustee Sadoff had asked on the pending agenda last 2 weeks ago, staff has done some research, and we've sent the board previously via memorandum some different information and even pictures on seating. So let me just kind of quickly summarize some of these pieces, because some of these deal actually just with trustees and those on the dais. But what we've looked at is we have measured the floor we're sitting on, and using a 4 feet distance from center chair to center chair, that's very familiar to our teachers and principals, is we can fit 48 people in here. So, and that would include if we had, we reserve a seat for each of our labor partners presidents, so that would be seats there. And so we can fit 48, 4 feet apart. And so if we were to open that up, that would require the board, excluding, those of us that sit on the dais, to return to the dais to maximize the space. We also would be, except for 5 staff members who sit up front, with the rest of the cabinet staff would be in the adjacent conference room to maximize space for the community. So by reopening using the requirements under the California Department of Public Health, we would need, folks would have to wear face coverings because that's still the requirement. We would have the spacing. We could do 48 people in here. We also would be able to we would still be streaming all of our meetings. Actually, based on board action, we started streaming our meetings prior to the pandemic, so that will continue even after the pandemic's long gone. And then so that would be how we could accommodate the community into our board meetings. The other question would be for the board itself is seating on the dais, and we did provide several pictures and options for that. And I would recommend that we give our student trustees, an option if they wish to be up there or not, based on them and their parents, comfort with that. But there are various options that would allow the board to be anywhere from 4 to 3.5 feet apart, depending on the chair use and number of people on the dais. And so that's some background information. And then I want to thank Ms. Meadows, who did all of that work and took all of the pictures. And so both of us can answer questions you may have about the information provided as you contemplate having the board meeting logistics and giving direction to me.
So for the purpose of the 12 people listening, would it be first come, first serve for the 48 people?
Yes, we would do first come, first serve, and we could do something like when we traditionally start our convene at 5:30 prior to closed session, we could open the doors at that point and then be first come, first serve.
And then those who didn't get in but wanted to make public comment, what would their options be?
That's up to the board. There's a variety of things that could occur. One option is that we could form a socially distance-spaced line and folks could come in, make a comment, walk out. Another option is we can continue Zoom. We've managed to navigate that technology successfully, so folks could either Zoom in or continue the written comment. So there's a variety of options that the board could choose. All are compliant with the requirements under the Brown Act and with the COVID regulations.
Are you looking for us to make a decision tonight, or are we just talking about this?
If the board intends to want to change how we're holding our meetings for the April 21st meeting, direction would be helpful. We do have a study session on April 7th, and so, if there's not direction able to be given now, we could agendize that for conversation then.
Okay. So a couple questions. When you said, I think you said the forfeit according to CDPH guidelines. Are there guidelines for this type of thing? Are there guidelines around public meetings?
There's not, and actually I chatted with the public health officials in the county today about this, and they've said, it's up to us to determine essential meetings and that face coverings are required, and then the spacing, they, encourage us to use the appropriate spacing. We decided that we would look at what our classrooms are doing and use that spacing.
Yeah, so that's my bottom line, both for us on the dais and folks here, is I think we should, whatever we ask our schools to do, we should ask none less of ourselves, and we should be the exact same. If we can get a waiver and be lower, then that changes how we think about things. But otherwise, I think we should be wherever our schools are. And one thing I'd be kind of curious about, Roger, and I don't know how to do that, but as a just general feel, how many people did you say we can get in at 4 feet? 48?
48.
I guess that includes all of us, and so, but.
No, that's 48 on the floor.
Because I'm thinking back, obviously the big controversial meetings, but on the day-to-day meetings, it feels like we might have been under 40. I would love to go back. I don't hate to ask you to do this, Brenda, but to look and see. So the point being, it seems to me that I'm thinking from public comment, it may be fine because we may be able to accommodate everyone who wants to be here, and then we're fine. It's just the meetings where we go above, and we actually have I feel like we're pretty good at being able to see on the agenda when that's gonna happen, and then we can think about how to deal with that at those moments. But I wonder if, generally speaking, obviously the main point for me is that anyone that wants to address us is able to safely address us. And so one, they're comfortable, that they feel like they're not putting their safety in jeopardy in the middle of a pandemic, number one, but also number two, physically can get in. And I don't love the idea of queue up at associate, don't listen to what we're saying, come in and make a comment. It's not ideal at all. So thinking about how to truly accommodate our public to be able to be heard. But again, I have a feeling 48 may be enough for the most part, that's the chairs that get taken up in most meetings. All right, thank you.
I'm all for we use the model, we've got a few pictures here in front of us where we temporarily don't use those red comfy chairs. I miss those comfy chairs for these long meetings. And I'm a little concerned that I can't see over the top. But Julie, you were up there and you could see over the top in these little chairs. Okay, you're 5'4" as well. We should be good. As long as I can see over, I think I'd be totally comfortable using these chairs so we can fit up there easily.
I'm in full support. If our students are going back on campus together all full time, I think it's the right time. It's the time for us. I think our community, it's the time to bring them in and let them see us and us see them. And so I'm in full support of that. And not knowing past or previous numbers in the room, to make it easy on all of us, I'd like to propose we open it up. Starting after the April 6th date, whichever April date you guys choose and feel most comfortable. But say there's a meeting where it is over 48. then we have a backup plan always ready, that we still will accommodate those people to make comments. I don't want to turn people away because say the room fills up 48, first come, first serve. However, there were those that wanted to make comments, happened to be at the end of that line. So I'd love to find a way that those could still make comments. I would like comments to be in person. I think I want to be able to see them and I want them to be able to see me. And so I think as we transition back, just like our students are, I think the Zoom option has been beneficial. However, moving forward, I would like comments to be in person.
I agree 100%. I think if people want to make comments, they should come here and make comments. Obviously, if there's a medical reason or, you know, a good reason they can't do that, then we need an alternative. But I think for the most part, if the public wants to make comments, this is the forum to come in and make their comments face to face.
No, I just say the only exception is I agree completely, except that if we won't let them in, then I'm not sure it's their fault, and we would have to, yeah, right. So it makes, as long as they can get here, I agree. But if they can't get here through no fault of their own, it doesn't seem right that we just sort of say, yep, it's a bummer.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have some agreement that, I think it's that, was it April 21st? Is that the date? So like to set up, I think for the study session, our current format where we're out here works a little better for those study sessions. But by then, kids, teachers, folks are all back on campus and 5 days a week, regular, all full there and 4 feet, et cetera. So I think if we could work to set it up for that April 21st date, get it out there, get it all set up, hopefully it's not a packed meeting where there's a bunch of agenda and then other than they want to come see Rick Miller, but other than that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but is that I don't understand what we're doing.
What I'm proposing or saying is, can we set that up for that day, for that April 21st meeting? We'd still have.
So, yeah, so I'm all in, but again, what I'm not willing, my personal, I don't want to say yes, and then if we get 10 people just got less. Just sorry, because unless we figure out how to deal with that, we set up that possibility. So I'd like to actually, I'd love to support a motion that sort of said we're going to try to we're actually going to have an answer to that, and what we're going to do if that happens, an agreement on that before we go forward. Otherwise, all in. I love it.
Yeah, well, and again, I think there's at least a few options. One is you could do, you know, if you wanted a Zoom or written comment, you could do that. If you wanted only in person, then what we would do is we would either hold capacity at 48, 47. We could allow folks to come in one at a time to the dais and make their comment, and then we'd have to have them leave the building just so, but they could view the meeting via streaming as well. So that would be one way that you could allow anybody that wants in, even though they couldn't sit and stay, to come in and make their comment known. But that would require folks to queue in a social distance manner. Staff would have to monitor that, and we'd have to monitor capacity of the room. So that would be one option. And then there may be others as well.
I think it's worth navigating that option, especially now that we have the streaming capability. If we didn't have the streaming, I would be very concerned that somebody is only able to come in to make a comment and leave. But the fact that they could stream from their phone, and obviously ideally would be everybody fits in the room, hopefully, but for those meetings where they couldn't, they could stream until they're queued up and called in to come in and make their comments. So that way, again, we can see them, they see us, but I think it meets both of those needs.
If we're making a line out front, is there some way we could put a big monitor out there so that it could be streamed like, I don't know, like you would do a football game or something? Because I know there's so many people that are just dying to watch our board meeting.
Because I do appreciate, because again, people may not have phones or may not want to use their data to stream. So we're asking people to put their resources into it, which doesn't feel right as a public agency to ask that. It also, we're like, it could be cold, or it could be rainy. So I just worry about we're not really having access. And again, it may not be a problem. This could be the first example. There's 20 people here, and probably that's the likely scenario is there's not enough people here. But I do want to just be purposeful about being respectful of people, and just telling them to go stand outside, just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. So I wish we had just another option to do that.
We can continue, because we have about 5 weeks, we can continue to see if there's other ways to meet that interest as far as like putting technology outside. I think there are some options, one with a covering, and we can look at audio. I just don't want to disturb the neighbors. I don't want Trustee Maben, who lives nearby, calling us. No, and so we could look at that as well, and then we can I think monitor and see how this goes. I think this is going to be like everything else in the pandemic. We will try it, learn, and adapt. No plan is final, and so with that guidance from the board, we will work to reseat the board on the dais. We will check with student trustees individually. If they're not comfortable, then they have a spot to be, in the room as well. And then we will work, our chief of communications will work to communicate out to the community that we are going to be back for in person. It's, all the things we talked about, first come, first serve, when you can come in. And if on public comment, if we have access, then this is the way that will work. So we will work to communicate that so people are aware in our community how to access our meetings. And so appreciate the board's direction on that. And then we will keep the big chairs, so when we get through the pandemic, we can return to those. The best part about them is, for people with my height, is you can adjust the height. They're not necessarily more comfortable, but you can adjust the height.
Is there any verbal comment? I didn't see any written. I double checked it. Chief Dosanjh? Hang on.
President Counter, there are no public comments.
Just me. Totally appreciate the conversation around opening meetings back up. We have a lot of school facilities that are much larger than this room. Theaters, gyms. I know there's other logistics involved, but if we're really worried about access, that could eliminate some of those barriers. Not to throw any more work on everybody that has to move the meeting, but that's just an option to put on the table. So.
Yeah. I mean, those are options. I just, and when we have done that in the past. Well, we could, but then there's additional costs, because every time we move a meeting, we have to bring in outside resources, because we don't have the audio-visual capacity, especially the audio for that type of setup. So there is an additional cost related to doing that every time we have done that in the past. And then there is just additional, we have a very minimal staff at the district office. For example, we don't have a full custodian here. We have someone that comes in a few hours. So it just takes staff away from their other duties. And you've heard mention of like our custodial staff that are, stretched thin. It puts burden on them every time we do this. We make it work, but I just add that there is some cost to that. And again, I think there's an opportunity to see how things work. And plus, with those gyms, you heard how busy they are, 30 teams. We would have to, frankly, move a sports team out to accommodate our board meeting, and I think you might get a few parent comments from that.
I think that we should do it on the 21st, and if it works, that's amazing, and if it doesn't, then we adjust like we have this whole school year, and we find somewhere else if we need to.
All right. Trustees, so going to pending agenda items. Trustees, do you have any items you'd like to be placed on the pending agenda? All right, seeing none. The board will now adjourn to a closed session regarding the items listed on the agenda. Thank you very much, folks. For those of you that are still watching at home.